How do you know that? Were you there? Did you see it? Like, how could you know something like that? I guess Matthew isn't here.
Well, right, that kind of logic doesn't make a lot of sense to me because, right, if I'm on like the jury, right, and they're like, okay, we got the suspect, we found the murder weapon in his possession, we matched the slugs to the the bullets in his gun to the bullet that was found in the victim. We have images and videos of the perpetrator at the scene, when the murder occurred, right? I'm not going to sit there on the jury and say, well, I wasn't there, so I can't know for sure. So he's, he's not guilty. Nobody goes about that line of logic for anything serious in their life.
I think that's circumstantial evidence, right? The circumstances tell him he should go with that. I mean, it doesn't
having
mean
the bullet is forensic evidence, not circumstantial.
It just doesn't make him a good judge of ballistics or the location of Australia. He's only listening to the evidence.
So I think it's kind of an absurd argument, right? Because in court, they say beyond a shadow of a doubt, right? They don't say, do you know that he did it? So I kind of think it's a weird thing that you did just now. But yeah, if all that evidence were to pile up, right, and, you have this preponderance of evidence, then it's like, okay, yeah, this guy did it beyond a shadow of a doubt. He did it. You don't know that he did it unless you witnessed it. Now, if you witnessed it and you're on the stand and they say, how do you know that this guy did it? Well, I was there. I was first-hand witness, so that's how I know, right? But if you ask the forensics scientists, how do you know that this was from his gun? He's not going to say, I know. He's going to say, well, this is what the evidence points to, that this is a match, right? The rifling in his barrel and this slug.
I'm talking about the logic.
I think my logic
the type of logic you're using just isn't kind of logic people use in their everyday.
You mean he has to go with consensus instead of having a real mind? Yeah, that sucks, huh?
No, the example I gave you, you're free to make these weird determinations of what kind of evidence they are and the level of certainty that you can know something. But like I said, if you have the murder weapon and the bullets are matched, you have a witness who watched it happen, you have videos and pictures of the perp at the scene of the crime at the time of the murder, right? You don't have to personally be there yourself to
be a witness. To be a witness, you do. To swear that with any certainty, you most certainly do.
How do you know the witness isn't lying? How do you know the witness is telling the truth? You don't. So you can't know. Yes, the evidence points in that direction, but you can't know.
That's my point. That is the point, right? The jury would not find the person not guilty because, even if you could discredit the witness, but we're gonna, say the witness is credible in this case, you're still not gonna be like, well, we don't know, the witness could not be credible. The forensic scientists could have screwed up. The videos and images could have been fabricated. So, I wasn't there myself personally. So all this evidence, I'm just going to dismiss it and call the person not guilty.
Yeah.
That's not how things work. And that's not how you go about any other aspect of your life.
Okay. But the legal system just requires a burden beyond reasonable doubt. Okay, that's one thing. But now you're conflating that to what you can know and what you don't know. Now, they're not the same thing. The legal system only requires beyond reasonable doubt. All right, we all agree with that, and your point stands in that scenario. But what you're being challenged on is what you know versus what you claim you know, and they're different things.
Yes, it's an analogy for the type of logic, because he said, if you're not there to witness a dinosaur give birth or lay an egg, how can you know it's a dinosaur egg? Well, you can know it's a dinosaur egg by finding it. Like, you don't have to. That was what the analogy was for. It's a silly line of
But
logic
the
to
truth,
think you
truth,
have to be there to witness an event for something to have happened.
yeah. But the truth is, you don't know. You don't know that the dinosaur laid the egg. All the evidence points in that direction, but you don't know, nor do I.
If
Nobody
we could
can.
trust our experts, it would be great. If we could trust the experts, that's why they bring expert testimony in court to people that weren't there, so they could give relevant statement within the field. So
Yeah, but in the analogy,
hold on, let me
Hank
just respond real quick. Hold on,
dismissing the
Jace, real quick. Let me just respond. Real quick, let me just respond to the dinosaur egg thing. You know it's a dinosaur egg because you found it. Well, I could say that's a unicorn egg, and you know because you found it, it's a classic affirming the consequent fallacy.
No, it's not. And the analogy, right, would be you're dismissing the expert's testimony in court and still saying, well, I wasn't there, so the perp isn't guilty because I wasn't there to see the event happen. And that's just not how things work.
you can have expert testimony on both sides who both have different opinions.
I don't know, man. I was making an analogy, right? I think that's getting lost on you. It's not meant to be a one-to-one direct correlation. It's an analogy.
Yeah, to say dinosaurs lay eggs is the burden for us to say it happened to just prove it beyond reasonable doubt, to then make a statement of absolute certainty. That's ridiculous. It can't be that.
Yeah, that's not the burden. The burden in paleontology is like a 5 sigma or 99.99999, etc. confidence interval for the finding.
What about that soft tissue woman who had said it was cow bones, only 10,000 years old, and got fired? What about that?
Not familiar with that story, but I know of Mary Schweitzer, who found the soft tissue in dinosaur. Well, she found the remnants of it, the mineralized remnants of it, and she wasn't fired. She definitely isn't on like the side of a young Earth. She speaks out against that.
The other guy found it did get fired though, and he got a lawsuit, and I think he got like 3 or 4 million.
Who, Armitage?
I don't remember his name, but he was a scientist who found soft tissue on a T-Rex bone, I believe. And
Well, there was another guy. He was a tech, Mark Armitage, at one of the California schools, and they said he didn't get fired for that. They gave another reason, but he did win some money in a lawsuit. But his paper that he published is heavily criticized because the methods aren't very clear, and I've highlighted some of them in the chat, right? Just look up my name and Mark Armitage, and you'll see the quotes from his paper that I've posted, where he's saying it wasn't mineralized, but it was mineralized. It wasn't put in an acid bath, but it was put in an acid bath. Like, nothing is clear on what he's actually saying in his scientific report, which is where you're held accountable. So, like, quotes from him and news sources don't really mean anything, right? But what he's put in that paper that he wrote, that does mean something, and that's where you're held accountable. And it's very unclear what he's saying. He's contradicting himself left and right in that paper.
Often when we have repeat observations on different days, people confuse it as confusion, but in fact there's more than one experiment, and that's why you'll have that happen.
Yeah, but he's talking about like the same piece of bone, saying that it wasn't mineralized, and then saying he put it in an acid bath, and then in the next sentence saying that he didn't put it in an acid bath. It's like very unclear what he really is saying in that paper. He's contradicting himself left and right.
And if you look at today, what's happening with dark matter and the expansion of the universe, these are flexible things. When somebody comes along and they say, we're not sure what you're saying, it can certainly be a healthy thing. Reviewing the past and finding out how we got here is not the end of the world. And to blindly trowel forward would be how we're going to get into this problem with what to do with our nuclear plants. Nuclear plants are heavy antiques that don't belong there. They haven't figured out what to do with the shit that they create or the problems they create. They're not a solution.
And what would be the solution in your opinion then?
Well, of course, we have geothermal energy. We have energy from the sun. And mostly, if we just learn to stop wasting energy and make things more efficient, like allowing LED instead of the monopoly of the incandescent bulb, yeah, what do you expect?
Yeah, but like that's vague. Can you be more specific? Like, how are they gonna
efficiency,
turn?
offsetting business hours, so there isn't so much peak.
But what is
So there
going
isn't
to
so
be
much
the
peak.
process
Localized
for making
localized
solar
storage
power
for
efficient
peak.
or geothermal?
Hold on,
power
guys. Guys, one at a time. Yo, hold on. I don't know if you guys can't hear each other or what's going on,
No,
but
it's just
we
that
gotta
he
go one at a
asked a
time.
question
Dan,
and then wouldn't allow
Dan's in the
him.
middle of his. Hold on, Dan. Dan was in the middle of his thing. Jace, you can go next. Go ahead, Dan.
I wasn't done.
No, you asked me what kind of solutions were there, and I kept listing.
I thought Dan was in the middle of talking. My bad. All right, let's let Jace finish it up then. And well, why were you responding to his point then if you weren't
He
done?
interrupted me. I was continuing to get more specific about what I wanted, right? It wasn't just that's vague. Can you be specific? And then I was stopping. I was saying, can you tell us specifically how they're going to convert geothermal energy into usable energy or solar energy into usable energy in an efficient way? That was the end of my thing.
The end result would be to be more efficient to begin with, so we don't have the great draws and that we don't have the surge draws in peak hours. Peak hours are the main problem. Otherwise, we could store energy pretty easily. We just would exhaust. So localized storage would be pretty easy and totally feasible. It's just not set up that way. And the vampires need to go. All the converters, all the DC converters that run 24/7 hot for no reason, all the bulbs that are inefficient need to go. And we can survive if we are more efficient. It's just it wasn't. These things weren't designed to be efficient. Certain things are incredibly efficient today. TVs and stuff like that. They just don't run hot like they.
Well, I do somewhat agree with the sentiment that we should be using these other energy sources, but like the problem is how to make them efficient at a large scale, which you kind of just said, well, just make it efficient. It's easy. Well, explain how to do that exactly.
So let's say that we come up with a decent capacitor that'll kickstart a water separator. So we can have a little hydrogen generator in our car, right? We know we could do it. If we hook the car up to the house, we're doing even better. So if you just have the way to kickstart the process with a good little capacitor, have enough energy to get going, you could then create fuel for combustion and then recharge batteries. So this is just about starting.
Are you talking about over unity? That's
No. With the fuel being water, it's not over unity at all. You have a fuel. It's just the most, abundant fuel.
You're talking about a system where you get more energy than it uses?
Yeah.
It's over unity.
But it's not free energy. It's not free energy.
Yeah, it's over. It is. It's over unity. It's free energy. I'm with you. I think there's ways we could get free energy, so I'm not knocking you. I'm just want to make it clear what you're saying.
I'm just pretty sure that the age of oil is over, and they're going to use technologies that have been around that they didn't want in place. For some reason, they know the age of oil is over. That's why they're shit canning gas appliances, because they're not going to be delivering that shit in the future. So the idea is too much transportation with that product. It's just simply too much transportation for an exhaust.
A reasonable way to do this, Jace, would be to ramp up solar panel production. I mean, we know the stats on how much electricity gets used in America and how much solar panels you need to cover that, and it's not a huge area you have to cover. So you ramp up solar panel production. We have ways to store the energy. There's ways where you can store the energy with silos of hot sand. So you can get thermal energy from that. They have ways where that's a new battery. They have gravity batteries, all types of innovative new ways to store the energy. That's a more realistic way. But I like where your head's at, Dan.
We're here. It's just oil's had a fucking stronghold on everything going back, to Kennedy. Really, because Bush was, in the CIA then. So Bush and the oil business, a long time.
If you really cared about going green, though, and not wasting energy and shit, you'd have to get rid of planned obsolescence. I mean, until you get rid of that, that's probably the biggest waste of energy on the planet or on Earth. Oh, I said planet. Write that down. That's the biggest waste of energy on Earth. Saying a Captain Planet, Recycle Man.
Captain Planet, motherfucker.
Yeah, but if you wanted to go green, you gotta stop the planned obsolescence and shit. That would cut down on so much energy usage.
I kind of agree with Dan. We should get away from oil and the oil tycoons in general.
They're ruthless.
Do you think they've hindered, Jace? Do you think they've hindered or suppressed any kind of technology we may have come across having to do with energy, the production or storage of it at all in any way?
Oh, of course they have.
Me too, big time. Big time, yeah. Really? Are you just teasing me, or
no?
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
That's one of the biggest travesties of the globe, dude, on the planet. So yeah,
I know. All right, there is a top 10 Glober spot opening up if anyone wants to try to get in there.
The diesel,
right.
the diesel engine guy, the most versatile type of engine that runs on almost anything, broke because Mercedes wouldn't buy it off of him. Industry knows to wait 15 years, kill you off and get it off your family. They know how to do this. They just don't. Look at Stan Meyer. Stanley Meyer had the hydrogen car going in what, 1997 or something?
And
he
then
died
what
of
happened?
natural causes, didn't he? He was just killed over right after he met with the people, right?
It was a natural baseball bat. It was wood, I think, made out of wood.
Is that what the
oh boy,
politician said?
Party's over, guys. Party's over.
The chief.
Yeah. Time for somebody to check on some facts here. Instead of story time.
Here's the facts. He died right after he met with the people, didn't he?
Chief Squatty
Yeah.
Dog, are you going to use Snopes to check these facts this time?
Yeah,
the big guns.
Your rebuttal to that should have been story time's over. That's what you should have said, Chief.
Yeah.
Story time's over. The fact checker's here.
That's
Yeah. Story time's over, dude. Daddy's home.
Like when Jeremy, somebody said, but did you make that with crayons or something? And then Jeremy said, well, I would if you hadn't eaten them all. It was like a perfect an on the fly rebut to the
I mean, have you ever eaten a crayon, dude? It's not that bad.
I like
Jeremy,
that.
you want to be top 10 flat earther. You gotta be sharp. You gotta be quick witted.
No, I'm putting a stop to this. Jeremy got that from me. It's bull crap, just like everything else, except for that one thing.
Jeremy, no original thought? Who would have thought?
except when he hot mic'd, that's all on him.
Allowed to hot mic a little bit. It's inevitable. It's like Judgment Day. All right, what do you got, Chief? I busted up your whole gyro thing last time. We ended
You
in the
didn't,
same.
though.
We were in the same boat last time. What do you got
No,
for
we
us this time?
weren't. You threw out some sort of like really bullshit trying explanation without any logic behind it, and I provided how it could actually work with a model. So I don't think we're in the same boat.
We're in the same boat because you just have an effect. You have a reason or an idea of why it might work. That's cool. That's cool. That's a neat story. But like, as far as like any actual, like, proof of it, you don't really have anything.
Oh. And all you have is
We
what
both-
again? Oh, I think it's like
me and you
misweighted.
both have the effect. That's it. There's an effect that happens. You don't
Yeah,
have
why
the
is that
cause
effect,
for it.
though?
I don't have the cause. What's up?
So, Squatting Dog, do you think it's a coincidence that he died right after he met those people?
Probably not, dude. Probably meeting with them caused a lot of stress, which later led to a heart attack.
You're a coincidence theory, I think. He's a coincidence theory. Come
How
on,
old
guys.
was he?
So you
A
think
lot
that
of stress.
it was just
It's
stress?
97.
He was 90. No, how old was he?
Yeah, 97.
Oh, yeah, it's probably a heart attack led on by all the stress, dude. Like having
What
those
does
big
age
meetings
have to
causes a
do
lot
with
of stress.
He was 97 in 1997.
That's right, yeah. I used to call him turn of the century because that's when he was born.
He was 58. It says they debunked.
What the fuck, Oja?
It says they debunked his car, saying that it didn't work, and that it's currently on display, but there's no evidence of whether or not it actually.
So they debunked it, but they met at Arby's? How did they debunk it at Arby's?
You literally can just like
By eating
put fuel in it and
fresh.
see if it keeps running in an Arby's parking lot. And when they
Is it-
show, oh hey, here's what everybody knew that fucking hydrogen cars don't work.
It was the meat. Arby's has the meat.
Oh yeah, dude, maybe that's actually
Isn't
what
there a
killed him,
metal?
eating at Arby's.
Yo, isn't there a metal? I think it's called boron that you can introduce to the process to make it happen where you do get more electricity, but the boron runs out.
What?
The doping. The boron is a metalloid, and it's used as a doping agent in a lot of things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
as
don't
you
know
say,
if it's boron exactly, but I heard there was a metal you could use for this electrolysis process to make it so you do get more energy, but the metal runs out.
Well, there's the process that involves gallium aluminum alloys and then putting that in water, which actually causes an oxidation process which releases a bunch of hydrogen, if I remember the process correctly, and then you burn the hydrogen, or you burn like the aluminum oxide gas that is formed, and it gives you back the gallium. So essentially, it's a way of trying to
We
make
gotta
an engine
overeat.
that runs off of aluminum cans.
Gallium. What's the name of the metal again?
It's a gallium aluminum alloy. I can't remember what the exact term for it is, but it forms like a really really brittle alloy that kind of like the contiscate hardness of peanut brittle, and it's really reactive with water.
So you put that how? I thought there was some real easy, cheap like thing you could put in it.
Yeah,
doesn't sound
aluminum's
like
pretty
easy.
cheap.
Well, all of these things suffer from the same kind of detriment that you have to put more energy in than you're going to get out.
Except for the Schwinger effect, right?
Or the Casimir effect.
Go ahead, Larry. That's a new thing. Patent it. Build a engine that works on the Schwinger effect.
I mean, that'd be neat. I had an idea for a giant Stirling engine. Like, you know how it's temperature varies on top, but it's a constant temperature the farther down you get. Like, the idea would be to build a huge Stirling engine so that the bottom is on the hot part and the top gets like colder or whatever. Does that make sense?
They use all the Stirling engines for a whole bunch of stuff. Some
Yeah, but would this
passive
work
sonar.
if you just?
Some passive sonar submarines use Stirling engines.
I know, but would that work if you built a huge one that was like deep in the ground, so that temperature was like constant, and then you had the top of it was like way up high, so that was like cooler or whatever, higher temperature, and then you would get like
Sure,
electricity.
theoretically, you can make geothermal work with Stirling engines.
That's the future.
I mean,
right
isn't
there.
geothermal like responsible for like 10% of the energy in the U.S. already?
I'm not sure. It probably depends on where you are. Countries like Georgia have a lot of geothermal activity.
You know what else I
states, I mean.
You know what other crackpot harebrained idea I had to get electricity from was, you ever see those, I think they're called sipping ducks or something? It's like a duck and it just keeps like bobbing into the glass. It was on Dark Man.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I've seen it, Jeremy.
You know,
There's like looks like a little birdie, like a
yeah, get electricity off of that, right? I've seen huge ones of those.
Anything you take electricity from is gonna slow down the system. So
You get a huge one, you just use a little bit. All right, maybe that's not that feasible. It's probably more feasible to just ramp up solar panel production and go to work. Just start lacing everything with solar panels, telephone poles, the tops of sheds, everywhere. Put solar panels everywhere.
or just finding, the concept where they have the solar panels in space and they have like this laser transfer technology that transfers it to the Earth.
Jeremy.
Chikey. Oh boy, now you thought Chief got here, the party was over. Now it's really fucking over.
Jeremy, look, Merrill engine, I don't know what you're talking about. Try to run a project. We decided of something. It's not in the sky. The light. We need observer, people that go there and take measurements. That's all.
I don't know what you just said.
Huge engine. Come on. Start from the bottom.
Yeah, the engine would be
one project. One project. How many designs?
The bottom part of the engine would be. What's up?
How many experiments you thought about and never did it because they're complicated? Because we have something here, it's easy to do, can do it. Let's do it.
Jake, we already know. You don't need a theodolite. Dude, we're not.
Now you don't need. Yes, you do. Don't need the other.
We're on this energy thing. We're not changing the topic because you.
Energy thing. No.
We can do that after, but
no, you can do after. You can do whatever you want. Start for something. Let's see something work.
This isn't conducive to a good conversation. Right?
You remember the experiment I did? I tried to do. I failed.
What experiment?
Simple experiment. I failed.
What was it?
I take a neodymium magnet, grind it to dust, and show that it's no more magnetic.
And it was still magnetic.
That I destroy the magnetic structure.
It was still magnetic, right?
My argument was that every single piece of metal that you have is magnetic. Only it's not aligned.
No, you said it was going to be. You said you were going to turn it into dust, and it wasn't going to be magnetic anymore. That was
I couldn't turn it into dust because it's too tough.
Yeah, just focus on your magnet dust.
My method to turn it into dust didn't work.
All right, we're right in the middle of this energy thing. Do we want to go on that? Keep on the energy thing, or go on to this magnetic dust thing? What do you guys want to do?
Do the magnet thing. It's more exciting.
Great.
Yeah, man, switch it up. Just saying magnet dust, right? It's great. Let's go.
All right, wasn't it Daiso was making a silly claim that everything's magneto-reactive?
Well, the mainstream idea is that there's not a material out there that's not affected by a magnetic field. So, right?
No.
I don't
My-
think
Oh,
my
that's
that's
the
not.
claim.
You sure?
Well,
My-
right. I would say the science doesn't have a mainstream, but there's entire fields of science like neutrino physics that are about things that aren't magneto-reactive, as some would say.
Do you think
My-
neutrinos is hot dark matter? You think that's the same thing?
No.
my next experiment will be to show that when you rotate a charged plate with charge on it, you can create a magnet like the Earth, like the core. You have the core spinning. It has a charge on it, and it creates the magnetic field of the Earth. So charge a plate of aluminum foil, and show. Don't charge it. Rotate it. Put the compass of my compass of the phone. See, it's not affected. Charge it and rotate it. It will affect the north pointing of the compass. Will move the needle
I
basically.
don't know about y'all, but I lost him at plate.
Or rather, create the north, different north. Now the only problem is the charger. Is the device that create charge. You need the static charge. And I saw, and I have I just need to build it. You can do it simply with the water. That's all you need. Water, like 4 cans of preservants and few wires. That's all.
What?
You never saw it? How you create the static charge with water? Nice.
Are you talking about salt water? Make it turn it into
No,
a good thing?
water,
You're not,
water.
yeah, you're not creating static charge,
You create an
right?
environment for static charge.
Right.
No, static
Right.
charge.
You're performing a process that transfers electrons from atom to atom, which then forms a static charge.
The water drops from some height. They spread into two different ways. One is grounded and one is not, and it creates the water falling through the metal cans creates charge.
You're not creating a charge. You're just creating the direction or a flow. Flow's not the right word because it's everywhere, but like
Okay,
the
I don't
direction
create
and
a
you
charge.
can measure. Yeah.
I don't create a charge. Of course, I can't create charge. I charge the plate. Collect the charge from this process that the water do.
Yeah, you're right. Water is polarized. It has a partially positive end, a partially negative end, right? And so you can do different processes to transfer the electrons in the water. And so yes, you're not creating electrons, but you are transferring them to create regions of charge.
Yeah, the amount of charge in the universe is more or less fixed. I can change it.
Does water's mass change when it freezes? We know it expands. That doesn't mean its mass could change, does it?
Everything. Your mass changes when your temperature is higher. Your mass is higher, and when your temperature is lower, your mass is lower.
Really?
The difference is, yeah. Mass equal
yeah.
make it
You have more
energy
energy.
equal mass. However, the difference in energy is so small you wouldn't be able to measure it.
Yeah, you'd need like a really specific kind of scale to measure what you're talking about.
An old school clock, when you charge the spring, it weighs more. Not weigh, it has more mass. It has more mass.
So frozen water increases by over 10% in size.
Yeah, it undergoes thermal expansion.
And
The water
you think
molecules
it weighs more?
themselves, the water molecules themselves don't increase in size, but the density of how they're packed or how they're interacting with each other does change.
I think the mainstream claim is that hot things weigh more. When something gets hot, it weighs more.
What?
When something has more energy, it weighs more. There was once a challenge in what's the name? The channel, the one with the Met. And
Equals
the
MC
question was
squared.
like this. Let's say that there are
He's
many.
talking about Ken Wheeler.
No, Ken Wheeler. You kidding me? PBS space-time. PBS space-time. So the question was this.
Jake is a big fan of Ken Wheeler, I think, right, Jake?
Huh?
I said you're a big fan of Ken Wheeler, right?
Yeah, right. So the challenge was this. The question is this. There are 5 kilo hammers all over the world. You have people lift them up. Is the mass of Earth changes? Does the mass of Earth changes?
What?
Well, there's
I
no
don't know,
bones.
Chuck.
There's no bones in ice cream.
I don't know, Chuck, but
That's
according,
the
right,
question.
in
That was the
theory,
question.
according to relativity, right, if something is hotter, that means it has more energy, which means technically it does have more mass. Now, the amount of mass that it's going to gain from its temperature increase is very minuscule. Like, you're not going to be able to measure that with like a normal scale. But with something like a penning trap, you might be able to measure that kind of thing, but it is very minute. But according to relativity, it will have more mass.
Yeah, but you're going to measure 200 pounds against 200 pounds, and I don't know how much electron volts, which is electron volts is a tiny amount. It's not, you need very accurate things to measure it, but you need to add the 200 pounds.
Yeah,
You need to measure the whole thing.
You need something like a penning trap, like that would be
I'm not
probably
familiar
something I would think of to try to measure that.
what penning trap is. I'm not familiar with it.
It's a device that can take very, like it's a device, usually it's used to measure the mass of particles, like electrons have been measured using penning traps and protons and neutrons and stuff, but it has a certain way of moving them around, along with using like isotopes of carbon to do certain things that allows you to come up with a mass for the object or the particle that you're measuring with it.
But we're not measuring a
So,
particle, we're
Jace,
measuring a human.
you agree if an object gets hotter, it weighs more?
Sure.
What, did you say yes, sure, yes, sir? I didn't. Maybe I cut
I
out.
said sure, yes.
Yeah. So there you go, Dan. When water becomes ice, it weighs less.
What?
Chief don't understand. Fill him in, Jace.
Yeah.
Chief, right? So in relativity, right, the kinetic, if you heat something up, you're applying more kinetic energy to its internal components, like the electrons and the quarks and stuff that make it up, right? So if you give them more kinetic energy, according to relativity, right, you're giving it also more mass. But the amount, right, it's very, very important to make the distinguish that the amount of mass that you're giving it is very, very minuscule. That's why I said you'd need like these very specific types of scales to measure.
So, Dan, to answer your question, yes, when you have if you have a certain amount of water and you turn it into ice, it'll have less mass and weigh less.
That's
So
anecdotal. That's anecdotal.
that's Jace's paradigm. What are you talking about?
Well, he asked if it weighs more or less, and that's anecdotal. Theoretically, yes, it weighs less. Practically, you have no scale
physically.
that will show it.
Physically, Jace, what's going on? Is this all theoretical or is this facts right here?
No,
Relativity.
It's not theoretical. Like I said, people have used things like penning traps to measure these effects. But in the context that you're talking about with ice, like you're not going to measure the weight of water on a typical scale and then freeze it and think you're going to see a change in its weight. That's not going to happen. You need a much more sensitive scale and a much different experimental setup.
But Jace, we know that it does in fact weigh less and have less weight, or has less mass and weighs less. We know that. That's a fact, right?
Yeah, it's a line of logic. If you change the kinetic energy of particles like electrons and protons and neutrons in a penning trap, and they change their mass, correlative to the relativistic equation where E equals mc squared, right, in the penning trap, you would think that that effect would also be the same in something like water. Like, yeah, you may not be able to exactly measure it, but I don't see a reason for why that effect would suddenly stop happening just because the electrons and protons and stuff are in a water molecule. They should still be exhibiting that same effect.
We have nuclear power plants. We know that we can convert mass to energy, right?
Well, so huge amounts of warm water, like in the Gulf of Mexico versus Alaska, where the water's cold, the curvature rate would be different because the mass is different, the gravitational pull is different.
But even if you had a scale that measured nanograms, you probably wouldn't see it. It's on a much lower scale.
Aren't you going to say that's why it's an oblate spheroid? Because it's cold at the top and the bottom, so the mass is all warped? Come on, you got to at least try that one. If you're going to wing it, you got to wing it. That's why it's an oblate spheroid, right? It's cold at the top, so the mass is all...
Why I need to inject anything? There was a question which we answered.
Actually, the math would work out that during the day things would weigh more because sunlight pushes down on them.
Perhaps you didn't notice. I don't give answer. I don't push anything. I ask questions.
So where have this been measured? Something weighing more or weighing less because of the temperature?
Penning traps.
Penning traps. You bring one up.
Yeah, people have done this experiment with electrons. Like they've measured just the rest energy of an electron, then they've measured the energy of it when it's moving at specific velocities that they control. They do it using penning traps.
And what do they do in the Large Hadron Collider? You think they don't know the mass and the mass of every particle they detect?
Well, like, right, they do predictions based off the cross section of the velocity that they're giving. Say if they're doing like the Atlas or CMS experiments, or sending protons around, right? So they know what velocity they're going to send the proton around at. And based off that velocity, they're going to calculate the cross section using the mass that corresponds to that velocity, right? Then you get a prediction for the types of particles you would expect to get as a result from that mass and the amount of collisions you would expect to have, right? And then you can check, how accurate is your mass prediction based off of that.
I'm trying to figure out where could I go take some water, frozen water, boiling water, and normal water, and measure it, man.
You don't have the means.
Well, who got a penning trap? I go tell them, hey, measure, weight these waters.
Those who has it.
Well, I explained this before. It's a line of logic, right? The penning trap is usually
not
used.
actually measure.
The penning trap is usually used for particles like electrons and protons and stuff, neutrons, etc. Right, and so they could see the mass changes based on energy with those. So you would think, right, unless someone can provide a good reason, that just because now the electrons or the protons, neutrons are in a water molecule, why they shouldn't have that same effect, right? Unless someone can provide that, then you have to kind of go with that they are going to have that effect because that's what you measure. Now you're not going to be able to put water in a cup and like put it on the scale and then freeze it and then weigh the ice again and think you're going to see some big mass change. That's not what's being claimed.
I mean, what if I have a lot of water? I mean, more mass.
Well, Rakia brought up the example of the oceans.
I can't
right?
wait the
I don't
ocean.
know how you would weigh the ocean, but
Yeah, I
that
can't
might
wait
be
though.
a scale, right? No, not a scale as in the measuring device, but a scale as in a magnitude of amount of water, where you might actually be able to see that effect. I just don't know how you would measure that.
So you're saying it has to be in that type of massive scale to be able to measure this thing?
I
Well,
would
if you're
measure
going to
the
do it with something like water,
you'd measure the pressure at the deepest place of the ocean. However, the ocean is so dynamic that probably the pressure changes without changing temperature, just due to tides, currents, and stuff like that. The ocean is not the place to do experiments like this.
That's what I'm asking. How much water do I need to try at least get a nano measurement?
The amount of water doesn't matter. The portion of
Much
mass
mass?
you add to the water, it doesn't matter how much water. If it's a drop or
Hey,
an
how much
ocean,
mass?
very, very little.
It definitely matters. I would feel like the more you would need so much of it to register anything on even the best scale we had. I mean, this should be a fact for anyone that believes in relativity, because E equals mc squared. You get something hotter, you're putting more energy into it. Colder, it loses energy. I mean, this is Einstein right here.
I'm
But it's
guessing it's
only
on the
only been
order of
measured. But
on
it's
the
only been.
order of. Go on.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
So, but it's only been measured on this penny trap that nobody can actually go and do it themselves. There's only those selected few there are there.
You have an electron that what's its mass? 500 electron volts, something like this. So you can measure the difference between 500 and 510. Yes, but you can't measure it when it's in water. The change will be the same, and you have a big drop of water that weigh much more than 500 electrons.
because the change, it's m is equal to E squared divided by C squared, or the square root of that, right? So when you convert that into like gram units or even joules, right, the changes are extremely minuscule because C is a very large number. So that's why you have to use these very controlled experiments with electrons or neutrons, protons, positrons, etc., in a very controlled device like a penny trap, if you want to see these kind of effects.
Did you hear about the alpha G? I think it's called experiment that they designed.
Does any of y'all believe what they're selling, man? You think this is true? Any of y'all do?
Well, I've seen they have a couple penny traps down in the nanotech building at my university.
Elbow, this Pennington trap thing. Elbow, this Pennington trap thing's irrelevant, bro. Relativity is the most tested theory ever. The most tested scientific theory. If that shit says E
General
equals MC
relativity.
squared, yeah, if that shit says E equals MC squared, and fucking we're getting more energy into it, it's gonna have more mass. It's gotta weigh more, bro. That's all there is to
Yeah.
it.
Every time I drop my cell phone, Einstein gets a wing.
The point is that nuclear reactors power cities all over the world. So the technology is based on the science, and the science is at least legitimate. So it's at least legitimate. I think we can be safe to say that E equals MC squared is a pretty accurate description of what's going on. So if there's binding energy, and if Jace has seen these things be shown on the most, in the subatomic nano level, then I don't know why there's even any questioning it. It's like if the only reason to question something like this would be like if we have evidence to question it, but it's just like question it for the sake of not believing something somebody said.
Well, some people published a paper a little bit back about measurements of like the rest mass and different masses of the electron as like a standard for like the standard for certain experiments. And so they were at my university and they were in the nanotech building, and I go there sometimes. So I asked them one day if I could see the thing they were using to do these measurements, and pretty cool little device they have.
You're hammering a nail, let's say, but you lift the hammer up. The hammer weigh more. You weigh less. The hammer goes down. The
Hold on,
hammer
I'm
weigh
writing
less.
this down. This shit is profound.
Well, a little while back,
You don't need to raise the temperature. You increase its potential energy. That's enough. Increase the potential energy. Its mass increases.
A little while back, there was a big push in physics to standardize certain things about the electron, and so that's why they did the mass measurements. Some of them were done, like I said, at my university, but they also did at the University of Nottingham and another one in England. I forget what its name is. Edinburgh, maybe something like that. But they did the electrostatic surface measurements too of the electron. So like the area at which if you take another electron or proton, another charged particle, and you scatter it off an electron, basically the radius of the circle or sphere that would make, and they found it to be almost exactly spherical, and it kind of gave like a size per se, something that can be thought of as a size. It's not the actual size of the electron because it's the electrostatic surface of it and not the electron itself, but for all intensive purposes, for a lot of experiments, it was another big measurement that was made.
So either you gotta call Jace a liar, or just stuff. There's no reason to deny this stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, it allowed, right? It was a big thing for biology because it allowed electron microscopes. We were then able to use those measurements of mass and of the diameter, the radius of the sphere of the electrostatic surface to increase the resolution of certain kinds of electron microscopes, like cryo-EM went from being able to resolve like very large atoms to now we can resolve hydrogen, which is the smallest atom in a protein or in a DNA strand. So it had a major trickle down effect.
I mean, no one's calling Jace a liar. I'm Jace. Don't take offense to this, but I have as much evidence Jace is a professional dog walker than he is a molecular biologist.
That's actually. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a good point. I know from talking to Jace, that's my evidence. I know for a fact that what he's saying is true. So that's true.
Were you there?
Listening, the common person just listening would kind of have more evidence that he's a professional dog walker. Huh?
Maybe I am.
Hey, we do have quite a bit of evidence. We do have quite a bit of evidence that you are a dog walker. Now, whether you're getting paid for it,
Yeah, professional is the only question here. But weighing an electron, I mean, we've said the word Pennington scale or whatever it's called. I looked it up, but how is it weighing it again? What's the process?
I think it's called the penny trap.
Did my question come through? I mean, you're taking a singular electron and weighing it with a machine. Go ahead. I'd like to hear the explanation of that.
I thought it had something to do with measuring, like they propel it or something like that, and then they measure the charge or something like that. I don't. So I forget. Jason's gonna know, but he's not saying nothing.
Well, unless he got a job and had to pick up a poop bag, I don't hear him like. You know what I'm saying? That the weighing part is the only question I have. I don't have a question about the scale itself or that he saw it or, they have electrons in there and they add energy and the scale goes up from whatever to whatever. That's fine. But getting the weight or mass of an electron. Go ahead.
quite elementary, dear Watson. You see, they told me so. I believed them.
I mean, you get my point, right? I mean, I'm very, very, very little.
Sorry, I had to go first.
I wouldn't know how.
What's he asking? How does a penning trap work?
How does it measure mass?
Weigh a single weight of an electron, or does it?
Yeah, it's kind of a complicated process, but it's a version of a mass spectrometer, basically. So it's steering electrons around in a magnetic field, electromagnetic field, right? And they can come from like nitrogen or an isotope of carbon. And then it has a detector that it steers them into, basically, and that detector will pick up the mass of the particle that hits it.
So you're telling me we can weigh the mass of an electron by moving it past a detector? I'm going to assume it's some type of laser or something. I mean, I can't imagine anything else. Right? Am I close?
Yeah, there's different types of detectors. You could use like a laser, like you said, or you could use a charge coupled device, which is a little bit different than a laser. Some can use a photomultiplier tube type of detector. There's different ways of detecting it, but it's based the path. The way it kind of works, the principle of how it works is that when you're steering it along a curve, right, the radius of the curve that it takes is based off of the mass. So you're holding the electromagnetic field constant, you're holding all the other variables constant, and so the radius that the particle takes through the field around the curve is based off of its mass.
Now we're getting somewhere. So is this an average, or is this like they can weigh each electron?
I would say they do single measurements, right? But you do a whole bunch of them, and then you do the statistics at the end.
I got
You're
you. Fair enough.
measuring each one individually, right? You're measuring each electron individually, but you do that, billions of times, and then you do a statistical.
Yeah, you're measuring the path, the radius of that electron. You're scanning that, and then due to that path, you're assigning a weight. You have to start somewhere with a benchmark, and then you assign a weight due to that benchmark, due to the path that each one takes, on average.
Yeah. That you have a reference. So you use like a isotope of carbon or a nitrogen isotope, something that already is standardized in its mass, right? And that's how you kind of develop the relationship of the radius to mass relationship.
But it's just so the audience knows, it's not like putting it on a scale. It's the path that it takes. If it's a smaller path or a larger path, that dictates how much they say it weighs or how much mass it has, correct?
Yeah, I don't know why you needed to point out that it's not like putting it on a scale, like nothing on the atomic scale, on the chemistry scale is like putting it on a scale for any kind of, even this is not just single electrons and stuff, like for chemicals, you're doing a very similar thing. If you're going to measure their mass, you're sending them down in a mass spectrometer, you're sending them down a path, and like water will take the radius of a water ion will take a different path, different radius than like a methane ion, etc. So yeah, we're not like tossing single water molecules onto a scale in the bathroom and taking their weight. That's not how it's done.
Yeah, no one said a scale in the bathroom, but when you say weighing, a lot of people here, we have toilet cleaners on up to concrete finishers. Assume that it's some type of scale, not like a path of something. So that I just want to make sure I was correct on that. It is the path. Great.
Yeah, yes, but it does, right? Because in chemistry, right, how it relates to actual scales is we then use those mass measurements in a mass spectrometer, which isn't a scale, but when we're actually weighing out reagents, like if I need a specific amount of water, I will weigh it with an actual scale, a balance, right? They have a lab balance. And we can measure that out, and the amount that I'm using, right? The way I can figure out how to not use too much or too little of a reagent is based, the mass from the mass spectrometer has to be correct, or else I would be either using too little or too much and wasting materials, right? So within an error margin, it has to be at least somewhat accurate. So it does translate to the actual using a real scale world, but just in a different way than what normal people would think of.
Yeah, fair enough. And you're also saying when you add energy into that, or heat, that those electrons or whatever would have more mass and would scale out or take a larger radius, right?
Yes.
There you go, Jeremy.
Can I ask you a question, Jay?
Kinetic anything?
Can I ask a
The,
quick
the
question?
same applies for like a regular mass spectrometer too. Like if I was to put water, in a mass spectrometer, the reason why we can standardize its mass there is because a normal mass spectrometer controls for the temperature. It heats the water to a very specific temperature, so that's how you're able to standardize the mass in that case. But with these penning traps, right, they're wanting to see how those masses change, and they correspond just the same way if you were to change the temperature in a regular mass spectrometer. That's how you know you're at least on the right track if you're seeing the same effects almost everywhere.
Can I ask you a question to see if this analogy fits? It's like, would it be like if you had, let's say you didn't know the mass of a barrel? There's a barrel with like some mass, and it's sliding across the ice, right? Some frictionless surface or something, and at some velocity, and you strike it from the side with some known force, and based on its path, you're basically determining, because you can determine its inertia from that, and you can basically infer its mass through that reaction. Would that be some sort of somehow analogous to what this is doing by observing the path? Like it's observing the path and then sort of inferring from its momentum, like its inertia and therefore its mass.
Um, kind of. The thing is, what it's using in like these kind of mass spectrometer things, instead of inertia, it's using the electromagnetic field, right? It's putting a charge, either a +1 or a -1 charge on in say like just a water molecule or carbon dioxide or methane, whatever kind of molecule you're sending through, right? And that's one of the variables that's being held constant for every atom, every molecule that you put through. It always has a +1 or -1 charge depending on what you pick. And so that kind of sets the scale, right? And so that it's kind of analogous with inertia, but it's a little different, I guess.
Okay, because with that you an expected path based on the force that you know is going to be acting on it, and that path's going to be deviated from by some amount, and you're going to use that to determine the mass, right?
Yeah, you have a reference of usually the reference is of hydrogen with +1. You put a +1 charge on a hydrogen atom, which is just a proton, right? And that sets the scale of one atomic mass unit, right? And so if you put water in there with a +1 charge and you get 18, that means you have 18 atomic mass units, 18 units in terms of H plus, in terms of hydrogen plus.
Okay, so wait, are you using? So how? I guess this is something that's always confused me a little bit because don't they have what they call like the charge mass, like the charge mass relationship order?
Yeah,
Because so how I don't understand how they find one from the other.
it measures the mass charge ratio, right? So the top number is the mass divided by the charge. So if you're doing just +1 for the charges, right? So say I have a water molecule, right? What the mass spectrometer does, right? Because water is neutral, right? So if you send a neutral water molecule through the mass spectrometer, it's just going to go straight and crash into the wall. But what the mass spectrometer does is it puts a charge on the water molecule. It removes an electron. It ionizes the water molecule to give it a +1 charge, and then the electromagnetic field can then influence the water molecule. And since
Well, okay.
the charge is just +1, right? So now the radius of the path is what gives you the mass number, right? The heavier the atom or the molecule is, the larger radius it will have through that path, the lighter it is, or the less mass it has, the
Right.
smaller the radius it will have. But by
Basically, what
charging it,
yeah. No, I was asking because I forgot that that's what you got to determine first. You got to determine the charge mass ratio, and then by virtue of that, by virtue of knowing the charge, you can determine the mass from that relationship, and then knowing that you took away one electron or whatever.
yeah. And with modern mass spectrometers, not penning trap style ones, just regular mass spectrometers, you can do all sorts of different charges. You could do +1 is like the standard mode, but you could also do negative. You could do negative ion mode, which is where you add a proton onto the molecule, and so now you have it's. Or you add an electron onto it, not a proton. And so that gives it a negative charge, and it's still right. You'll get a negative mass, but like we know, negative masses don't exist, obviously. So it's just telling you the mass, but just with a negative charge on it instead of a positive. But you could do +2, you could do -2, right? So water, the mass charge ratio you get for water is in the positive ion mode, you get 18 divided by 1, which means it's just 18. With negative ion, you'll get -18 over 1. But if you put a 2+ charge on it, then you'll get 36 for the mass and 2 for the charge. So you just have to reduce that. You divide 36 by 2 and you get back to 18. So whatever charge you put on the ion, you can figure out the mass from that. But it'll change the radius of the path. That's why I said you usually want to hold the charge constant, because you don't want to be changing the radius of the path. You want that constant, the charge.
Yeah, but that does have to do with its inertia, though, doesn't it? If you're changing the path, keeping the charge constant, you're basically learning the charge mass, mass charge ratio, or whatever. You're learning that from the path, right?
Yeah, you're learning the mass from the radius that it takes, where it hits the detector tells you the mass, and then you're controlling the charge. So you should know the charge. Either you're putting a +1 charge, a +2, +3, or a -1, -2, -3, whatever you choose to do. But just know that if you're not doing +1 or -1, then you have to divide your mass number by the charge that you put on the ion to get the actual mass.
I guess it's just confusing because you said it's not really inertia based or whatever, but yeah, that's why I gave that analogy, is because that's what it seems like to me. It's like if you were, same thing if you had a puck or a barrel or something and it was moving across the ice, and like the force that's acting on it, or like the charge basically, and so what the path it should go in based on what mass it would be. That would be like sort of well, I guess momentum based, momentum or inertia or whatever.
No, that's right, Coach. I didn't understand really what you were saying at first, but now I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's analogous. If you're keeping the force, constant, it's kind of the same as keeping the charge and the electromagnetic field constant. Right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Then that's kind of what I thought. So that's what I thought. I was, because you weren't here for a second. He was asking to explain it, and I remember, I think Zanuck or somebody when I first met him, he told me that he'd seen this also in the lab, and I thought it was cool, like weighing an electron that way. And that's actually kind of how I was trying to explain it. It's like, yeah, they know the charge that they know the charge that's acting on the electron. So yeah, but just by observing how it's moving, basically, you can infer that from the momentum, or from the path, the mass. So I mean, it's kind of a neat way of doing it. If you have something that can detect that, then I don't see why you couldn't claim to know its mass.
Yeah, and there is different kinds of mass spectrometers. There's the ones that use, like I was giving just the basic example of the radius of the path, but there's also ones that use the time of flight, right? The instrument doesn't change size, it's a set path length that the ions always take, but it'll measure how long they take to get down that path. So there's there's those kinds of mass spectrometers too. They're called, like I said, time of flight mass spectrometers. And the penning trap is it's that same principle, just on a much smaller, controlled. It's more of a controlled scale, which is why you can measure with more precision than just a regular mass spectrometer.
Yeah. I think actually that's part of what Zanik had brought up actually. But yeah, that's just cool. But that's what I mean. It's like I don't see why like either people would have to be lying or denying this sort of stuff is. But I guess I don't know if anyone was denying it per se, or just being skeptical of it. But
Yeah, I mean, chemist, like every chemist in the world probably is doing mass spectrometry. At least 95% of them are doing mass spectrometry every day. It's a huge part of chemistry. And the masses that are on the periodic table come from mass spectrometry. And if they are incorrect, you would be either using too little or too much reagents all the time, because you're making your calculations for how much methanol or how much sodium hydroxide or how much sodium carbonate, whatever you're using. They're all based off of those periodic table numbers, which come from mass spectrometry. So it's like verifying it over and over and over again every day.
Did anyone called anyone liar during this conversation?
No, not
Why?
this conversation, but I've been told atoms and
So why
electrons and
mention it?
all
Why
this
mention
stuff
things like this?
don't exist.
Why mention it? We finally had a calm conversation, back and forth, you and Rakia. Everything is cool. Don't mention we have a name calling here all day. Finally,
This
we stay on
Kosho's
subject.
it's
Don't
because
mention
Kosho's a
negativity.
rabble. He's a rabble rouser. I know.
first of all, I didn't say Jace was lying. I said Jace would have to be lying because this conversation started with people were questioning how we knew that the mass of like the mass would change if the water got colder or whatever. Like if ice from ice to water, water to steam, if the mass itself would change. And he's basically confirming that by talking about the penny trap test. I'm saying that would have to be false, and also nuclear fission would have to be false for it to be the case that this doesn't happen. So
Yeah, so right, like you would say a prediction of relativity based if you had a mass spectrometer that could measure, let's say, electrons, right? You would say a prediction of relativity would be if you're using a radius type of mass spectrometer, that the radius where it hits the detector should be when you give the electron more energy, it should hit the detector at a larger radius of a path, right, based on what relativity predicts. Or if you're using a time of flight mass spectrometer, the time of flight should be longer the more energy that the electron has. So it should have a longer time of flight, right? Those would be predictions of relativity. And that's the kind of thing that has been verified with these penning traps.
All right, now we know an electron doesn't have any color, right? So, but what does it taste like, though?
I
It's
don't know.
sour. You ever put a battery on your tongue? It's sour.
We've never seen an electron, but
Funnily
we know
enough,
it doesn't have color. We've never
I heard
tasted.
that,
I mean,
yeah, I heard that the sour taste is actually from a proton. It's actually what you're tasting. There's a positively charged proton.
Yeah,
Right here.
protons are the thing that's transferred in the acid base reaction.
Absolutely incorrect. It's a current on your tongue.
Yeah, but current doesn't exist like on its own. There's something that has to transfer the current.
Yeah, that's where your paradigm says it's an electron.
Like Kosho said, he was talking about the acid, the proton in that case.
Yeah, but when you put your tongue on a battery, you're not putting it in the acid. You're putting it on the outside. The fucking
Yeah, but both positive and negative charges are flowing. It's not just one, they have to compensate for each other. So through your tongue, you're having both electrons and protons.
you're getting a current through your mouth of electrons, electricity, not protons.
I don't know, Kosho, do protons, I always thought protons flow the opposite direction in electrodynamics.
Are you crazy? That's not how any conductor works. What are you talking about? You're saying that there's protons flowing the opposite way in a copper wire? It's crazy.
By the way, if you imagine the electrons zipping in amazing speed in this copper wire, that's not what happened. They slow as snail.
It says right here, for solid conductors, electric current refers to directional negative to positive electrons from one atom to the next. Liquid conductors, gas conductor, electric current refers to electrons and protons flow in the opposite direction. It says protons flow in the opposite direction. But nonetheless,
In a copper wire,
I think Kosho was talking about
in a
something
copper
different.
wire. You just made a claim that in a copper wire, it's
Dude, I'm
not the
making any
electrons.
claim.
You made the claim that in a copper wire the electrons aren't flowing, and it's the protons that are flowing now.
No,
You're
that's
crazy,
not
dude. It's
what
the
I
electrons
claimed.
that flow. It's the electrons that flow on the
Yeah,
outside of the
that's
copper wire,
not
my
what
dude.
I claimed.
That's what electricity is, and now you're claiming that it's not what electricity is. That's kind of ridiculous.
One, I did not claim that, and two, I don't really want to argue with you over that, but it's not what I claimed to begin with. But Kosho was talking about something different anyways. But
They start vacuuming. But yeah, I was just saying that I've heard from Steve Mould, of all people, and he said that yeah, when you taste your taste buds, you taste something sour. It's really what your taste buds are experiencing are these basically a hydrogen nuclei, which are just protons.
Hydrogen nuclei contain electrons, my dude.
Hydrogen nuclei? I don't believe they do contain electrons.
they don't. No, the
Oh,
hydrogen
you're saying
atom
the
contains.
electron. You're saying the electron from the battery current going through your mouth interacts with a proton on your taste bud. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that when you taste something sour, the sour taste is all I'm saying. Is that what he claimed was that you're tasting, you're basically tasting protons.
Yeah, acids refer to the transfer of hydrogen nuclei or H
But
plus
the
ions.
problem with that is
And
you
so,
taste the sour taste when you put an electric current on your tongue. And that's what I said. You said, what's electricity taste like? I said it's sour. You put a battery on your tongue. The electricity runs through your tongue and interacts with your taste buds, and it tastes sour.
I don't think
That's
that's
a
what's
proton.
happening.
That's not a proton. That's an electron.
Acidic taste, right? Our taste buds, when you taste something acidic, like Kosho said, it's due to the receptors interacting with H plus ions.
Well, there's no H plus ions in electricity. It's just electrons in electricity. And when you put electricity on your tongue, it tastes sour. So you must be wrong in some way.
I don't
This is the
think
video I was
so.
referring to.
Can I get a mic check?
Loud and clear.
I was over here checking my headphones because I didn't hear anybody talking.
Damn, so fucking hot in my house, man. Yo, no joke. I think I had that disease that was going around a couple years ago. I think I had that last week, man. It was not good.
You talking about toxoplasmosis?
I don't know what you could call it nowadays, but you know
What do you mean nowadays? It's the same name.
because we're not allowed to talk about it. So it's like, what can you call it? I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's different versions, right? There's the Mexican beer germ, and then there's Elron. What's third? What's the other one?
I don't know. I didn't know they had different names.
Yeah, you know.
The Simpsons one.
Simpsons one.
Oh, that's a different variant of it.
Right.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, what was that from Futurama? Omicron Persei 8. There is that one, Omicron variant. I think that's the one that I had.
Yeah, I said Elron because.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I got a fake, let's just call it certificate that says that I got punched. I made it myself, and yeah, so it's hard to say if that would have helped me because I was pretty sick. But not that we need to talk about that. I just didn't know if I looked it up. I was like, and it's like actually said this summer there's reasonably low cases of it. So I was like, maybe I don't know. It's weird that I had it.
Did you do a testing, or are you just randomly thinking it or whatever?
I did one of those tests. Yeah.
I'm not even saying those tests are valid. I'm just wondering if you did one.
Well,
you did one. You did one.
I did, and yes, it did.
When you got a Miley Cyrus that's so dangerous, you have to take a test to find out if you got it.
I just wanted to see if that's what it was. Turns out it was.
What were your symptoms?
I had chills, and they were multiplying every day. And other than those chills, I had just runny nose and my head hurt and stuff. Cough. Couldn't sleep. But the chills were the worst part. I had to wear like a jacket, a sweater, a robe, gloves, sweats, socks. And seriously, my garage is 110 degrees. And I had to sit in my garage for like 20 minutes just to start sweating.
A friend of mine also tested positive for that thing, and he had extreme chill things as well. He said it was the worst thing he's ever gone through. And he did.
I mean, it was pretty bad.
And he did get a Jibby Juice thing, so.
He got one of those? Yeah, see, I don't know.
Yeah, he did.
I don't know. You know, I was in a car when I was driving Lyft before. I had a lady in the car, and she was like in the industry, I guess. And she was even telling me that she was having a sort of conversations with a friend of hers because I forgot one of them had gotten sick already, and one of them had gotten punched, and the one who had gotten sick already was much more protected than the one who got punched. So not that that says anything against being punched, but I think there's something to, being protected from having it before, which I thought I might have had it before at the beginning, but this time it was definitely worse. Was that recently?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird because I thought that it was kind of done, but the chills being the main thing, like that was the main the worst part about it was like how like I would be covered up completely, and it's 100 degrees here like every day, so it's not hard to find heat, but it was hard. Like like I said, I had to wear gloves all the time, sweats all the time, all that kind of shit.
That is similar to the way he described it. Yeah, extreme chills and like fever stuff. Yeah, he said it was the worst thing he's ever gone through.
Yeah, I was worried for a second. I was like, dude, maybe I should have gotten that goddamn punch. But then, but yeah, I don't really want to talk about it. Honestly, I think that, like I said, I think that you're more. I think that you're protected more so, or better so by just having it and going through it and that kind of thing. You make it through it.
Yeah, I mean, he went through. It was terrible for him, and he got the juice. So it's not like there's some. I know that there's claims that if you get that thing, it's better. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think that thing's gonna help you. It's my opinion.
Yeah, my son, he's just turned 30, and like our whole family into natural health, mega vitamin supplementers. We almost never ever get sick, right? So my son ended up with the minestrone because of his employment, and I've never known him to be so unwell as he is now. Like he's always, nothing life-threatening, but he's always now got some kind of, throat cough or a sniffle or and like he's just constantly. He picks up everything. So I just anecdotally, I have no doubt that he's now immunocompromised in some way after chowing on the minestrone.
Did he get in the ring and take a few jabs?
He had to do that work.
He did.
Well, I know the claim is that that's supposed to be better than nothing. If you eat nothing and then you're fighting it, but I think the best case is fighting it and having beat it. You know, I think you're supposed to be better off than getting punched in the arm or whatever. In that case, but still, I mean, I thought the whole thing was over. I guess because people stopped talking about it, but it seems like there's still some to go around.
Yeah, Ukraine pretty much ended it. I thought that the George Floyd thing was going to end it. It seemed like it because everybody was like, "Oh, you better stay home," except for the Bureau of Land Management, the BLM. You know, they went and made some property go from real expensive to real cheap. So it looks like somebody got some really good deals on that. So I guess it was okay to protest at that point.
Well, I think that was kind of the way I see that is that was sort of like a recipe for disaster because we had all this pent up, sort of locked up rage because everyone was locked up and quarantined and all that kind of stuff, and then something like that happens, and then it's like people were looking for an excuse to get out, and now it's like they had all this pent up rage, and now they're just going out and just doing dumb shit.
It's funny how, something happens on January the 6th and, it's an insurrection, but whatever happened through all the Bureau of Land Management burning down, really expensive properties, making them easy to buy up for next to nothing, pennies on the dollar. That was okay somehow. It's kind of weird how that works, right? It's almost like, I agree with someone's right to protest. Like, don't get me wrong, but there's ways to do it, right? Shit.
I don't think any of it was okay, but I think the big difference was one of them was in the Capitol building, like a government building, and the other one was like all over businesses. So that's why one would be an insurrection, and the other would be just knuckleheads, being knuckleheads, whatever.
Yeah, I don't think it's okay to interfere with anybody's business. But they didn't bring any guns or anything, so it doesn't sound like a very well planned insurrection.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it an insurrection, but yeah, yeah, it was. They call it like riot mentality, because once people start doing dumb stuff and you're in a sort of riot mentality and people are busting in windows, even if it was like agent provocateurs or whatever, the crowd is going to get excited and do dumb shit too. Same in both cases, actually. But there was definitely agent provocateurs in those protests, which is always kind of a strange, thing to be present in anything. It's like there's like people like they dropping off like piles of bricks and stuff like that.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the January 6th. Did you see the guy that was like, "Tomorrow we gotta go in the Capitol building"? Did you see that guy? Everybody called him an
I
agent.
saw a few people. I saw there were a few people, but there was people who were not agent provocateurs who were being excitable and stuff like that. So even like I'm not saying there weren't agent provocateurs in that one. There probably were, but there are definitely known agent provocateurs with the protests, like the BLM protest. Even if there weren't bad actors as well. The problem with agent provocateurs is they obviously increase the level of everybody of the people, both part of the protest and the people who are enforcing enforcement against them.
Yeah,
But why do you find it strange they are there? You said it's strange the agent provocateurs are there. Why? Or is it
No, I
strange?
didn't say it's strange. I mean, it's definitely strange. It's definitely it makes you think like that. What else is happening here, right? It's like it's not just this is not just a natural occurrence like this. There's somebody enticing and inciting this riot. Um,
It could be
or at
just
least
someone who get his kick from making a havoc. That's all.
Well, have you ever heard of the Chicago 7? The Chicago 7 thing? Well,
No,
it's
maybe I
1960.
did.
Yeah, it was in the '60s though, and it was from a Democratic rally or whatever, and there was all different parties that got charged with it because there were several riots and protests involved in it, and people got hurt. But with that whole thing is there was certainly, like, without shadow of a doubt, there was undercover cops, FBI, and all sorts of other people that were on the side of the rioters. Like they were purposely inciting the riot, which is crazy because it's like, why, and like I said, like there were so many that I can't even, I don't know the numbers, but it's something like almost half, like half of the people, like they were undercover cops and undercover FBI and shit like that. So that's just weird. It's not always just like, people who want to just cause trouble. It's like, there's actual agents of, the government doing it.
That's what they do, Kosho. What are you on about? You used to be in army. What the fuck are you talking about?
The Navy, but yeah.
Whatever. This is what they do. That's what they tried to deal with. What do you think they call riot police for?
Well, I'm not talking about the riot police. I'm talking about the actual people rioting. Like they were undercover cops, undercover FBI agents that were a part of the riots, fighting cops, or at least fueling the fight.
What they don't know what to deal with is people just sat peacefully. And that's why they need to fuck with them.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find like an actual number. But like, okay, so one of the two of the people in the Chicago 7, I know one of them was like not Andy, what's his name? Andy Kaufman? Is that his name? Who's the guy who said steal this book?
Andy Kaufman were a comedian.
Abby Hoffman. Yeah. Abby Hoffman, not Andy Kaufman. There you go. Abby Hoffman and Jerry Rubin. And actually, Jerry Rubin's girl. So those were two people that were in the Chicago 7. Because it was a trial. They did a trial, Chicago 7. And it was people who were affiliated with or were accused of inciting the riot, but they were part of different protest groups. And Jerry Rubin, his actual girlfriend, was an undercover FBI agent. So she's like, they're that deep in the actual fucking thing. But it says, let me see. Yeah, it says I think there was like 50 different undercover cops and FBI people that were part of that incident. Oh, and that's right. It was a Democratic National Convention. That's what it was. The Democratic National Convention.
What's the situation with Freemasons in military and Navy in America? Because it's well known in the UK that they attach to police.
Yeah.
Kojo, didn't you say you
Yeah,
got asked to be in some Freemason group and you
twice.
You claim you declined?
Yeah, I claim I declined, you jackass. Yeah, no, but I really did. Actually, I regret it because the dude, because you go to boot camp and then you go to job school. And in my job school, I got honor grad and accelerated advancement, and so I got immediately like put to E4, and it's because of my test scores. And I remember I was taking a test one time, and my teacher, the guy who invited me, he can actually see all the computers from his computer, and he knows when someone's taking a test. Like, you don't take them at the same time, you just take them when you're ready. And so I was taking a test by myself, and I was about to answer one of the questions, and I saw my cursor move to a different answer, and I knew it was him that did it. I was like, "Holy shit!" So if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have gotten ranked up. But yeah, he invited me to, because he knew I was going to Virginia, and he said, like, I should go to this lodge, and he gave me all these like papers, like all these like not related to the Freemasons, just like related to some other shit he was into, but books and stuff like that, and yeah, but back then I was like really against all that. But I kind of wish I would have done that. I wish I would have taken him up on that. And I got invited later by another dude in Virginia to go check out this lodge or whatever.
Yeah, I instantly think people are connected to some kind of fellowship when they, even just someone like QE, as soon as I find out they're military, I'm like, oh, okay.
Not even police, there's probably a higher concentration of Freemasons into police or into military, but even in the military, it's not like it's not common to find somebody. So it's like it's more common that you find somebody in the Masons than you would out in the regular world, but it's still not like every guy you meet is going to be a Mason. And you can tell because like there was at least two Mason groups that I knew about. There's like Black Freemasons, and there was Filipino Freemasons, and there was probably a white one too, but I never got invited to that one. But regardless, in those groups, if you're part of the Freemasons, those guys get ranked up way quicker than anybody else. Like, you get ranked up, you're like always up for promotion extremely quickly, which is why Filipinos, they get ranked up really quickly.
So you regret it because you could have been paid for the globe shilling, but instead you're just doing it for free?
No, I regret it because I've recently, like, outside of the Navy, I talked to dudes who were Masons or are Masons, and they talk about, like, what they do. I mean, it's just like any other fraternity. It's like it's a good way to network and to talk to people, and it's like people are. It's kind of like being in this community a little bit. Sometimes I feel like that way in gems. Like, it's like you're networking with people who are in similar interests and similar in different fields, and you know you can kind of find somebody who's knowledgeable in this thing, and they can help you out in this way and that kind of thing. It's very useful, it seems like. So, like, I do regret it for that reason, but I can still look into it too. I can still look into joining.
You just wanted to play dress up with other men, and you're missing out on that.
Yeah, I don't know how much dress up you got to do, but everyone I talk to, they say that it's just like, you go to the meetings and you just talk about books and talk about just shit, shit that shit that's it, dude. Just talk about just interesting shit. That's it.
And what does the G stand for?
I've heard different names. I've heard it stands for God, but
You sure it doesn't stand for gay?
maybe it does. I don't know. I don't know a lot of gay Masons or any gay Masons for that matter. But yeah, I don't know. Fraternities. I don't know if you know this, but fraternities in general are weird.
You're sure? Because they don't let women in.
I think the G stands for God or geometry.
Yeah, right. That's what I thought. Yeah.
Or geometry.
Right. Yeah.
My dad was a master mason. He just recently died, and I've got a shitload of books, all with the degrees and all that kind of thing. So I've been sort of looking at that. It's very interesting with the symbolism and all that. And what you were talking about, when I was younger in Scotland, right? It was like a load of the police, lawyers, and all that. It was just common knowledge they were in the Masons. There was quite a load in Scotland. I'm saying, especially in Scotland. It was
Scotland, yeah.
Yeah, it was quite prevalent. My dad, he was in the Scottish Rites there, but it's fascinating with the symbolism. And another thing, you're not meant to actually invite anybody in.
Right.
A guy, you have to ask to join. So if someone come up and asked you if you're interested in joining the Masons, it's against protocol. But anyway, I just wanted to jump in there.
That's what I wanted to say, is that it wasn't like they invited me, like gave me an invite. It's like they told me I should check out, like they showed me I should check out like a lodge, basically. And it's like I know what they were doing. They were basically suggesting to go check out the lodge. But yeah, it wasn't like they had invited me in. You know what I mean?
All right, yeah. But
if I've been invited, they get drunk and they invite you.
My father-in-law invited me. Into the Masons when I live in Denmark. He's Danish. It's quite prevalent there as well. And he actually invited me in. I just laughed at him because I was like, you know what I think about the Masons. This is about 15 years ago.
Yeah,
I didn't want to join. But when I think back about it now, I should have.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's how I feel. Because that's how I felt. 'Cause it was 13 years ago, and yeah, back then I was like, I was like totally against it, 100%. Like I was like you guys more so, you know, the way I felt about it.
Yeah, but the thing is,
well, we don't believe you, Kosho. Well, I certainly don't, anyway. But anyway, I was thinking. It could stand for gnosis, you know, like as in gnosis, as in knowledge. That's pretty good. Yeah. It's got a square and compass there.
Yeah, but
like
I'm saying,
dude, one of them told me, bro. He was like, he was super drunk though. He didn't say like, I invite you to be a Mason. Like he didn't say that, but he said it without saying it. But like he said, and one thing I'll tell you. Go to the libraries. Go to the libraries. I may have cut out, but he said go to the libraries. He literally said that. He said go to the library. He was so drunk, dude. He was sloppy drunk, bro. He was just like flexing about how like much advantage you get to being a Mason, but yeah. Anyway.
That's the thing that sucks with me because I've studied so much of their stuff, and I've got the indoctrination without the benefits. It sucks, but on the other hand, I think I might try it one day though. I'll just go into a restaurant and I'll be like, what's that guy's name?
Stand in the L pose.
Hiram Abiff. I'll be like, Mr. Abiff wants that table. Some shit. I don't know.
My great granddad ran the lodge in my town, dude. Like, I know all about it, dude. When he died, I got to read his. I got to look through a bunch of his stuff. Bro. He had a Bible that has like a lot of Egyptian mythology inside the Bible with the Mason symbol on the front of it, and he told my mom, bro, because they were really close. It's like after my great grandmother died, he like kind of depressed, and he told my mom, he's like, I found some stuff out about the Brotherhood I didn't know. And he, right before he died, he opted out of the Masonic funeral and chose a veteran funeral instead. And like people were mad about it, bro. Like the Masons were kind of mad about it, but so I don't know what he figured out when he was like 88 or whatever, you know. But he figured something out, and he refused to have a Masonic funeral. Like right before he died. Pretty crazy.
My dad done the exact same. My dad left him as well because of something happened when he was in one of the when an entered apprentice coming. Something happened in that ceremony. I heard him talking to my father-in-law. It's the only time I heard my dad talking about it. He was talking to my father-in-law, Danish, and he talked about it. But he stopped. He left it after that. And he stopped, paying his dues or whatever. But he said something happened to an entered apprentice that he didn't kind of agree with. So, but it's quite interesting. Your granddad found something out there as well. But anyway, that was it.
Yeah, Yeah, like he just had a veteran funeral, and then when we went to his funeral, bro, there was like a couple people like fully decked out in the Scottish reindeer. You know, they have like an outfit. They got like the cap. It's like it's like this red velvet outfit. They wear a cap and all that. And
Yep.
yeah, at one point in time in the funeral, that dude sat beside me. He started asking me all these really weirdo questions, like questions that you would think like a sexual predator asked or something. Like I don't know, it was so weird, bro. And then he asked me, he asked me what I knew about. I won't say my granddad's name, but he asked me about what I knew about his involvement and stuff, and I said not that much. And he just randomly said, "What's your blood type?"
Holy
What
fuck.
Yeah, dude. He asked me my blood type, bro. And I was like, I
It's
don't
like the
know,
weirdest
man.
question you can ask somebody.
It's so weird. At my
That is
great
interesting,
grandpa's
though.
funeral, bro. Yeah.
Because
I've
I've
got
thought about
there's a-
that with you would say actually a bit because doing some studying and seeing the Scythian tribe from way back when they became the Gothic people, the German, the ancient sort of everybody knows the Goths probably, but they did move to Scotland. They went everywhere, but we know they went to Scotland because of the tartan. You know, they still use tartan today, obviously. But they went all over the place, and they were obviously known for having eyes and red hair and blonde hair also. So I've thought about that with you as
Yeah.
well. Funnily enough,
Yeah. So from what I do know, I think I have the same blood type as my dad, and my dad is B negative. I asked my dad what my blood type was. He said, "I'm pretty sure you're the same as me, B negative." So I don't actually know for
You
sure.
can buy a little test kit on Amazon for like $10, and you can test your own blood type.
Oh yeah, maybe I should do that.
It's like it comes with a little like pinprick thing, and it pokes your finger, so you get a little drip of blood, and then you put a blood on the little thing, because it's for like the one I'm talking about. It's like a little kit for like the nutritional diets, like for your blood type. So basically, it's a little kit that you can get your blood type, for that purpose.
Yeah, I'll be honest, bro. Like I haven't tried to get my blood type because I know this is gonna sound pretty lame, but like I'm almost like scared to know. I don't know that I want. I don't even know that I want confirmation that I'm Rh negative. Not on some like weirdo stuff. Like I just don't even know. Like people are so obsessed with it that it makes me feel weird about even knowing. Like I don't know. That dude asked me my blood type, bro. This dude was so weird. He was wearing like a full, like he looked like a child, he looked like he was wearing cosplay or something. Like, have you ever seen what they wear? They wear this like really tall red velvet hat, and they wear this matching outfit. It's like a joke. It's like, what are you doing? It looks like they're Halloween costumes or something. And he's just like out of the blue. He's just like, "What's your blood type?" And I don't know, man. I just find it weird. I find it super weird. I did a lot of research in Rh negative. I don't even know. I mean, I don't know that I want to know. I don't know. I could be AB negative because of what my mom's blood type is, and AB negative is like this super rare, like sought after blood and stuff. And I think that's all really creepy. I think obsession with blood is super weird. But I may do what you're saying. I'll make it a little test just to know. I don't know if I'll ever publicly say it though. Am I the only one that thinks it's weird? Am I the only one that thinks it's weird that like super powerful people are like really obsessed with blood? Like I think everyone's just like human, bro. And like actually everyone's just man. There's like man and woman. And like everyone's just like different versions of man. I think it's really weird to be like obsessed with your blood. I think blood is like dark. I don't think we're supposed to be obsessed with blood. I don't think. Yeah, I just think that's weird.
yeah, it's
Maybe
got
I'm
it's got supremacist vibes about it, hasn't it? You know what I'm saying? It's like I just see people as people. So
yeah, they try
I'm
to say that
also
Rh negative is special and like, and that it has all these characteristics, and it's like, no, it's not. It's not special, bro.
Like, what are you talking about, man?
Isn't that a song? Like, people are people, so why should it be? I think that's a song, isn't it?
Have you ever heard the song Behind Blue Eyes?
Yes, indeed. But the Limp Bizkit version or the other one?
The first one, either one though. But like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what it's about, dude. It's about no one knows what it's like to be the sad man, to be the bad man behind blue eyes. I think that's weird, bro. I think it's weird. No, my daughter has beautiful blue eyes, and she's not going to be some evil weirdo. You know what I mean? Like, I don't buy into that stuff.
Mine too. My daughter has beautiful blue eyes. That's a rare color too. Green is, I think, is the rarest color than blue. I don't know.
Yeah, like Cammy Nodell showed me that song and was like, "You may be surprised what the song's about." And we broke the lyrics down one night when I smoked, and I was like, "Bro, this is freaking blowing my mind right now."
I'm O plus. It's the generous blood type. Almost anyone can take it. I think almost anyone can take it, except those A minuses and B minuses.
Are you a universal donor?
Typo negative.
No one wants my blood now, I can tell you, but yeah, principle, yes.
O negative is the universal donor.
Could be.
And it's a universal, it's universal techno group too, right? Typo negative.
Yeah, O negative is universal donor. Isn't it O positive? It can take anyone's blood. I think so. AB negative is less than 1% of the world's population. Like, yeah, look at that dude on cue. He dropped the picture. It's like less than 1%. It's like 0.001% or something. It's super weird. AB negative is super, super rare. And then, like, if you look into like the major companies run by like the psychopath Bill Gates and stuff like that, like they're obsessed with AB negative blood for some reason, and I think it's all weird, bro. I don't know what there is to it. I would say they're probably not obsessed with it for no reason, but I think it's like very dark. I don't like anything like blood related. I think it's super weird when people say like the blood of Jesus. I think that's super creepy. Oh, covered in the blood of Jesus. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Why are you talking about blood? You know, blood, like, that's satanic. Like, what is wrong with you?
I just found out that I'm 1% of the world because I'm 6'6". Like someone who's 6'6" is like 1% of the world, and we found that out. I was like, what the fuck? That's cool as fuck. So
wow, dude, you're way too tall to be a baller, bro.
Right? Well, you got to be a certain height to be a fucking flat earther. That's cool.
No, just once you reach a certain height, you should definitely be a flat earther.
Well, see, I'm in the other, like, I got
so
the other pressure gradient, gradient. I'm in the second pressure gradient. You guys are all in the first pressure gradient. I'm in the second one. So
I wonder if there's something to blood type and let's say someone's proclivity for when they're confronted with the real information about the shape of the earth. Like, I wonder if there's certain blood types that will really cling to the globe versus others that will actually be able to kind of shift out of that.
Bro, Gio, I would love to talk to you about it, bro. I think we're like recorded right now. Like, I know I sound weird right now, dude, but I dove down this rabbit hole and like I couldn't unsee it. I don't want to know my blood type because, bro, I'll just say this. I read a list of characteristics of certain blood types, and they're like really crazy. Like my whole life, I've known. This is gonna sound weird to certain people, but I've like known when something bad happened. Like when something severely bad happens, I can feel it in my gut. Literally, bro, I can feel it. Like you know when you're on a roller coaster and you fall down, you go down. You know what I'm saying? When you drop, or like you're driving real fast and there's a hill and you catch some air. You know that feeling like when you're free falling?
Yeah.
Like I feel that feeling when something bad, like really, really bad happens. And it's like this inescapable feeling and you can't avoid it. And you know something, you're going to get a call, or you're going to hear something. That's happened to me like a dozen times. And then and it says that, bro. It says that's one of the things. And then also sensitivity to electromagnetism. And bro, I've had like the craziest stuff happen where like this dude paid a couple $100 to have like his Xbox fixed and it didn't work. he couldn't fix it, and then I like started like wiggling around the wire, and then the Xbox worked. And like, I know all this is gonna sound crazy to people, but like, I think that like I'm hypersensitive to electromagnetism, bro. And like, I can like feel people. I'm like super empathetic. I'm like an empath. Like I can feel people, bro. And I think that's why I psychoanalyze on here so much, because I can feel people. And I don't know, dude. There may be something to it. And if it's like the idea of like psychic intuition and stuff like that, if there's any truth to that, that certain blood types have proclivity to certain intuition or certain ways of looking at things and empathetic interpretations and stuff, then it would logically carry over into any truth, including the Earth. And it's just kind of weird because I think that this idea has been used for like some pretty dark supremacist type of views, you know? Like that's why. Why would that dude ask me my blood type, bro? Why would he ask me my blood type? He knew that I wasn't blood related to my great granddad, and he asked me my blood type. That's super weird to me, bro. Like I don't know. I know I'm ranting, but it's just like there's something to it.
You
And
are, you are.
it's kind of weird.
With it, you feel me? Do you feel me?
Do that?
Do you feel me? You say you can feel people.
Yeah, I'd have to talk to you for a second about something specific, and I could like feel your true intention, and I would like bet everything on it.
I've talked to
So
him
like,
before.
Thank
we
you.
talked about symptoms through I can ask you a question and I'll know what you truly feel, but then you're gonna feel like I'm like being a dick or something.
No, I don't feel you're a dick. Why would I?
Okay.
We have good talks.
Okay. All right, bro. All right, bro. How does the concept of the Earth actually being in the center of every single thing that exists in the universe make you feel? How does that idea make you feel?
It's okay. That's where we live. We need to start somewhere. That's why I stay on this subject. I don't want to go to dark matter. Jump to dark matter. The way to dark matter is very, very long. Let's figure out the shape of the Earth first.
No, the dark matter is about what I'm talking about. Though. I'm saying like how would you feel if you found out that like objectively the Earth was in like the center of everything that exists, and this place is crazy, like unique. Like if this place was super, super special, so much so that everything else pays homage to it and moves around it. Everything we see in the sky moves around the Earth. Hypothetically, like, what would you think about that?
I once said that if I found that the Earth is flat or things like you say, I will check myself in psychiatric hospital.
All right, you want me to give you my intuitive reading right now? I'm gonna do it.
I know
bro,
I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy, and
no, bro, I'm not calling you
I
crazy.
was crazy.
I'm not calling you crazy. I'm gonna have to walk over with them, but I'm just gonna tell you what I think.
No, in the case what you said happened.
I think you kind of understand the implications of that. And so, as a defensive protective measure, you conflate it to flat Earth, so that you can avoid the implications. I think that you actually are one of the people. I think that you can actually feel. I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm some savant, bro. But like, I think that you actually know. It doesn't resonate with everyone how big of a deal that would be. I think you know, and so you throw it over to the side and conflate it to flat Earth. Because to you, you're really comfortable with thinking the Earth's not flat, and that way you're able to kind of compartmentalize geocentrism. So that's my long story short. I think that there's something going on within you where like it's almost like even though it's a super beautiful idea, you don't want it. You don't want to accept that. So I don't know why.
Because I don't care about ideas. I care about the physical reality we live in. And
Yeah,
I
what if
don't
in
avoid
physical
anything.
reality?
I face the reality. I ask you to face the reality, to follow the rules of perspective as we know them, not as we think they are.
Brother, the Earth could be a ball and still in the center of the universe. And what I'm trying to tell you is that you're avoiding the center of the universe part because you actually comprehend. You can actually feel what that means. So I'll be honest. I had a couple drinks, so I'm gonna be like too blunt in a second. So I'm gonna actually. I'm
So
just
have
gonna
I.
go
All
to the
right.
hotel. I'm gonna go to the
I've had a couple
hotel.
drinks too. You said super beautiful idea. You said you said a super beautiful idea. That's I like that. That's super beautiful idea.
It is, dude. If there's like energetic presence, like think about this, dude. Whatever's in the sky has energy, in whatever interpretation. If it's like way closer to us and moving all around us, like watching us at all times, like all eyes on deck, like watching us, and this energy is like pressing down on us. It's right here, watching everything we do and moving around us, like watching us.
That's a Tupac song. All eyes on me, man. There's a lot of music references tonight.
I'm just saying, bro. The wheel in the sky keeps on turning around us, and there's energy there.
Oh my god.
Hello,
yeah, the eye in the sky. The eye in the sky looking at you. Yeah, I got you.
It's not even not. It's just like all the energy, bro. The stars, the planets, all that.
It's the Alan Parsons project.
Yes, it is. Yes, yes.
Yep.
Not to be confused with the Tony Rich project. That was more R&B.
Yeah, I wouldn't confuse the two because I didn't even know about the second one. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, right.
It's not just outside though, is it? That's the point. It's inside too. That is you. That'd be another way of putting it. That is you.
You know, somebody mentioned military and Masons a few moments ago, and I know I'm kind of off topic, but there is a very famous flat earther that seems to be like really hell bent on dividing this community in two over something that is pretty much observable, right? Like this 0 point energy thing, it's measurable, right? So if we can measure it, then it's observable. And if it's observable, yeah, I'm not calling it science, but if it's observable, then it's part of the natural world, right? So why is there so much pushback on this one subject? Am I being too vague? Talking about 0 point energy.
That's pride.
They have ether phobia.
No, there's actually a condition called alethophobia. It's fear of the truth. And I see lots of symptoms out there in our anti-flat Earth community.
I thought that was called globitis.
That's an STD.
I mean, they spent
there's no cure for that.
Oof.
They spent many decades before they really rolled this globe thing out. They spent decades trying to abolish and destroy the ether so they could replace it with the physics model that would fit the globe and everything they wanted to roll out. So they spent a long time getting it to that position.
Oh, and they made the ether sound bad in Thor. Remember when she got infected with ether? That red fucking goo.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, making it sound like it's a bad thing. I'm on your guys' side tonight, okay?
Actually, they try to keep the ether. Lawrence and everyone, no one thought to get rid of it.
So it's Natalie Portman. We have to talk to Natalie Portman. She's the one that really knows what's going on. She got infected with ether, so it's all good.
Well, Natalie Portman's from the country Chike's in right now.
Oh my God, Chike!
Why are we derailing into this?
Who?
Well, no.
Because I derail things. That's what I do.
Before we bring it all the way back, let's say, Tony, in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, or actually, Gio, you've seen that movie. Remember they take that raw ether, and it was like a good thing.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, that's not what that's something different.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
No one thinks that the depths of an ether binge is a good thing per se. It's funny in a movie.
That's totally different. It's like a gas, right? Ether gas or whatever.
It's raw ether. I think it's
yeah, they pour it onto a rag and huff it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it? What's the actual quote? Does he say? He's like, "There's nothing more, whatever, than a man in the depths of an ether binge."
Something like that. So, nothing more deranged or something.
More, yeah.
Deprived. I think he says deprived
yeah.
or something like that.
I have to look it up though to be. There's more than deprived.
So are you guys gonna, tell us that we were right about gravity being wrong?
No, that's probably not going to happen.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't hurt, to tell the truth, but we were right about gravity being wrong, and you guys did admit years ago that if dark matter doesn't exist, then you're wrong about gravity.
Hold on. Speak
Huh?
right. Gravity can't be wrong. Gravity is gravity. So the understanding of gravity is wrong.
No,
Theory-
Einstein's gravity is wrong.
Theories of
What do you mean wrong? Should it stop holding you to the ground?
Oh, I see what you did there. That was like a reification, right? Like if gravity doesn't exist, then I would float away. Can you prove that by taking away gravity and watching me float away?
Yeah, go to
No.
space and see how good you are.
Gravity didn't exist and pigs could fly.
Haven't you ever seen the chopper in the sky?
Have.
Pigs can fly.
Wait,
They
did
can.
the word gravity comes
did
from
dark matter did dark matter get defined? I thought it was still a placeholder. I didn't know that it actually got defined.
No, it got debunked.
No, it's never been anything. You can't debunk something that's never been anything. It's been a placeholder. It's like a bookmark until something, until you come back and read the book or find out what's going on. It's never been defined.
What's your name?
Tito Leibowitz, small-time gun runner, dogfight promoter.
Hey, Austin, can you start with not eating on the mic, please?
Yeah, I've been drinking, so it's probably not going to happen though.
Okay.
So, we told you guys that you were wrong about dark matter and you were wrong about gravity. So now that we've been, validated with our understanding of gravity, are you guys willing to say that you were wrong and the flat earthers were right?
What if you're wrong at what you're saying right
That's
now?
a big
Yeah,
leap.
you're wrong
That's
with
a
what you're
big
saying
leap.
right now.
You might want to start practicing now, because there's going to be a lot of those scenarios.
You're extrapolating because dark matter we got wrong somehow, which we didn't. Earth is flat.
That's not what I said.
Yes,
No, I said
you did.
they're looking for alternatives and modifying Newtonian gravity, trying to make gravity work. Still to this day, gravity doesn't work, which is what we told you like 7 years ago on the Flat Earth debates before Nathan Oakley ran by a guy named Andre Asensi, or a person. We don't know if it was actually a guy. He never voiced up. But, yeah, like, can you guys not admit that we were right?
Okay, are you saying that since then we found out that Einstein's gravity is incomplete? There's not a full understanding of whatever's happening? Because I think we already knew before 7 years ago that there was more to the story.
Well, actually, that's not true because Paper Organic, whatever that guy's name is, rest in peace, he said that, gravity works out beautifully and the mathematics works out beautifully and that it wasn't incomplete.
But paper organists say a lot of stupid things. I can post them here. Don't listen to paper organists.
Well, he said he was
he's
professor of physics, and
no, he never said
he thought
it.
He thought I was a flat earther, man. For the whole time I knew him. Rest in peace, though. God, rest in peace, bro. He wasn't a bad guy, but
no, I like
I'm
him.
just
Paper
saying.
organist is alive.
Not the paper he's talking about.
Maybe I'm not talking about. I'm talking about paper organist, the one of Bev Cruz.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the paper from Jim Pandas, right? Right, Larry?
Look, I don't know where he went after that. Maybe into flat Earth discussions, but he said he had cancer. So
Well, no, I don't want to get into how he passed, but no, he didn't die of natural causes. Let's say that.
What are you talking about?
Paper Explanator. His name is Paper Explanator.
I don't think that was his name.
Paper. He's gone now.
No, I think it was Paper Explanator. It was a double name, but it was his first thing. He was in Gems. He was a ball earther, and tragically, just what Kosho was hinting at, something happened, and I think he's dead now. Anyway,
the one they found in the hotel room.
No, he got bullied. No, not him. That's fucking, that's another. Yeah, that's.
Ali B. Hey, Ali B. Man, how have you been, bro? It's been a long. Holy shit! I've not heard from you for a long time, like years. How have you been?
I know, so bad. We've had some convos many years ago.
For real? Yeah, back with back in the day, man. Like 4 or 5 years ago. I think I was looking back at some old things, and yeah, how you been, man? I'm sorry it's irrelevant, but yeah, I haven't heard Ali B for a long time, so let me just say hi to him. What's up, dude?
All good. What about you? You still liking your beer, yeah?
Yeah. You know I do. Yeah.
You're still sounding fresh anyway, so.
Yeah, hey man, it's good to hear that you're around. You still sound good. That's good.
Right. So I'm gonna ask the question. What's it asked Chikere? How do you think you would feel if you suddenly found out it was, say the Earth was the centre of the universe, you actually found that out and they were wrong about the other planets. How would that affect you?
I told you.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Tony.
Okay.
It'd make me think that all my reasoning and all the way that I do come upon my conclusions has been wrong, and that I should rethink everything.
Do you think it would traumatize you?
No, I don't think it would traumatize me at all. I think because I've been wrong so many times in life that
feeling that you'd been lied to. Literally everything that you got taught about your whole world view was wrong, and you'd been lied to.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I would be okay. I wouldn't take it so deeply because I've been lied to. I got really into politics back in the day, and I've been lied to just as equally. Like politics will lie to you just as harsh and equally and fucking punch you in the nuts as this would be. I think, when you come to a realization that a politician is lying to you, and you're like, my God, this motherfucker, I voted for him, and he's a piece of shit. That hits you about the same, I think.
Hold on though. Wait, what if you found out? Take it further. Like, what if you found out it was like the Truman Show, and actually the whole world was centered around you and your life, and it feels that way. Everybody feels like that, but we all know that that's just like a perspective. But in reality, everyone has their own personal experience. But what if you really found out it was the whole world was built for you, around you? Yeah.
Yeah, that's something different. That's like I've never had an emotion. I've never had anyone hit me with an emotion like that, so I don't know how I'd react. I think it'd probably be violent. Maybe I might lash out crazy. But I couldn't tell you because I've never been in a situation like that. But that's
I don't know. I don't know that if it's different though. I think that I think it's analogous for the same sort of thing because the whole thing is like you can think of every point in the universe as being like from the perspective of that point, it is the center of the universe. But then it'd be something different if actually the Earth were actually what the whole universe was based around, and it was actually the center. I think that would be like the paradigm, sort of like that'd be kind of like the same sort of paradigm change. Just like
but I think
the whole
like
world's based around you.
Yeah, so like if it was geocentric and I was wrong the whole time, I would have analyze why am I looking up at the sky and seeing that's not geocentric, because all you have to do is look up at the sky and you can see it's not geocentric, and that would fuck me up, is that my whole perception of life would be different. Like the way I look at things has been wrong. Parallax has been wrong this whole time. The word parallax alone I'd have to redefine, because I mean geocentric
still exists.
Yeah.
On a plane, parallax still exists. I mean, parallax in life. I have a parallax bar on my camera rig. Parallax is a real thing. Showing actual stellar parallax from like legit the amount that we should be seeing it night after night is different than the claims that they have. Is different, and also just based on your all you're changing is your assumption based on your observation of the sky.
Okay,
Because
so when there's
if the same observations could exist and explanations for different things could exist based on the same observations, all you have to do is change your assumption and your idea, and it's not that hard to think about, you know?
yeah. But in reality, like, okay, the other night, Venus was right next to the moon. Okay, and the whole night it was next to the. Okay, the whole night, and I know that Venus is way further away from the moon than the moon. It's Venus. They're different. It's a different depth, and they stayed together the whole night, all the way through the sky, and that would not happen if we were geocentric. It wouldn't happen.
Well,
the moon would beat Venus the whole night.
You have to if for you to be so able to be sure that it wouldn't happen, that means you must know what is possible or what the actual model or circumstances are, which you're not. That's strawmanning an idea that could or couldn't be based on your assumption or your idea, right?
Yeah, but I know that things that are close to me move faster than things that are further than me. So that's why.
But you've never proven the distance. I mean, it's hard to the distance is tough.
I don't know how you could say that if all motion is relative. If all motion is relative, like classical relativity states and Einstein states, then you to make that statement, I guess you don't believe in Einstein. So are you like a Newtonian? Well, even Newton, there's classical relativity, right? So
well, I know that things that are I know that signs that are close to me go a lot faster than the mountains behind it. That's just the way it's going to be throughout everything, unless there's some kind of weird barrier that's way up there high where everything just goes the same. They have to be on the same plane.
Is Venus equivalent to the mountains?
It's equivalent to distance from me to the moon, from me to Venus. Yes.
No, Venus is moving, bro.
Okay, yes, but it's not. Yes, they're all moving. Yeah, but they're moving. So you're saying that the further ones are moving fast enough to catch up with the moon that's closer to us, so it looks like it's not different. Like they stay together the whole night, all the way through the sky, just whoop, all together.
I'm not making any claims about the sky other than, we see lights that are making patterns that repeat, right? But for the most part, I don't know how you're making claims to the sky, because it's not like you personally have firsthand primary knowledge of, Venus and the moon and how they should act. And if all motion
I've looked at Venus through a telescope. I mean, I've looked through it, and it's been hard to track, because you have to, especially if it's manual, you have to move your left and right hand to manually track it through the sky, so you know that something's moving.
Doesn't give you a distance.
Yeah, but I know that it's a lot harder to track the moon moves. You know what? Give me a second.
Doesn't give you a distance by looking at it. He asked you about distance, and you said, "I've looked at it."
Okay, logically, so all the luminaries in the sky are all in the same depth, like they're all the same plane, like they're all the same distance away from us.
Well, whenever I set my focus, it's always to infinity.
Then all you need is like a pair of binoculars. You wouldn't need a telescope, right?
But my point. No, you're missing my point. You said he asked you about the distance, or how can you talk about the distance? And you said, I've looked at it through a telescope, meaning you got the distance that way. No.
Well, no. Because you looked at the moon with binoculars, and I haven't been able to see. And I've looked through Saturn and seen the rings. But I couldn't use it with binoculars. I had to get a telescope that could reach further into the space to find Saturn. Otherwise, I could have just used binoculars to find the rings of Saturn.
Unless Saturn's smaller. Unless Saturn is just smaller.
Okay. Yeah, maybe.
Or you just need a different optic to resolve something that's that bright, because you just need something closer with a different optic to be able to resolve something like that, or to expose something like that.
Or it's just further away.
Or it's just smaller.
Again, I still don't know how that tells you the distance, the actual distance.
Because you need a telescope. It's more intense than a binoculars. I mean, binoculars you used here. And if I can see the moon, but I can't see the Saturn, but if I get a telescope that's like whatever fucking, times magnification to find it, that means it's further away.
Or not necessarily further away, you're just resolving it better from your point of view. You have better optics to resolve it closer.
Okay. Yeah. I can't argue that right now. So.
Well,
Yeah,
I
well,
mean that's the
Jeremy
idea.
made
Like if you're looking at something in a distance on a mountain, and you have a better optic to look at it to resolve it better. The mountain didn't change its position, or so you just are able to resolve it with this piece of machinery better, right?
It could be. I don't know. I'm sorry. My girlfriend just caught
That's
my
how
eye. She's
optics
really
work,
hot, so
right?
I have to go make out with her for a second.
It's just that's how optics work, right? I mean, that's why they invented the zoom lens, so that you could resolve something better that farther away.
Or resume something that was smaller.
Well, it's regardless of its size. I mean, well, whatever. I mean, you're able to resolve something better. The more you zoom into something with better optics, you can resolve something no matter, its size is whatever its size is. The closer you are to zoom into it, the better you can resolve it. That seems pretty straightforward.
I was going to ask him before he went to think of if anybody's ever watched. I think it's the videos Moon occulting Saturn, and you can actually see Saturn go behind the Moon. And when I look at it, it doesn't look as if Saturn's like. It doesn't look as if it's that far away from the Moon, actually, to be honest. If you watch it,
do you have a link of it, Alan?
I'll get it for you, mate. I'll stick it in the thing.
Yeah, I want to check it out.
Can you see Saturn behind the moon?
Yep, it's called. I'll find the thing. I'll find it. It goes behind the moon and it comes out the other side. I'll show you. And it's taken with a telescope. It's not. I don't think it's not NASA. It's just got these amateur astrologers done it. One sec.
And there is this video of this guy that track a star and say, you see, the moon doesn't occult him, and then poof, the star disappear. He just didn't estimate the radius of the moon. He thought it's already behind it, but he was wrong. The moon is a bit smaller, and he waited another half a minute, and the star was gone. Melly, let me look at the astronomy channel.
It'd be really cool to recreate some of the like things that we've been told as to why they are such a way. And what I mean by that is like to go to like the desert where it's just like, completely open, just straight everywhere in all directions. And then try to model like I guess you can't do it 100%, but like try to put like a really bright light and then try to model like that compared to like where the moon is and the earth is, and see if the shadow of also model down the size also, like for if like there's so many however big of a light you'd have to get to represent the size of the sun, and then get like whether it be like a golf ball to a basketball or whatever, I don't know, or maybe even smaller, I don't know, but to see if it does create a shadow the same way it does here on Earth, where it's significantly less. I guess the moon's diameter compared to its shadow's, diameter. That would be interesting.
They've done tests like this. APOC, how you been, my man?
Hey,
sorry, I just posted that.
Hanging in there. Go ahead.
I just posted that. I'm just saying I posted it. So carry on, Koshu. Sorry, just to tell you, I posted 30 minutes
cool,
after
you.
there.
I'll check it out.
No worries.
It looks
What
legit,
test?
dude.
What tests have they done, Coach? I would want to see that. Could you have any links? I would want to go do it. To be personally, I would want to do that. But
With me, I have a girlfriend.
no, you're gross. No, the test, like, or the experiment or whatever, the recreation of that, to where that the number penumbra, like, to prove that's even a real thing. That's what I'm
You know
saying.
who you want to talk to? You want to talk to my man from Montreal, SE. He's a real motherfucker. And SE actually, I mean, honestly, I wish SE would speak up. He's here. His mic's open, but the reason I say that is because he is somebody who was once in your boat and has since seen the light, or the shadow, should I say.
So did he go do the experiment? Did he go?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I wish he would speak up because I don't know exactly the evolution of.
You're just saying, though, that he now sees that it could be a shadow that small.
Yeah, he now understands like what the relationship between the Umbra, Penumbra, how this, because I think I don't want to speak for him, but what I heard him say was he used to argue that it's not the case that a shadow can create, or a shadow can be created. That an object can't create a shadow that is smaller than the object, something like that. And he since has changed his mind because he understands more behind how it works and stuff like that. And it'd be better to hear from him because, like I said, he's gone from one side of the argument to the other side of the argument, where I would just tell you how I understand how it works.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, in reality, not as opposed to like just a piece of paper telling you this is what happens. In reality, it seems like the shadow increases the further an object is from where the shadow is being casted on, as opposed to decreasing.
I agree. Well, can I tell you why I understand the Umbra and the Penumbra to be? So the Penumbra, I believe that is true, for what you're saying, that would be the case. It is true. But the Umbra is basically like, how do I say? It's like,
Why are you saying Umbra and Penumbra so funny, bro? Are you the same Kosho? Blink if you're okay.
Dude, what is it with you fuckers, dude? My girlfriend was just talking to me about how I said salsa or something. I don't know how I was saying it, but she's like, I was saying that wrong. I got corrected on my own name, but because my
You
name
ain't
is
been right
Jeremy.
since you got back, bro.
Shut the fuck up, dude. My name's
Hey,
Jeremy,
Saturn.
right? And somebody once corrected me on how I say my own fucking name. They're like, "Oh, don't you mean
I've had
Jeremy?"
that. I've had that before too.
Yeah.
Hey, I couldn't see Saturn
What the fuck, dude?
through the moon. So all the people that say the moon is transparent or translucent, I don't know. I've always said that was wrong. And,
What do you mean?
people have said that they can see the stars flying. Even B.O.B., the rapper, said they can see stars through the moon. I've always thought
Even
that was
B.O.B.,
wrong.
huh?
Yeah, even B.O.B., huh? Yeah.
Come on, man. You can't say even B.O.B., dude.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So many
B.O.B.
flat earthers have said that it's not the moon occulting the sun during a solar eclipse, and the moon is transparent. And I've always disagreed with that.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry. You know what? Larry's here, and in lieu of Essie, because Larry had a conversation with Essie recently, where Essie also had said, I don't remember the conversation exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't feel like speaking for anybody, but you remember this conversation, right? Like you were talking to Essie, and he had said something about the Umbra Penumbra thing, right? No, wait, that was you, or was it you?
I don't know, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what? Maybe I'm wrong now, dude. Maybe I'm wrong. It was you that was saying that.
What's this whole Umbra Penumbra shit? What's that about?
Well, I think the claim Apocryphon is arguing about, which is like an Umbra is smaller than the moon. Obviously, it's 70 miles wide. The moon's not 70 miles wide, and the claim is that a shadow. You're not going to have a shadow that is smaller than the diameter of the thing that it's
Yeah, I think
coming from.
that's like my argument from like 2016. I think I started that argument.
Right, then you might have been talking to SE about this, and it was actually you who had said that you've evolved through your argument. Something like that, maybe.
No, that was him. He said that he's changed his mind on that. And
Okay.
me, like, I get that there could be an Umbra and Penumbra, but I don't see how there could be an object smaller than that. Because I'm thinking, like, the Umbra and the Penumbra are, like, from different points of view. So if you're in, like, the totality of the shadow, you're going to be in the smallest part of the shadow, which is the Umbra. But if you're partially blocked, if the moon is partially blocked, then you're going to be in the penumbra. Because if you look at the way that the eclipse happens over the surface of the Earth, it's only like 70 to 100 miles in diameter, right? So that's the path of totality. So if you're not in that path, it's partially eclipsed. So the partial eclipse could happen over a large swath of land, and you're just seeing half moon and half sun, or some variation of a fraction of the sun, right?
Okay, so I do understand. Go ahead.
I think that when you're seeing the path of totality, you're seeing the actual size of the moon. That's what I think.
Well, but that's the thing. So, actually, that's what Aristarchus. So I'll give you the whole background, dude. Because Aristarchus originally had thought that the reason he got the distance to the moon wrong was because he assumed that the shadow that the moon was going through was the exact size of the Earth, which would have been the penumbra of the Earth's shadow. But actually, the shadow is slightly bigger. So the penumbra is actually slightly bigger than the object that it's coming from. But that's because that's how they work. It's like the light's coming from it, and so it's like it's slightly bigger. However, the Umbra is a different thing though, because the Umbra is basically a concentration of. So you have the one shadow that's coming from, let's say the sun and the moon, right? The Umbra and Penumbra. So we have So we have the sun and then the moon, and we have the shadow that's creating. But then we have this other shadow, which is basically inside that shadow, you're going to have an ambience of light that's coming from not the direct sunlight, but like from like the ambience. But basically, from every the Umbra is like a collection of the darkest point of that shadow. So there's like an extra shadow inside that shadow. If that makes sense.
But the thing though, it's contradicting even in its own little diagram, because you guys fight every day like tooth and nail that the sun is 93 million miles away and the sun's come at us parallel, and that's why the rays in the clouds, that's why they are spread out and fan like that, because
who argues that tooth and nail?
Every glober says that the sun's 93 million miles away. Would you disagree with that?
You talked to any ballers? You ever talked to any ballers about it?
That's the ballers I'm talking about.
Globers gonna get it wrong sometimes, dude. But ballers, they'll tell you the truth, and ballers will tell you.
Do you disagree?
They come in almost parallel.
Okay, so almost parallel. Okay, but if you look at the diagram of when they explain the penumbra and the umbra, it shows them.
Hold on.
It shows the sun rays like focusing in onto the earth, like from left to right. It doesn't even it makes no sense, because if all the rays are shining out like in its directions on your ball sun, everything's coming out like parallel from it. You're saying almost parallel now.
Stop. Yeah, no one here is saying parallel. So we'll go from there. But keep on.
All right. Next time I hear Zanuck say that they're like railroad tracks, then
I've been in conversations with Zanuck about this, and Zanuck will say parallel enough if I say, well, parallel enough, because sometimes you have to be specific and say parallel enough.
Okay,
but,
so
yeah, it's not parallel.
So even with the parallel, even with the parallel enough, that's not even represented in the diagram when they're trying to explain how the umbra is created and how the penumbra is now the actual shadow of it. So like because the penumbra would represent the actual shadow, kind of like, and I get that because like if you take a basketball on a wall and it's really close to the wall, the shadow is going to represent the size of the wall. But as you get farther away from the wall, that basketball could be the size of a beach ball, just because that's the way the penumbra. That's the way the penumbra is like spreading out. But you're saying there's a darker center point that the umbra's created, but you never see that on the wall. It's like totally.
No, you do. No.
Yeah,
That's where I want to take
guys.
this. That's
Hold
right.
on.
Good.
Here we go.
SC's
SC's
back.
here. SC's here. The man of the hour. Man of the hour.
He was talking about you earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been listening in for a while. I couldn't talk. So listen, Apocryphon, he's right, man. I hate to admit it, right? But he's right.
You fucking asshole.
Yeah. This is the truth, okay? I've done it myself. You can take an object and you can make the shadow smaller. It's kind of freaked out, man. It's kind of like, you know, when you take a magnifying glass and you make the sun like that shrink to a point where it'll burn. Well, believe it or not, you can do the same freaking thing with the shadow, and you can get it small like
shadow smaller? How did you make the shadow smaller?
You can do it yourself, bro. Take a flashlight.
I asked you how. Go ahead.
Well, you got to manipulate it. It's kind of weird. Get a single source light, like an old flashlight, not the ones with the dots, a lot of dots. Get a single source flashlight and try it, man. Get a penny or get anything. Put it against the wall and manipulate it like you would a magnifying glass, and you'll see it could be done. And by the way, there's 3 umbras. There's the umbra, penumbra, and there's a pentumbra. There's a 3rd one, believe it or not. So you got 3
I didn't know that.
shadows
I never
going
even
on.
knew that.
Yeah.
SE, can I ask a question? Can you do it at the same ratios and scales as they're claiming?
That I'm not sure though, bro. That I'm not sure because that 70 mile long thing with the rays being parallel. Now that's another story, right?
Well, no. The rays aren't parallel. Sorry, go ahead. Look down.
It doesn't even matter if they're parallel. Like we've already accepted that close enough to parallel. For the purposes of this argument, it's the same thing, right? So I'm not gonna be getting all autistic about that. Although I would get autistic about other stuff. The point is that you've got, so in order to have like a shadow that's smaller than the object, generally speaking, the light source has to be much bigger than the object, right? So that the kind of, let's just say the furthest points of those light source are kind of able to go inwards. Does that make sense? So, but
Hey,
then
whoa.
Okay.
Don't need to get racist,
I
man.
didn't make my point yet. Can I make my point? Yes, okay. So you've got this massive object in the sun, right? Supposedly, but also the sun's meant to be very, very far away. To the point, and this is really important, Essie, to the point where the sun and the moon look exactly the same size in the sky. So you need to be able to do that in a situation where the light source and the object blocking the light source appear to be the same size on the surface, and then have that effect.
Well, I'm not sure that the same size has anything to do with it because I tried like different size objects. I tried a softball in the sun. I've tried like pennies, quarters, dimes, and it works with all of them. So I don't know. It's a thing, like, but I can't say that it's exact a ratio that will produce like 70 miles, right? I haven't done that.
I'm not talking about, dude, forget the 70 miles. Not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that the sun and the moon appear to be the same size on the surface of the Earth. Okay, you would then need to replicate it. So, because you're talking about quarters, you're talking about pennies, you're talking about all these very small objects relative to larger light sources, right? And then,
I see. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not analogous.
Except they claim the sun is huge. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was the point, Gio. the point is that the sun and the moon appear to be the same size from the surface of the Earth, right? So it might be huge, but the scale at which it is so far away negates that, right? So you're talking about something that has the same angular size in the sky. So then that needs to be, to make it analogous, you need to replicate this umbra penumbra phenomena when the light source and the thing blocking the light source appear to be the same angular size from the surface. Otherwise, it's not analogous.
No, but that's the point. Let's pretend, for shits and giggles, that the sun is not even a ball, and that the sun is instead a wall of light. Okay, and the moon is appears to be the same size of where this wall of light is coming from. Who knows? The point is that the light. So, like, if you look at the diagram I posted, there's the light that is creating the shadow, and so like this angular difference of them is what creates like the actual size of the penumbra. But what creates the umbra is the fact that there's ambient light that kind of gets in inside of that shadow. So there's parts of the shadow that are still darker. So it's like if you imagine like a wall, like the wall's lit up by the light and there's a shadow. And you can imagine that there's parts of that shadow that are lighter than, I don't know, some concentration of the shadow because of the fact that there's ambient light getting in. But the only place where ambient light can't get in is at the center of that shadow, where there's the darkest point of the shadow. And this is the umbra. And it's only because the ambient light can't reach it. And what the umbra is like this concentration of where there's not a lessening of the shadow from the ambient light.
Wait, do I need two lights? Do I need
You're
two
just
lights?
restating the concept.
No, just one
I
light.
don't have. Sorry,
All right,
I don't have a problem with
I just said get two lights. Go ahead. Sorry.
just quickly. Coach, I don't have a problem with the concept, right? So just re-explaining the concept is very frustrating to listen to because I feel like you're getting to a point and you don't get to it, right? I understand the concept. What I'm saying is, can this be recreated at the scales and ratios? That's the question. Sorry, go ahead, Republic.
No, because Nacho Physics put get two lights because I put a picture. I'm like, let me just let me look at an object against the wall real quick in my in my room here, and I'm like, how are you saying that there's a shadow within that shadow? I just cannot. I don't know what you mean, SC, when you're saying you can manipulate it and get a darker shadow.
Okay, so
I'm gonna do it for you, bro. I'm gonna recreate it for you.
let's say I agree with you, SE, right? For sake of argument, I agree with you. Where's the shadow on Jupiter when it eclipses? Where's the umbra and penumbra when the Jupiter's moon eclipses Jupiter? And that's not to SE. That's to the ballers.
Well, no, there's our moon is unique in that I think if you were on Phobos and you were observing Mars, the Mars would appear to be the same size as the sun. But other than that, it's unique in it's a unique relationship that they appear to be the same size. This eclipsing thing, so that is kind
That's
of
not what I'm
special.
talking about, though. I'm talking about when Jupiter has an eclipse and you can see the shadow of one of the moons on the surface of Jupiter. There's no umbra and penumbra. It's just one single shadow.
I see what you're saying.
So that's why I'm saying, okay, let's.
Well, I think you're observing the umbra.
Where's the penumbra?
The penumbra, the penumbra is the bigger shadow that would be casted. Right. Why don't we see that on, reflected onto the Earth? Why was there only a 70-mile focal point of this umbra captured? Where was the rest of the shadow? Why can't we see a big ass?
I think the umbra, the penumbra only appears as like a ding of like the on it. You know what I mean? I don't think it's as pronounced as the umbra. Like it's a slight dimming. You know what I mean? Like you know that one GIF of the Earth, and it shows like the shadow moving across the Earth. Like the umbra, but the penumbra you don't really see it. And I think it's just because it's not really as pronounced.
But it just seems like that's the part where you're pissing on somebody and saying it's raining. Like with our own eyes, we can see that this is not
Piss on you all
casting
day,
a
dude.
shadow. Shut up, Kosha. With our own eyes, we can see that the shadow that's been casted from an object that's 2,000 miles across, or in diameter, and it's only making a 70-mile shadow. Well, where's the fucking 2,000 to 4,000 mile shadow that should be casted upon the Earth, which is much larger than that? Like the fact that you cannot, not saying you, but the people can't come, provide the evidence that there isn't even a shadow at all on the Earth from the moon, other than that, 70-mile shadow. It's ridiculous, dude. It's just the entirety is just it's nonsense. But it's one of those things where in the indoctrination, in the brainwashing, they have convinced you that this is what it is. Then they make the parallel rays or almost parallel, and then all of a sudden they're zooming in on a focal point. They're no longer practically.
No, they're not. They're not zooming in, man. SC. First of all,
okay. Look
asked
at
a question.
Let me show you the picture.
I'm gonna look it. I'm gonna look it. Go ahead.
Tell me that that's not zooming in. Okay, here. Let me post it. And I know you know it. You've seen it 1,000 times. I'm sure of it.
I've seen it. I know what you're saying, dude.
Look at check this out. Check this out. Tell me those light rays aren't focusing in on the moon.
That's what I'm saying.
It's ridiculous.
Those aren't. It's not that they're zooming in. It's not that they're zooming in. What you're seeing, what this is demonstrating, is that there's light rays that being fixated on. Let me fix on it. Hold on. Oh, Gio's got it too. Hold on.
That should be that's way more.
So Gio's top demonstration. What you have is the fact that the rays are not perfectly angled, and so they're not perfectly parallel. So you have just like Crypto said. He says he doesn't want to hear this because he knows the explanation, and his explanation to give, which is that there's the shadow, and there's the fact that part of the shadow is being is less shadowed than the other part. All right, it's less shadowed because light is able to get in, and there's only a concentration in the center that's going to be more shadowed than the rest, and so what you end up with it is exactly that.
So why does that only
understandable?
Why does that only exist in that, but not in reality? Fuck.
Exists in reality. SC has done it himself, and it can be done.
Yeah. SC, please recreate SC, because who has created where the shadow's smaller than the object?
I'll post you somebody else who's done it. Hold on.
Well, the only way I was going to respond to Crypto and say I understand what he was saying and yeah, I agree with what he was saying. So my understanding, the only way you can make a smaller shadow, for example, if you have like a big fluorescent light above you, a big 4-foot fluorescent light kind of thing, a couple feet above you, you can then take some object like a penny or something, and you can definitely make a smaller shadow. But it's because that fluorescent light is huge; it's much larger.
Yep.
And so, like Crypto was saying, like the angles, almost like a triangle. The angles are kind of coming from wider than the object. Therefore, you're going to have that effect where the shadow will be smaller. And then the other point, then I said to Crypto, yeah, but they say the sun is huge. But then the point he made is a good point, though, that if we're viewing them from Earth and then they're the same angular size, I still have to think how that plays out, though. Like if they're the same angular size from Earth, does that mean that it doesn't function as a light source that's wider than the object?
Exactly. That's exactly the point. And it's a point that they don't address. So this is the issue with the argument, is that they basically have to assume that there's parallel and converging light rays. And you can't have both.
Right. Okay. And another thing too, this is where I think it even goes further. Like what makes the lights divert, or what makes the rays diverge? Because if it's going straight, what makes them turn all of a sudden? Just because they go past the moon, all of a sudden they start banking in? That makes no sense. Because they're saying that.
That's a different argument.
You ask a question, make it concise. One come from the right side of the sun, and one come from the left side of the sun. They converge.
No, okay. That's what I'm saying. Okay, you actually just said. Okay, hold on. Let me press pause on this video that Kosho said. Okay, you're saying the light converges after it passes the moon. This is my whole argument. If
I
it
haven't
okay,
said it. I haven't
okay,
said
okay,
it.
okay,
I
okay,
haven't
okay.
said it. The light
You
converge all the time, in all
okay?
directions, in all distances.
Okay, so if light is parallel, okay, and it's just minding its business in its own lane, what makes it hang a right from one side and hang a left from another? Just because, okay, if you get like 1,000 people to run on a track, okay, but you put a tree in the middle of it, everybody that was running on that path and they can't go left or right because a light it just shoots straight. Now, the people that were on the path to the tree, they would hit the tree and then they can no longer run on the track. And then so once past the tree, now you'll see a gap of that tree in that whole track because all the people that were on that lane can no longer run on that lane. But what you're logically saying is that the people, once they pass the tree, everybody fills the track again. That's ridiculous, bro. I cannot agree with that because that's not
Well,
logical.
I haven't
Go
said
ahead.
it. You said it for me. Thank you
You
very much.
you
I
Well,
didn't
you
say
they have
anything. I didn't follow what you said because it's not possible to follow what you said. I don't know what's going
I
in your
followed
head.
what he said.
One
Everyone followed what he
light
said.
ray
The
comes
white
from the
rays.
right. Can I talk, please, Jeremy? One
Yeah.
ray comes from the right side of the sun. You can see the sun. It has width. You need to look right to see the right. You need to look left to see the left. That's the angle. It happens everywhere. You get closer to the sun, it still happens.
No, you're not getting what I'm saying,
Hold
dude.
on,
And
APOD.
I
okay, go ahead.
certainly don't get what you say.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Admitted.
So this thing is, this is their illustration of the Umbra and Penumbra is showing how light rays aren't parallel. That's the thing.
Yeah,
So when they pull
Eratosthenes
out,
is shot if they don't have that.
I was gonna say when they pull out
Oh.
Eratosthenes on you, break out this Umbra Penumbra thing and show them how no, look, they're not parallel even in your own paradigm.
Listen, dude. Gay dick motherfuckers. Listen to me. Just kidding, by the way, GM. No, sorry, let me giggle. No, when I did
I didn't
when I
hear.
did Eratosthenes, dude. Okay, don't worry about it. It's just don't worry about it. Trust me. When I did Eratosthenes test,
Yeah, we put the flame to it. It's Eratosthenes.
Yeah. Eratosthenes. Okay, dude. Let's have a toast for Eratosthenes, dude. Because what happened was, on my test, I verified the deviation from parallel that would have been acceptable in him doing his test. So even if he used his test as if light was coming in as parallel, the deviation from it not being parallel that would allow for his test is minuscule and is would have still given you the same results. Same margin of
Negative.
error. Not negative at all. Actually.
Negligible unless we need it to save the eclipse, right?
Well, let me tell you what I put it as. I put it as 1 degree. I said that the error was within 1 degree. So in my test, within 1 degree of deviation, you still would have gotten results that would have been positive globe results. Right? And by the way, the deviation from the sun is much less than 1 degree. So we'll just leave it at that. Or we can keep talking about it, but I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I looked over your data, and there's quite large deviation between the measured and the predicted angle on many of the. I don't have it in front of me, but I've been meaning to go through this. Because the standard globe response I hear is that for 2 points it's exactly the same, but for 3 points it's different. And when I had a look at that, actually the deviation wouldn't be able to predict either. Based on your data.
it ever over 1 degree?
Well, no, it's just that the what was predicted and what was actually measured was massively off. And
No, it wasn't. No, but by massively off.
in
Sorry.
a few different scenarios, yeah, it's huge. I haven't got the data in front of me, but I have been meaning
No,
to go.
but that's what we're saying. Huge. Like my girlfriend said, my cock is huge. I know it's only 2 inches, right?
We all know
So
if
when I
she's
say
lying.
huge, yeah, when we say huge, I want to put a number on it, and I'm saying that
Well,
I actually had said in the paper that, you know, if it was over 1 degree, I would say that was too much. It was never even over half a degree, though. So if it's
Dude.
never over half a degree, is that still huge?
I don't have the data in front of me. I don't know what you want me to say. I remember reading the data and looking at the predictions and thinking, "Wow, that's." I mean, a few of them are spot on. A few of them are a little bit deviant, and a few of them are big deviations. And then I looked at the look, dude. I'll put all of the data together. You'll be ecstatic with how your data doesn't predict a globe. You'll be delighted with it.
Yeah, none of them were over a half a degree. They were all within a half a degree of prediction. Within half a degree is not huge. It's not a huge deviation.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I've already addressed that. So let me get back to you with it when I've done the. So hold on.
I like you, Crypto. I like you, man, but I'm gonna beat you to it, dude. Because I'm gonna post the data, post my predictions. It's within
I
half a
have
degree.
your data. I have your data. It's based on your data that I'm making the statement. So if you were to post your own data, that doesn't mean anything.
You understand that some of the predictions. So there were predictions. Okay, I want to clear that there was predictions made for the flat Earth. The predictions made for the flat Earth that were far off. Those weren't predictions made for the globe. Like those predictions are far off. There were predictions that were over 10 degrees away from what they should be, or what they were. I mean, but those weren't predictions for the globe. Those were predictions made for the flat Earth.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
I like Crypto, so I just want to think he's lying right now, but I don't know.
I don't know.
It's worrying.
Why would I bother lying? Like this would be very easy.
I don't know, man.
Trip up on. No, why would I bother lying about it? Let me put it together and I'll present it to you.
Kosher, that video posted. I'm not sure how you count that as evidence, being that the shadow that was casted to the wall was still a significant size.
What? I gotta watch every video I post now?
Wow, you don't even watch your own videos. God damn. Maybe you should probably check them out before posting your
Listen
sources.
to me, dude.
It might help you.
SE is my evidence, dude. SE is my guy. SE
Well,
will tell you.
He said he's going to grab that, so I'm waiting for it. He said,
wait for that, dude.
Said he had evidence. I'm just waiting.
Sicko, fucko.
Right.
Wait for him to grab it. Until then.
Hey, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. That guy in the video also made it or showed how there is a lighter shadow per se on the outside of the rim of the other shadow. But hold on. But hold on though. With that explanation, okay, the shadow though, the dark shadow was still significantly the size of the actual ball, the little plastic ball that he was casting a shadow from. So it actually
You know why I
doesn't
love this
help your
community?
argument. Doesn't help
You know
your
why I
argument.
love this community? You know why I love this community? It's the fools like you. Fools like Crypto. Fools like Witsit. Fools like Chikey even. Okay? It's because, well, you know, Chikey aside, you guys are so... You guys don't stop, man. It's like, to me, it made sense when I heard, like, what's the Umbra and Penumbra? It made sense. But you guys don't believe it, dude. And so it's like...
No.
I don't know
Hold
what
on.
it takes to show it to you. I don't know what it takes to show it to you, dude. But
wait. No, Kosho, I have to stop you there. That was a perfect example of them using like real like scientifical things that happen, but then they're attaching it to the globe, and that is misrepresented. So they're taking the Umbra and the Penumbra are an actual thing technically, because you can have a shadow, a lighter shadow outside of the darker shadow. But when you grotesquely, you are now attributing it to that, cool little phenomenon, optical phenomenon, but you're putting the shadow of the moon that's 70 miles across compared to 2,000 miles across, and then just labeling it Umbra and Penumbra. That is dishonest. That is pseudoscience when you're trying to make that, the way you're explaining it through the globe, and you're attaching it to what we can actually, repeat and, and experiment with, or we could visually see like the effects of this optical phenomenon. And Kosho, this is what you guys do. This is what you guys do.
You
across the board.
experiment with homeless dudes on the side of the road. Is what you do.
Okay, calm down, guys. Calm down. Apocryphon, I posted something for you.
Cool. Okay, good.
Have a look.
No. This is exactly what I was just talking about. I saw another video, somebody else too. They showed the shadow, but SC. Now, I'm not disagreeing that there is an effect where the shadow, the darker shadow, is going to be a little bit less than the actual shadow because it's a little bit lighter on the outside because of the light. It looks like they have more than one light source too, by the way. But if the light is being washed out, so the shadow is being washed out because of surrounding light, I get that. But look how large that shadow is. It's still significantly large in comparison to. So to say that you're going to take that science, right, or this experiment or whatever you want to call it, this little project they did, and now attribute it to the explanation of how a 2,000 mile across object can only make a 70 mile. I think
No,
that's
I'm not doing that,
disingenuous.
bro. No.
Not
My only thing was
not you. No, not you.
Yeah. My only thing was to clarify, because a lot of people say, and I was one of them, I used to say an object cannot make a shadow smaller than itself, right?
Right.
And I had to correct myself. It can now. What you're saying is true too. 70 miles, that's a whole different ball game, right? Yeah.
Right. And that's and just like I was saying, SC, I don't know if you heard me say it, but you just got back after I said it, so I'm not sure. But like I was saying, when Kosho and fellow Globers, when they take real things that we actually like know to be true, but then they like mix it with the globe to now they're using real science to prove their pseudoscience. I don't like when they do that, because just like right now, just like you showed, yeah, there is this really cool optical phenomenon where, far enough away or big enough, the light actually does light in the shadow, that is being casted. We get it. It's an optical phenomenon, but still there's a huge shadow, right? Light or not, there's still a shadow. Where is that shadow on the earth to begin with? Where is the Penumbra part of it, not just the Umbra? And then for the Umbra to be 70 miles, that's like way smaller. So here's let me stop. I'm talking too much, but let me say one last thing. All I'm saying is if that moon shadow, the center, the dark part of it, the Umbra of it is 70 miles, then even based on what you just showed right now, then clearly it's not 2,000 miles across. Maybe it's only 90 miles across or 100 miles across. I don't know. But it's definitely not what they are explaining in that stupid cartoon CGI, or I'm sorry, stupid picture showing the parallel rays like focusing in and homing in on the moon and then making them diverge, which is another thing that's just ridiculous. But all right, I'll stop. I said I'll stop.
No, you're right. That's a big issue for them. If they have parallel rays, this cannot happen, what they're saying. So that's a big problem.
And then
they're gonna have to say, well, it's almost parallel. Yeah, like that's almost you're almost pregnant, right? Yeah.
Hey, and here's another thing too. If they are now saying, oh well, they're almost parallel, well then how did they get this shadow with the sticks and knowing now it's a radius and
Exactly.
because then that destroys it all. It destroys all of it.
Exactly. They can't have it both ways, bro. Exactly correct. Yep.
Right.
You either got parallel rays or you don't got parallel rays. That's it.
Right. And if they are parallel rays, then you wouldn't have this 70-mile shadow either.
And I'll give you another problem here. I'll give you another problem. Can a spherical object, example, the sun that they tell us, can a spherical object cast parallel rays?
Oh, that's right, because they go out in all directions.
It dies at the source, right? Yeah, their story dies at the source. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
It'll be. Go ahead.
So you can go further than that because actually, there's no light source that can cast parallel rays. The best lasers can get fairly close to parallel, but they all diverge.
So for instance, like if you think about it, like it's kind of like being shot with a shotgun, right? Because it's going to spread at you in all directions. Kind of like that. That's what the light would do.
Exactly that. Yep.
Right. So it's actually would be the opposite of what they're saying. If you really think about it.
The opposite. The exact opposite. Yes.
Right. Instead of focusing into the moon, they'd actually be just spreading out away from the moon. So things wouldn't diverge in; they would diverge out because that would be the followed path of that of that light that they are saying that I don't know, dude. They're just full of it.
I wonder if Kosho still feels good that he brought me in on this argument on his side.
Yeah, right. Hey, he was championing you in here. He's like, oh yeah, we gotta give it up to SC. And then you just dunked on him. He's gonna be like, damn it, I didn't. Take note, Kosho.
Yeah, say the truth on whatever side, right? He's right about the shadow, but yeah, everything else doesn't jive.
I would say this, okay? Yes, I agree that there is an optical phenomenon to where the shadow, the darker part of the shadow isn't representing the true shadow. I don't disagree with that, but I 1000% disagree then with the size of the moon that we've been told it is, because then if that dark part of that shadow is only, and also the distance, by the way. I don't agree with the distance at that point either.
Yeah, look,
what can we work with? You don't agree on the distance. Let's do the math. What's the diameter of the moon?
2,159 miles.
Hold on. 2,000?
159 miles, according to the brainwashing.
Okay.
And the distance is... Okay, good.
I was just saying 2,200 is close enough, isn't it?
Yeah, round it up. Why not? 93 million miles, 95 million miles. Why not?
It's all made up anyway, so who cares?
Right. Who cares? We're dealing with nonsense. It doesn't matter.
So, but SE, I mean, the thing that I keep saying, and I have to keep saying, is that it's very important that the angular size from the surface of whatever it is that you're casting that shadow onto is the same for both the light source and the occulting body or whatever. That's a really important part of this whole dynamic.
What's the distance to the moon? What's the distance to the moon?
Sorry?
What's the distance to the moon?
238,000, I think, miles, no? Yeah, 238,000 miles.
Okay, 238.
According to the brainwashing. Go ahead.
Let's put it 250,000 miles.
Wait, let's clear up something with Crypto before we continue. Crypto, are you saying the same size because that's how it appears to us? I want to understand your point.
Well, think about how light enters your eye, right? If it's wider or it's closer or it's larger, then it takes up more of your view, right? So obviously, if something's appearing to be the same size to you, then the angular relationship with your eye is the same. So they're telling you that the angular relationship to your eye is going to be exactly the same, but also you can have an umbra-penumbra effect, which is generally speaking based on the fact that the light source is larger than the occulting body relative to the angular size. Do you see where the argument gets kind of like they play both sides of that argument?
Absolutely, yeah. You make a very good point. Absolutely, they want to play both ways, like another dialetheism thing. Yep, agreed.
Yeah, and they have to do that because it covers all their ends. You know, like they're trying to like fix the mistakes that are in their paradigm by just introducing things that aren't even a part of it or shouldn't be, should I say, because it's not even like that's not even explainable. Like the 70 miles, 2000, that just doesn't work, dude. They can't have their cake and eat it too. Parallel rays, penumbras, come on, dude. Just they got to stop.
Yeah, this is all nonsense. I mean, the eclipses, the new moons, all that, it just doesn't jive. Just doesn't jive.
It's just crazy to think that like how convinced generations after generation people did like there was people questioning it, and there's even like a lot of documentation through like since the 1800s of newspapers of people challenging and going to court and stuff, and people lecturing in schools, and but it just I guess because eventually more and more people were falling into the brainwashing that people just stopped questioning, it seems. And then for many decades nobody questioned it, but I think now it's vamping up again, which is a good thing.
It appears, bro, that they did a paradigm shift in the late 1800s, just before World War One. They did a lot of messing up. They messed up Euclid. They messed up math. They messed up philosophy. They messed up physics. They did. It seems they did a number on a lot of things. History, right? They did a lot of mix up around that time with all these scientists that started coming out with these crazy theories, right? It
Right.
seems that they changed a lot of things, man. A lot of things.
Yeah, and I guess it's just part of the brainwashing though to keep people, you know, like to believe the explanation, but not. But why don't people look into the explanation? Like what? Why? It's maybe that critical thinking has been taken away from people. I don't know, but they see it, they read it, they hear it. They're told like in school, like here it is. This is the answer. Like right now, we're asking, how is it? Oh, here's the answer. Penumbra. There's the answer. And then okay, great. You know, you wash your hands and keep on moving. It's just weird. Like, why not look further into it? I don't know why they're not grasping it.
Well, most people just couldn't be bothered with this. Most people wake up, go to work, come home, they're tired, they have a brewski, they fall asleep on the couch, right? So they gotta go mow the lawn Saturday, Sundays. No one has time to think of this stuff. So that's why I was gonna refer to us as 1%ers, but then I said, wait a minute, that's already been taken, right? The bikers. So maybe like we're the 2%ers. Maybe we can refer to ourselves as the 2%ers that are awoke. I don't know, man. I don't have an answer. It seems that most people are asleep, and a few people are able to disseminate information properly. Critical thinking.
Right. And then question it. And then question the narrative as to what we've been told is and what isn't. And I think that's where a lot of it is right now within these Discord servers.
Oy vey, do not question the narrative, Goy.
So the question is: are you a 2%er, or are you a normie? I think most people fall into the category of normie, right? They couldn't be bothered. They're satisfied with the explanation. They're satisfied with, most people don't even think about it. But the people in here, like my buddy Chaiki, the ones that have the information, we give them the information. We show them the discrepancies every day, but somehow they just choose not to see it.
Yeah, they just like defending the government narrative in their spare time for free. Either very, very suspicious or very sad. I don't know which.
You know, if you ask 9 out of 10 people on the street what a Umbra is, they won't even know what it is. They don't even know of that false description of it, and that's being used for the shadow of the moon. Now,
Bro, I was talking. You want to laugh?
What?
Yesterday, I was talking to an engineer, and somehow we got into the rotation of the Earth because he was telling me he flew here from Europe, and it took him longer. I really didn't want to start that conversation, but he brought it on. So I go to him. Okay, you know about fluid mechanics, right? He goes, yeah, of course. I'm an engineer. Okay, so you know the Atmos is spinning with the Earth, and right, and it's going at 1,000 miles an hour, and the Atmos is a fluid, like you say. And I told him about the plane going the other way, only being able to generate 550 miles an hour. So how is it making headway, right? Like the river thing.
Yeah.
And he goes to me, I know, I had an answer for that. I told my students, but I forgot it. I forgot the, and I'm going to myself, what? I didn't tell him that, right? I go, okay, when it comes to you, let me know, because I know it's a tough subject. But I stumped him. He couldn't,
Yeah.
he forgot the answer. Yeah.
He forgot the yeah. That's funny, man.
Yeah.
You know, there's just some things that I think get pointed out, and it's logic. And when those things are pointed out, hopefully it's for the listener. For it, hopefully it helps that spark go off in their brain that makes them realize, holy shit, wait, that person has a point. And that's all you're going for. That's all you're hoping for, is that you can like plant those seeds, and then finally, like, boom, it's just gonna snap. They're gonna wake up one day, like, wait, hold up, yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and the guy's smart. It's not that he's not smart, bro. He built a Ducati from scratch. He was showing me the parts. I got this part here. I got now. If you can build a freaking Ducati, a motorcycle, but you know, I mean, you're not a dummy, right? You're definitely not a dummy.
Yeah.
Well, you're not talking about Ducati Veyron. You're talking about a motorcycle.
A motorcycle, yeah.
So what, dude?
Yeah, Ducati, not Bugatti.
Man, so what, bro?
The guy's an engineer. Can you do it? I couldn't do it. Can you build a motorcycle from scratch, Kosho?
Yes, a motorcycle. Yes, easy.
If you have
wheels,
yes, anybody can.
Okay, brother, you're more skilled than I am. Okay, you're not impressed. I got it. But you think an engineer?
To be honest with you, I was thinking about the Bugatti Veyron. Crypto got it, dude. I was way off. So
I guess I missed that.
I might be smart. He might be smarter than me.
Oh, definitely. Also, the Bugatti have actually built another car faster than the Veyron now, called a Chiron. The Bugatti Chiron is the most ridiculous car I've ever seen. It's just, yeah, it's mental.
So Kosho can build an extreme machine, a motorcycle, right? But he can't get two balls and show you how a solar eclipse works? That's weird.
His talents are limited, shall we say.
Right.
I'm still waiting for a couple of models that he said he was going to make. One, the thawing out something in the middle while keeping the ends frozen. The model of your Earth. Remember that one? I'm still waiting. And the other one, you were supposed to produce the eclipse without us seeing the object come in front of the light and leave without us seeing the object. Still waiting for those, Kosho.
I was waiting for all those technological, engineering ball schematics to put two balls close to each other. I was like, how can we ever do that? How can we put two balls away from each other and make an eclipse? That's like, we need to get a couple globe engineers for that one. It's like complex, touching balls and putting balls by each other or a source of light. That's so complex.
Listen, man, my girlfriend is close by and she can hear a lot of this, okay? And I'm getting yelled at, dude.
Does she get mad that you can't?
Please don't bring up the balls thing, dude.
You can't grab two balls and make an eclipse with them? Well, you can build motorcycles and houses and buses and rockets and nuclear bombs, but two balls just elude all the globe science. It's just too much for Eratosthenes globes.
Are you saying that your girlfriend doesn't like balls?
No, not usually, no. Who does?
Oh wow.
A 2-year-old.
I mean,
Do
you
you
would hope
see
that if
this?
she was your girlfriend and you had balls, that she would like them.
No, no. I don't know if you knew this, but women typically don't like balls.
Your own God fails you, Kosho. Your ball God fails you. You can't even touch him. No, don't touch me and make an eclipse. Whatever you do, Kosho,
It sounds
I
like
might prove you
it sounds like
right.
something from if there was like a 40-year-old virgin, like the female version, she'd be like, "Oh, I love dick and balls. I love the balls especially. Great."
They feel like sandbags.
Did I just hear?
Oh my God.
Loves dick.
Let's talk about how you guys don't even know what 1,000 miles is left to right, Kosho, in the field of view, because the Earth's so big, right? You're so big. You can't point to the horizon and say 1,000 miles from left to right there and right there. Isn't that weird? You don't even know what that looks like, Kosho, but you guys have the schematics for 248. You got some kind of magical schematics for 24,901 somewhere, but I can't see any of it left to right. Not one of those. Not even 200 miles left to right. Not even 500. I mean, come on now, man. We got astronomical numbers, but you guys are afraid of the small ones on the little big Earth. Weird. You're so big, right? Clearly, you should be able to, like, look, Demok, take your left hand, hold it about 3 inches apart or a foot and a half away from the other hand. That's 800 miles. That's 1,000 miles. That's
Thanks,
50,000, like
Doc.
whatever it would be.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Because of you now, I can't even close my bathroom anymore. Thanks a lot, dude.
What? Do you get on here? In
So I
your
can't close the
restroom?
I can't close the bathroom door anymore, dude.
Why, why is that?
Because she's interested in listening to what we're saying.
In the bathroom, dude. I'm fucking in a different. She said it smells bad in there.
Oh wow.
Like it's a fucking bathroom. So she told me earlier it smells like ass in there. I was like, yeah, I wipe my ass in that room.
I think you live in that room, bro.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
That's his doghouse.
No, that's what I'm building, dude. I'm building a doghouse. It's gonna be like a shed. I'm calling it the doghouse because it's gonna be like a. But that's what I'm building.
Nice.
It's like
Kosho,
home away from home.
Kosho.
Yeah.
Can you get him the distance from the moon for the latest
It's 238,000.
full eclipse? No, I don't. I want that moment. The moon moves.
Oh.
Want what? What do you want exactly?
The distance from the moon at the latest full lunar eclipse.
So the distance. Okay, I don't understand. You want the distance from the moon to the Earth at the next lunar eclipse? Is that what you're saying?
Next, previous full moon lunar
I got
eclipse.
you. Got you.
I need the distance
Give me a second.
from the moon to the umbra.
All right, wait one.
So on 2024, how far is the moon going to be? Look at you guys. You even know down to the foot.
That's not.
It
That's a
changes
year from
during
now.
the day. It changes during the day. The moon rise, it gets closer to you, and then it gets farther away from you. Changes all the time. This is only few, maybe 100,000 kilometers, but during the orbit, it changes quite a lot. Can be from in kilometers. It's like 400 kilometers to 400,000 kilometers to maybe 350. It changes all the time.
I got you though, Playboy. Give me a second.
You get stellarium. You can see it. It gives you the distance all the
I'm
time.
using
You
time
can.
to date. I got you though, but hold on.
I mean, March 24th. Will be the penumbra lunar eclipse. But a total lunar eclipse will be March 13th to 14th, 2025.
We're gonna use Panama. Hold on. Or Honduras. Or Belize. Give me a second.
You can do it in Safari if you put the date of the.
I didn't use goddamn Safari. So give me a second. Hold on. I got you, Chikey, though. I got you. You give me just 1 second.
So we have a trapeze, right? We have the base, which is the moon. We know the angles. The shadow is casting is a quarter of a degree of each side, adding up to a total of half a degree. And we need to see what's at that distance, what's the top base of the trapezoid is. We know the base, the moon, and we want to know now the shadow. Now we'll not get the penumbra. We will get shadow.
Let's see here. What did you ask, Chikey? What's the
Got you,
distance?
Playboy. Oh, I'm Playboy. I got you, dude. Don't listen to this motherfucker.
What's the distance to the moon from the Earth?
Let's use 243. 243. No, sorry. Let's use a different number. Let's use 246. 246,733
238
miles.
million toothpicks from me to the moon right now.
No, 246,733. Chikey. That'll be the next eclipse. It'll be in Honduras on the 14th of October. And at that day, at that time, it'll be 246,733 miles.
I made a globe and I didn't touch it and I helped. I shaked it but didn't shake it and I baked it but didn't bake it.
All right, asshole.
Coach, so how do you make a globe and not touch it? No help.
I get a goddamn negative number. What the fuck is going on?
A negative number? Can't have a negative number, Chike. It's called an error.
Somebody's voting for you for president, dude. Bad news is, I think the guy's from Denmark.
Hey, Denmark. Listen, this should be your campaign slogan. At least one of them. Ready? Show me negative 15 apples.
Show me 57,000 miles left to right. Since you can do it forward,
that's some sort of.
You can look forward and tell us how many degrees is in 238,000 miles looking forward, but left and right you don't have it with your protractor. That's weird. You know what a degree is, and you know all about degrees until somebody asks for you to demonstrate them, right? And then you don't know anything. That's how the globe is formed. We know it all, Democ, but then when you ask us to show you, we don't know squat. You're gonna have to teach us. And we're gonna ask you a bunch of questions. It's unbelievable, right? So the knowers become the question askers whenever Democ gets involved, right? When you know everything, and then you realize how much you don't know what you said, like nothing, none of it. It's all made up.
Are you running for president, you and Dallas Dave?
No, what are you talking about? I heard that somewhere on GTA.
Is that you on Democ? Is that you on the GIF? Is that you, President Camacho? Remember the story? Remember the story you told me about you playing GTA and
yeah, I was going to tell you the same story. I was going to tell you on GTA. My buddies told me if I wanted to, they could give me 30,000 votes to actually run for president. They said they would give me 30,000 votes. The crew I ran in. There's like, we guarantee you on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, all that shit, GTA, like all the people we know and all the groups, Democ, we can get you 30,000 votes if you want to be president. And I said, I don't really, because they'll kill me, so I don't want to do it. And they were like, okay.
To be clear, Democ, the story about the one where you crew.
Oh, you're talking
for
about
a
being
year,
the
and
only
they thought
black
you were a black
in the black crew. Yeah, the only white guy in the black crew. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you said, yeah, that's another one. Yeah. Yeah, I was in a group, and it was like so many people, and it was like a black crew. I really even never paid attention. It didn't bother me any. It was mostly all black dudes I knew of, and I was in the crew, right? And we're talking and everything. I was in it for a while, you know. And then all of a sudden, one day, like a couple new dudes joined or whatever. I'm talking to them. We're talking or whatever, and one of the dudes goes, "Man, I don't know, man. I don't think the Mox black or something." And they was like, "Bullshit, you're stupid as hell. You've been in the group for like a long time. This is the only black GTA crew." And I heard him. I was like, "What the fuck?" I didn't know that. I didn't know, I didn't know that was the extent. And then so the guy goes, "Nah, something." I say, "Hey man, I hate to break it to you guys, but I'm not a
Be
liar.
white.
So I'm white."
Wow. Wow.
And then they were like, "What the fuck?" And then like a week later, I couldn't even, none of them contacted me anymore. I thought that was pretty stupid.
Hey, that's funny. That reminds me of the Dave Chappelle show when
Yes.
when he's like he divorced his wife because she loved her. And that shit, a black dude. That shit was funny.
Blind guy? The
Yeah.
blind
Remember?
guy?
Yeah, when he's black, when he's the leader of the
Yeah.
KKK. And then
Yeah,
remember, he's like,
100%. Dave Chappelle is the stupidest motherfucker. Hey man, I bet you that shit's happened. Think about it. A blind guy would never fucking know the difference, bro.
Right, dude.
And he could be a big badass blind dude, and if you don't know he's blind, you ain't gonna come acting crazy right away or nothing. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna, you know what I mean, right? Yeah.
Dave Chappelle's a fool. He's like,
Clayton Bigsby.
What was that?
Hey, Clayton Bigsby.
Yeah, Clayton Bigsby. Yeah, and then he's like,
"Oh man, he did another one, Apocryphon, where he welcome to the neighborhood. He was the milkman, and he delivered to the Nigers."
Yeah.
He said it's my favorite family, and it was a group of white people. And he delivered a milk.
Yeah, dude,
He's stupid.
That show was great, dude. That's one of the best shows ever to be on Comedy Central ever.
What do you do if your last name is that? What if your last name sounds like that, or seems like a bad word, like not, or just something crazy you're not supposed to say? Even like, I don't know, anything. What do you do as a human? You know what I mean? People be trying to punch you in the face. You be like, "I'm Billy," and they'll be like, "What'd you call me?" Be like, "I'm just saying my name, man."
There was an episode of IT Club or IT Crowd or whatever, and she was dating a guy. His name was Peter File.
Oh my god! I'm just here to do the pedophile shuffle. You guys seen that? Oh my gosh!
No, dude, I've never seen that.
These dudes get together and they're like, "I'm Tom. I gotta tell you my address. Don't stress." He's like telling you his address and then his name and everything. "I'm back to the neighborhood. Don't feel bad. I'm not looking to mess with your kids or something." I was like, "What the hell?" The pedophile shuffle.
Wow. Oh man, that's freaking.
Well, they're telling you they're in the neighborhood. They're like, "We're in the neighborhood. Don't feel sad. We're not going to do what we did before."
What was that?
They're fucking dumb.
What was that on? What was that on?
I don't know. My buddy showed it to me today.
What the fuck? Is this real?
I remember seeing that online,
Yes, it's
dude.
for real.
I have seen that online.
100%. The maker of it gets up about the fourth guy and starts singing and shit too. The dude who actually made the skit.
Dude, I've seen that. That was hilarious. I thought it was like a comedy skit, but
God, it can't be real. Come on, what?
No, not real. It's a real skit. It is like, I mean, I hope it's not real.
I'm saying, like, listen. If we live in a world for real that's making real commercials, I'm done. No.
Check, please.
Oh my god! I think it was a joke. Yeah, I think it was done as a joke. I don't think, but really though, but it's a real thing, but a joke. You know what I mean? Because they do have to announce where they live and their address in the community.
Yeah, man, you gotta sign up. You gotta have paperwork. If you're a fucking pedophile, if you're moving, you gotta have paperwork.
That's that pedophile shuffle.
Yeah.
Oh wow, dude.
Funny. Those poor pedophiles. Not really.
Well, no, it's not even just pedophiles. It's any sexual offenders.
Oh yeah, that's right. I guess. Yeah.
I had bad thoughts in my brain. Now I refrain. Don't be sad. I live next door to your dad.
Like,
Oh wow.
Just imagine, like, listen, there are there are those people out there who have to do that, and like, how could you live, right? I mean, like, how could you live after you fuck up so bad, and then you have to tell everybody about it, moving around? Oh boy.
Well, it's not just that, dude. It's there's like if you pee. Okay, so like, I mean, I've had sex on a playground, like in the middle of the night with my ex-girlfriend. But if you get caught like peeing on a playground or something like that, you can get put on one of those lists just for like, you know, peeing.
100%. My nephew, one of my nephews.
Yeah,
It
for
was 4 in the
indecent
morning.
exposure. Indecent
Yeah,
exposure.
no, it was 4 in the morning. He wasn't indecent in anything. There was no one out. It was dark. He was drunk and stupid. I was about a half a block ahead of him. Sure enough, he goes, I got to pee or whatever. I said, well, I'm going to walk ahead of you, man. I ain't going to pee. I'm not standing in this area. And then for some fucking weird reason, as I look back, a cop pulls up on him and gives him a ticket and says the same what you're talking about. I was like, are you kidding me? I said, it was like 4 in the fucking morning. And I don't even think school was in at the time. It wasn't even for the months for school to even be in the morning. So like, it was like, yeah, it's weird, man, how they'll do it.
Well,
Jeremy said change the topic in the chat.
So let's change it to hey, would you guys fight a kangaroo?
Nice
Yeah, I'm
change.
supposed to fight a cassowary, dude.
Is Australia real or a CIA stronghold?
There's a globe earther that always comes into Discord and she always says, I just want to know how they think that Australia isn't real. That's like she always, I think it wasn't in trouble. She's cool, but she always says that though. She's like, why can't we?
Talking about trouble about?
Yeah, she's like, why can't
You
you
know
guys
she
find
was
us
a
on the
flat
map?
earther a long time ago, right?
I remember that.
She was a flat earther last month, dude. Last year.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I think she was a flat earther like on Asylum 3.0, but now it's Asylum 7, so she's now a globe earther.
When I first met her, she was a flat earther. Just like Shanji, just like Ranty, just like Jeremy. They were all flat earthers when I met them.
But they're not real flat earthers. If you're a real flat earther, there is no globe after that, buddy. If you're an actual real flat earther, there's no such thing as a
just
globe.
like once you go black, you don't go back unless
No,
you
it's
were
not
playing
like
with
that at all.
on
It's like
Grand
once
Theft
you see. No, it's nothing like that at all. It's once you see physical reality can't be this way, and it's insane to think so because it can't happen. That's how that works, buddy. So when we go outside and show you physics and you disagree with them, you're the insane one, not me, Coach. Sorry.
Hey, that's funny because he said once you go black, you don't go back. It's funny you said that because there's an old joke related to OJ, and they go, you know what they say? Once you go black, you might get stabbed. That's an old OJ joke.
That's a true story, dude. That's legit OJ.
Once you go Goldman, you might get scolded. I don't know.
Demok is a perfect example of once you go black, you don't go back unless you're Demok and you were playing Grand Theft Auto and it turns out you weren't black.
you sound black. No, I actually have a friend that she's like, no, that is not true. She's like, I've been with a black dude. That has nothing to do with that.
She's with the wrong guy, dude.
No, she said he had like an 11-inch penis. She's all, trust me, it's not that great. This is not even a good thing.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great.
Apparently, it's very, very uncomfortable for her.
Hey, plug this into the hole. It's too big. Crank, crank, crank. Slam the wall out of place. What the fuck?
Jeremy said, can we get together in the voice chat? All right, we're talking about too many wild things.
You know, by the way, you guys understand that Jeremy, he doesn't have somebody to read him bedtime stories. What he does is he puts his headphones on and he listens to us and he falls asleep to this. And we're talking about some shit he doesn't want to have nightmares about tonight, so.
You have to be less specific when you say certain things. You can't be so specific. You have to leave it kind of like vague, kind of like a globe, kind of like magically there, but not there, not physical, but I mean, Coriolis. Gotta Coriolis your jokes down a little bit.
I'm going to. Any suggestions for what I should ask Nathan in the interview?
Nathan who?
Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, ask him how to navigate. Does he know how to navigate?
Navigate. Oh, in the celestial navigation.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, we know what he's gonna say. He does. He's done episodes on that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm trying to come up with questions, but because he's made so many videos on things, like I'm trying to come out with things that like.
Are you in it for money only?
Oh, that'd be a good question.
That's what I'd ask him, because when I met him at first, that's basically what he was saying. Like, he has something to do with somebody or some, I don't know, some company or a power company or something, and he gives them, I don't know, something weird. But either way, yeah, he goes for the mainstream on certain things, which is fucking irks the hell out of me. And then he goes for flat earth information or physics on other things. And I'm like, how are you doing that? How do so many people do that? Like QE and him, they're like quantum physics, which isn't real. Like all this other shit, like photons, like, and just this other goopy shit that's not even fucking, you don't even need it. We don't need none of that shit. We don't need none of the globe shit. None of it. None of their stupid ass words. None of them.
Ask him why he made ether such an enemy overall,
Ooh,
not whether it's a real thing or not, but ask him why they wanted to take ether off the. It seemed as though they wanted to take ether off the table as even a topic to discuss.
Well, I do too. You know why? Because somebody told me ether's an alcohol, and then somebody said it was space, and then somebody said it was intelligence, and then somebody said it was energy, and another person said it was this and that. So, like, don't we have a word intelligence? Don't we have a word energy? So why do we need electric? Why do we need magnetism? Why do we need any of this shit when we have energy, which is all that, just an action or reaction of the fucking energy, whether it's positive and whatever, however you want to call it, right? Differentials, hot, cold, high to low. It's all energy and it's all memory and intelligence. What else do we need for nature to be here?
Because ether kind of acts like a medium.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
Can you structure
The
the
medium
question
is
again?
Ether
intelligence.
kind of acts like a medium, which
You
things
don't
can
need a medium.
propagate through. Not well, you do need a medium. That's the thing. Whether
No,
we
you
need a
don't. You're not
medium or not
listening.
is a question.
A medium is the brain you live in. It's a big memory gland. It's a big memory basket. It's like a fucking endless field of energy that is a memory in itself. And so if I touch
so
a
what's
part
a
of the
field?
energy, hold on. If I touch a part of the energy, the end of it's touched too, like a stick touching both sides. It's a big field, like a blanket. You're talking like they talk about. They do try to describe certain shit, right? So like you shake the blanket, the whole fucking blanket gets reacted. So if you light a part up, it gets shined through as much as it can. It's energy and memory. That right? You don't need ether. You don't need anything else.
Well, you said field though, and that was a better way of describing it.
Field of intelligence and memory. That's all you need. This is it. It's it right
That's
here.
fine if you want to call it a field, whatever you want to call it. But it seems like that became an enemy of Nathan Oakley's, not just because he decided it wasn't something he wanted to say had validation, but more like it was a topic that it just got
Oh, because it messes with his
unnecessarily by him.
Yeah, it messes with his thing that he's pushing. Remember, I told you he pushes half of nonsense and then half of the truth, just like Globers do. Yeah, he's doing the same thing. So he's going to shun anything you guys come up with. It's going to shun whatever you. So if you come up with ether and you sound better than his, he's going to shun it. Do you understand?
Well, I don't even know if it's a competition for him. It almost seemed weird, almost like he was told. You know what? To his credit, I guess there might be something that he's dealing with because he's popular enough that he might have to deal with being curtailed. And the ether, I even heard him say in a private conversation a long time ago that there may be things about the way that this place works that they don't want everybody knowing, and maybe rightly so, because somebody could make a weapon that would destroy a whole city.
Now you get it. The Department of Defense is backed by all this shit. So when you guys say ether, you listen. It doesn't bother me that you say ether, as long as it makes sense for whatever the fuck it is. How could it bother me? And if you said, "Hey, Demok ether does this," and you went in the lab and did some shit and it made it happen, I'd have to agree with you. I'm not going to shun what makes sense. But all I'm saying is, whatever you guys are calling ether, whatever you calling electricity, whatever you call, clearly it was made by creator, right? A conductor, right? A blueprint, a schematic,
It's a part
right?
of the intelligent design, whatever that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So why do we need anything other than the intelligence we are based in? It's all an intelligent thing working together, and whether it has an action or action in it, it's all intelligence. And action or reaction is intelligence. It doesn't matter
Well,
what
if
we
everybody
think.
thought like you, that'd be fine, because you could call it a basket of a brain and all that, and it'd be fine to just just call it that. You don't need necessarily anything, right? If you're calling it whatever makes
Well, it's
sense to
not
you,
really
that's
even a
fine.
brain. Right, but like you wave your hand in the air, right? That's not a brain, but in a way it is a brain. It's an air brain. It's
A
all
network.
electrical information.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand
Hey,
that.
I
I get
have a
it.
question.
I talk to Mach. I speak to Mach. Not everybody
Yeah,
speaks to
Okay.
Mach though.
I have a
No, I
question real
know,
quick.
but listen, I'm just trying to keep it simple. It's not like you speak to mock, man. It's like don't speak other guys. Speak just the simplest fucking words you can put reality into. Reality, intelligence, memory. What else do you
Hey,
need to create
I
everything we
like the
have?
combination of words you come up with, but it's not everybody's understanding to get it right away. That's all I'm saying.
yeah,
You know that.
I know. I
I
know.
have a
That's why I
question.
say it simple as I can.
All
I have
right,
a
cool.
question.
I like it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question just real quick. Is the ether the replacement of like dark matter and dark energy, or are
Well,
those?
it's the other way around. They replaced the ether. They
Oh yeah,
co-opted the
and
ether
vice
and
versa,
called it dark energy and quantum
right,
foam and all that.
right,
Seems
and vice
like
The
versa.
etherical realm was what it was called first, and then it went to the other shit. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm just saying though that the ether is equivalent to the dark matter and dark energy in the battle, right? Of it all, it's just calling it two. Are they still discussing the same thing?
No. The ether is
seems like
stronger than dark matter and dark energy. The ether, like dark matter and dark energy, are placeholders for certain things. The ether is a placeholder for everything, dude.
Yeah.
Anything that
Okay.
you don't know what the fuck it is, you're gonna say it's fucking ether,
Okay.
right?
not
It's the
really though.
background.
Well,
Yeah, it really
that.
is. It's the
Well, what?
background. It's the background for all the quantum fields. It's the fucking shit that light travels through. It's space time. If you fucking are
Yeah.
Einsteinian, it's whatever you
Okay.
want it to be because it's nothing.
Okay. The
Gravity.
reason why I asked though is because is there okay? So the ether exists in our sky? Yes or no?
The ether exists. What within what?
Does the ether exist in our sky?
Well, that's the thing. It's like Kosher just said. It would be permeate. It would be the background medium for everything, right?
Okay. So that's the space explanation. Is ether a space thing or a Earth thing or both?
It's well, whatever space is, we don't know. So it's hard to say it's a space thing because we don't know exactly what space is unless you listen to the ballers who say they do.
Well,
But
okay. So I'm trying to get to a point. Okay, so let me just read the sentence that I structured for Nathan Oakley. Tell me if this makes sense. I'm just trying to wrap my head around. Okay, here's the question: is the explanation of dark matter and dark energy versus the explanation of the ether both an enemy to flat Earth? Would that be properly worded? I mean, in the sense of
I don't know if you want to just. Yeah, I wouldn't word it that way. I'll help you with that if you want. But I would just say there. A lot of it seems like the flat Earth community got divided at one point, which over the topic of the ether,
well,
and a lot of
that's
us,
why.
and I if you want to say anything, just make it an open table for him to just say what he thinks about it. But just say that you've talked to some flat earthers that feel like he was unfair in attacking it as an overall subject that couldn't be discussed. The way he went after Witsit was fucking lame as fuck. He didn't give him a chance to talk and just cutting him off and then putting words into his mouth and not letting him speak like he does with other people. But he was treating Witsit like a fucking baller, and Witsit was trying to just explain what he thought, and it was like associations with Bob and this whole little thing about Ken Wheeler that he has, and it was just kind of like uncalled for. But if you don't want to call him out, if you want to have like a civil discussion, maybe just make it open ended for him to just say why he would take the topic off the table, rather than just say that he doesn't think that it has merit as far as what some people are saying about it.
Okay, so let me finish that question then. As I put, is the explanation of dark matter and dark energy versus the explanation of ether both an enemy to flat Earth? His opinion, not in general, and then say, and what else would or could it all be then? I mean, I'm just trying to figure
Well, I
out.
wouldn't even. I would just take dark matter and dark energy out of it, because then he's going to say it's all in one basket as far as I'm concerned. That's what he'll say. You know,
well,
just
that's
don't
why.
even say enemy to flat Earth. Just say, do you want to? Do you want to? I would just ask him, do you want to address the topic that seemed to have been a kind of a dividing point for a lot of people
The
that I talked
Downy
to and
Down
other
Down
observers?
topic is what he was being mean to him about because he kept saying, "So downity down down." You know what I mean? And then he kept cutting him off. That's what I heard every time he was like in the middle of it.
Yeah, and then and then Witzer would say he's talking about the rate of propagation through the ether, and once he said rate, oh, so then you're saying that it has an acceleration then, or like he started like putting words into his mouth and saying that it had a speed and rather than a rate. A rate of propagation is different than electrons going from A to B. And that was kind of what he was trying to get at, but he wouldn't let him talk. And every time Witz has gone on there, he's like talked about, dipping his balls in his mouth and all kinds of fucking weird shit. It's
I
like,
know
why
what
would
you're
he treat
saying.
him
It's
like
like
that?
having a stick from me to you. If I touch the stick, it's touching you, right? But still, it's covering a distance. And goopy people don't get that. They don't get that you're saying we're actually in a fucking medium, so we're actually touching each other without touching each other anyway, because the medium's touching both of us for us.
Yeah,
Just
if
like
you pluck
everywhere on the
a
earth, you
guitar
say,
string,
yeah,
if
just
it's
like
all
the air
guitar
meets
strings
the
and you're plucking the
horizon.
guitar string, it's a rate of propagation of the
Exactly.
guitar string that's already connected. Yeah,
Right. It's
that's
just
kind of
hard for them. It's just hard for them to understand because when you explain shit to people, if you say one word wrong or say something they think's funny or out of place, then you're a fucking retard, even though you could be 100% correct.
Yeah, it just seemed like he was closing doors that didn't need to be closed, and that was just a little weird. But maybe it could be the exact reason that we started with, which is the ether's off the table because the powers that be really don't want people knowing about the way the ether works. That seems to be like the dedication, like Geo said a while back, and everything got
Because
derailed.
you didn't need the dark matter or any of that. The ether was doing its thing without
No,
that. You didn't need to look for that. And then when they
yeah,
said
well,
that,
it's like
yeah.
they have to describe it in some way without saying the ether. So they start coming up with quantum foam and all this kind of bullshit, which
Right, quantum
is a way of
physics, the God
describing it. Right?
particle, and everything else. Right,
Seems like
but don't get it twisted. They've always, ever since fucking religion was a thing, they've been trying to find whatever this thing they think or they contribute to be the God particle, whatever the fuck that means.
Well, yeah, that's that interesting thing I came upon recently with the microzyma, which basically is the God particle in a way. I mean, it's the essence of everything has an intelligence, and it permeates all organic and inorganic matter, which could be called the ether or the God consciousness or whatever you
Yeah,
want. But
hey, I'm with it.
yeah, totally. And that's another thing they don't want you to know. Seems like.
Well, listen, the Phoenicians were phonetically connected and they probably knew it for a long time. And then you have other groups of people, and then you have a group of people like the phonetics, Phoenician sound, carrying frequency. How do you know these motherfuckers weren't talking on the phone before Phil Bell or Bell or whoever supposedly made the fucking phone? The
Bill
liars.
Bell.
The phone was made, right?
Yeah.
The phone was
No, I
made
think you're right.
supposedly for a blind lady. That's how it started.
Is that
So
right?
his
I didn't know
wife
that.
could hear.
Why would it have to be made for a blind lady?
Because that's why he made it, supposedly.
Why
Supposedly,
would
the
being
dude
blind
made it for his
have
wife.
why would she
He
require a
made it
telephone from being blind? I don't
so
get
she could hear. She could hear the wire instead of see it. She knew when to get the fuck up and come on. Yeah.
I see.
Instead of stop and
The
go or
vibration
whatever.
type thing.
Yeah. Three
That sounds
tones
like a
mean
Helen
this.
Keller myth.
Yeah. 3 tones means this, motherfucker. 2 means this. 5 means this. Do what I say. Like, ding, ding, ding.
Interesting.
Yeah. Morse code. When you're blind, dude, she's blind.
Right. It was really kind of a big step for a lot of people to find out Helen Keller wasn't what they were telling us either. That was all a myth too.
Oh, so was the 2 blind dudes, Charlie, whatever, and Stevie Wonder.
Yeah. Who knows if either of them were blind, right? Ray Charles or Stevie. Definitely
Right, they could have
Stevie
been, but they
wasn't as
didn't have to
blind
be
as
at
they
all
say.
either.
But yeah, it's a good thing. Like if you can play the piano and you're a black man, that's one thing. But if you're playing the piano, you're a black man, and you're blind, but both of them, you can't discredit their work because it's both amazing musicians, regardless of the blind lie.
What are you talking about? You talking about the Backstreet Boys in sync?
Hey, I'm a boys band all in my name, right? Thought that was so funny one time you said, doesn't New Perspective sound like a boys band or something like that from New Perspective? I was gonna do a meme of myself with like the different like looks and shit. I thought that's what you were just referencing when you said that.
No,
Backstreet
no
Boys.
joke, dude. The first concert I ever went to. Don't tell nobody. Don't tell Jeremy this. Don't
New
tell
Kids on the
nobody this.
Block.
The first concert I ever went to was Backstreet Boys concert.
Do you
Backstreet
hear me,
Boys?
Kosher?
And
What
were you
was it?
dancing it? Were you dancing in the aisles? I have to know.
Kosher, do you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Well,
Did
I'm
you go with
trying to
four gay
talk.
buddies?
I'm trying to talk, and everyone ignores. It's
We're
like I'm
talking
not
about the
here.
Backstreet Boys. I don't know why you
No,
don't want
no,
to get in
no,
on that.
because I want to talk about the eatery we're talking about,
Oh, okay.
and I
Let's talk
can
about
put
the
a
Ether.
word in. So
Please
let's
do.
remember, scientists invented the luminiferous ether. They didn't
Which is
invent ether,
right. Yeah.
which is the medium which the light travels in. You flash chose to forget the word luminiferous and gave the ether properties no one gave him it before.
I don't think that's completely true.
That's
First
No,
of
I
all,
think
completely
no.
true.
I told you it was luminescent. I said luminescent
no.
ether.
Well, yeah, but there's a
I
there's a
don't remember.
distinction there that's different
Oh, I'm
than
saying I thought he said I didn't say it when I
not.
covered it. I did.
No, it's not the flurfs.
Luminiferous,
The flurfs didn't redefine it.
Luminiferous, yeah.
luminiferous doesn't do everything. It's just the medium which the light travels in.
Okay.
You remove the luminiferous and then it does everything.
Oh, you
Are you
mean for the
saying that you
laser
think that
light
it's a real
test?
thing?
Yeah.
Are you saying that you think there is a luminiferous ether?
No, I don't. But
Oh,
what it proposed is was a medium for the light to travel in.
okay.
You
So then what
chose
is
to
it now?
remove the
Yeah,
now
space,
it's
Jake.
gone. It's
Space and air.
non-existent. It never existed.
Oh, it never existed. So how does the light travel now?
Light travel
How can a
in
description of luminiferous like it existed in an imaginary place somewhere like quantum and particles and photons, right? Somebody's mind it existed, right? Or some interferometer.
well, they weren't wrong to think it because everything we know must travel if it's a wave must travel and light showed wave properties. It must travel in
Alright.
some kind of medium. That's what we know from our daily experience.
And do you
So
think
what's
that's
wrong with that
incorrect?
description then? What's wrong with the
Let me
luminiferous
tell you
ether?
that it's just it
Nothing
was
wrong.
wrong.
It just
So let me tell you something I told Geo, because Geo was always been a buddy of mine for a long time, and Lemon's not been around for a long time, but Lemon was obsessed with the luminiferous ether, and I think that Lemon and Geo would both be impressed by the quantum fields, and what the quantum fields did is they encompassed what was required by the luminiferous ether. So the luminiferous ether was thought to be a background that everything existed in, like an actual medium, because the light needs to travel, propagate through something. But the truth is, the photons actually propagate through the quantum fields. Okay, so the quantum fields are sort of what replaced what was required from the luminiferous ether, and
well,
that
Einstein didn't talk about fields. He talked about space. Fields came into space
yeah,
later.
right. Yeah, but I'm not talking about Einstein. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because I mean, even space time doesn't talk about the quantum fields, but the space times and quantum fields are more correct than the luminiferous ether. The luminiferous ether is not required when you have space time and quantum fields.
What's the difference?
That it's not required, and the proposed tests they did for the ether failed.
There's one big difference. There's one glaring difference, and the glaring difference is that the luminiferous ether was expected to be the background. So if we talk about like what do you call those? reference frames. So it was said to be like the ultimate reference frame, like the actual reference frame. But we found out that there is no actual reference frame. They're all relative frames. So
Yeah,
that's
because
one of
they're
the biggest
moving,
differences.
right?
Well, yeah, they're all
Right.
just relative.
They looked
Well,
for
you
the
can't have
ether
an
wind.
actual.
They didn't find it.
Hold on a second. Let's get this straight. How in the fuck can you have a reference frame if the thing is moving? Please explain this to me.
Hold on. They try to find the ether wind because they know Earth orbits the sun. So you must go through the ether in one direction. Let's say in the winter, and the opposite direction in the summer, and they didn't find it. They
Right,
kept
to move
looking
against the ether.
in different
That's your
directions.
story.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know
And
why you
then
guys are reading that
Aries
as if that's
also
what
did
happened.
his experiment and failed. That's why it's called Aries failure.
Yeah. You
He
guys are
tried
just
to prove the
ridiculous.
ether. Didn't
No,
work. Einstein said we don't need
it's
all this.
so the opposite.
I take their experiment results as the truth. The speed of light is equal in all directions to all observers, and the laws of nature are the same everywhere. Doesn't matter who measured them, what time you measure them, the universal in the universe. That's his postulate, two postulates, and from there he show you how
So
he
that
gets to.
means when you get a ball outside and pour water and it doesn't stick to it, you guys can't say that then magically somewhere else something different happens, correct? Because physics only happens one way, right? Like you just said. So right here in the air, if we can't get water to stick to a ball, that means you can't do it anywhere, right? Because we have one physics. You just said that, correct?
We were talking about ether. Well, you mentioned now sticking to a bone.
One physics. You
It's
mentioned
not
in
one
one
physics.
physics.
There's not one physics.
Oh, there's different physics everywhere. Cool.
Yes. Yeah.
Cool. I'd like to see the
We
globe
can
one.
merge gravity with quantum
I
mechanics.
want the globe
We know
physics.
both theories are very successful, so they're not far
No, they're
away
not.
from
Damn
the
it.
truth. They're not far away from the truth. However, we can't merge them. So something wrong. We know something is wrong in both of them. We just don't know what. We need another Einstein.
You know, dude, like that.
Someone who think out of the box. And this is more complicated than special relativity.
That's why I said
This is,
and it's yeah. Go ahead, Chucky.
no, nothing to say. Go on.
Well, no, Chucky, he took it to the direction of relativity, and he was right to do that because that is where we got the concept for what light's really doing. But what I was sort of going into was what is expected from the ether, like the reason the ether was required and what the ether is representing as this background medium sort of thing is sort of encompassed inside of what is all of the quantum fields, because it is true that light does propagate through something, and it just happens to be that that something is said to be a quantum field. That's all I was saying. But yeah, space time. Yeah, so there are two different aspects of what sort of placed what was the ether.
Einstein also concluded that the light is the same as magnetism. Said magnet propagation and light are the same. We can see the light, we can see the magnet because it's, let's say, it's static, it's not changing, but they are the same. That's what Einstein said. I think the paper of special relativity is called about electromagnetism and something. That's how it's
Yeah.
titled.
I heard what it's called. Yeah, exactly right. Has to do with viewing the effect from either a moving magnetic field or a moving thing in a magnetic field or a moving.
Radio wave and light are the same. And on the side, you throw the E equal mc squared.
Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah.
So does that mean when stuff lights up, it gets heavier, like a rocket? How heavy does a rocket get at its full extent of energy, right? So mass equals energy times, so it's mass, right? Energy equals mass. So the rocket has so much mass, then you light it on fire. How much mass does it gain? And then when does it go
Lose
down to the center of Earth more quicker?
it
9.8.
lose weight. It lose mass.
It
It burns
loses
it.
mass by getting
It
energy. So
burns it all
energy
the
equals
time.
no mass.
It burns the mass. Push the mass outside. The mass push back on the rocket, lift it up.
So why do you
The
make it heavy? Why are you making it heavy to
because
just
it
get rid
takes
of the same mass you put in it? This makes no sense, guys. Do you not understand
because
that?
it takes a lot of fuel to lift the rocket.
No, to lift
Only
the fuel you put in it.
right.
Yeah,
Only
you're lifting
about
fuel.
5%. Only about 5% goes to push the payload. The
No, that
rest
didn't make
rest
any
to push
sense.
what
You don't know
push
what you're
the
talking
payload.
about.
Oh,
No,
okay.
stop lying. Listen, the
Lying.
fuel, right? Yeah, the fuel's made to lift itself. And when the fuel burns out, what's it lifting, Chike? Don't lie now. Nothing, right?
What lie?
Because
What do
when
you
your
mean
car
don't lie?
runs out of fuel, what happens? It stops working. So does the rocket. Sorry, bud.
Did I say it didn't?
So where's it
I
going
said
but
the
down back
rocket
to
loses
Earth?
mass all the time. It gets lighter and lighter every second.
When's it increasing in elevation when it goes down below a horizontal line? When does it do that?
When it does.
When? How can you do that on Earth right now in your front yard?
All the time.
Surely it can't be up in the air
Throw a
only.
rock in the sky.
No, a rock, Chike. In your front yard, not a rocket, a
Yeah,
rock.
front yard. You don't have rocks.
So you're telling me that when you throw the rock, it's going to say the same altitude when it's going down to hit the ground?
No, it doesn't have
That's what
fuel.
a rocket
Fuel the
does.
rock. Fuel the rock.
A rocket makes a horseshoe arc, and it's supposed to be increasing in elevation. Can you match that down on by your house with a rock?
With the rocket engine, yes.
Yeah.
Man,
If
you
you're
guys are sad. Fucking
no,
sad.
No,
if you're
you're
playing
sad, Odin.
tetherball, if you're playing tetherball. I'm on one side, you're on the other side. Okay. As the ball's moving further away from me and moving closer to you, it's moving further south. Or not south, but closer to the bar.
What the fuck does that got to do with dropping below a horizontal line and staying up in the air going higher or keeping the same altitude? How can you, on the dirt right here with me and you, I have the horizontal reference frame. It'll be my line, my arm held in the air. I don't give a fuck what you guys imagine about horizontal. I know what horizontal is. It's anything I make that's horizontal and I sit there. Don't need no iffy lose. So that's the reference frame, right? You guys have to show dropping down below that somewhere can stay the same altitude. That's the only way your globe can exist. Not look up there at a rocket somewhere when the rocket disappears, Demok. Now our story. Not an airplane 35,000 feet, Demok. It's doing it all day, but you can't. No, at 1 inch it's supposed to do it, boys. At 2 inches, all the way every inch, every section of Earth is supposed to be towards the center. That's the elevation to the center of mass, right? That means that every rock I throw when I'm on the surface of the center of the earth and I'm throwing it from the center, it's supposed to arc and go down and still stay it's the same elevation. I don't know how you guys can't comprehend this. Everywhere. It's supposed to do it at 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches until my breath stops working until you can go high as you can go at 130,000 feet, inch by inch. It's supposed to have this effect to go down around the ball. Now, when can we have this demonstrated? Just get a horizontal line and have your best pilot kamikaze down at the same altitude. This is what has to happen for you to go out at that curve and say you're going down, Demok, at the horizon. No one is going down at the horizon and staying the same altitude anywhere. It doesn't exist. You can't even get to that horizon. Can't even find the horizon, let alone go down around it. And that's what I'm trying to prove to you guys. You don't comprehend? Forget their fucking model, what they say. We know what reality is, right? Or no? You don't know what a ruler is? Beyond comprehension now? Don't think so. It's a fucking ruler and it's horizontal. Let's get it straight.
I don't think you ever paid attention to the telemetry when they send a rocket. If the
Yeah, cool
rocket
story.
disappear
Let's do it at
behind,
1 inch.
they put miles. They tell you the distance from the Earth, the elevation, and the distance from the launch point. You can see there. They keep climbing, and the rocket goes behind the horizon. Or rises behind the horizon. Depends where you are.
Why would any human ever have to go up vertically if going horizontal means you're leaving the earth every inch, 8 inches per mile squared? Wouldn't you just
Because
leave the fucking runway? Stop talking. Wouldn't you just leave it? Because I get muted. So wouldn't you leave the runway horizontally and just fly out to space, then go down around the globe?
Dimok, what happened to a stone that you throw straight up?
It doesn't increase elevation when it comes back, Chike. That's reality. What happens to your rocket? Same thing?
Well, so
No,
you
your
you
rocket's
know
different.
so you know when you throw things straight up, they go straight down. If they shoot the rocket straight up, it will come back to Earth.
I know. That's what I'm
So they
saying.
need
That
to
means
put
it's
it
gonna
in an orbit.
that means hold on,
They,
man. That means it's not gonna increase in elevation when it drops below a horizontal line. To be on a globe, an airplane has to drop below a horizontal, a crop duster, a drone. If you think you're flying your object down around a fucking ball, it has to go below a fucking horizontal line. I'm sorry, Jiminy Christmas, to hurt your
does.
feelings.
It does.
Sorry, bud. That's in reality. At 1 inch, at 2 inches. Not a rocket. I'm talking about a rock and a drone, man. Go get a
Yes.
drone 1 inch off anything, off
Yes.
any
It
surface.
dropped
Drop it
below
down.
horizontal. It does.
No, drop it down vertically and let's see it stay the same altitude.
Yes. Put a drone at let's say 100 feet altitude. Put your crosshair, horizontal crosshair on it,
No, my
and then
drone is
start.
only going to be 1 inch
Why
off the
why
ground,
why can't
dude.
I finish, Demo?
Because you're not making sense. I said 1
I
inch.
don't fucking
Stop
care, but I
changing
want
your
to
fucking
finish,
shit.
Demo. Let
1
me not
inch,
make
guys.
sense. Let me
Yeah,
not
we're
make
going to
sense.
go 1
I
inch
let you
around the
not make
globe.
sense.
You can't go
I let
around the globe at 1 inch away? How fucking sad. So you're telling me you got to go better?
Okay,
You got to go
I'm not
thousands of
talking to
miles
you,
away
Demo.
from
You
us?
don't let me speak. I don't talk to you.
Because you're not making sense. I asked for 1 inch. Are you going to talk
You
about how
don't
1
make
inch?
sense, and I shut up.
Okay, guys, let's chill it out. Let him go. Dima, can you go next? Come on, man. Let's keep it cool.
So you put your drone at 100 feet. You set your auto level and put the crosshair on it, and then you tell him go away. And after a mile, 3 miles, 5 miles, you'll see drop below horizontal. Same elevation. You get the reading from the drone 100 feet, yet it's below your horizontal. Very simple, Timo. You can do it even. Cost you $200, let's say. Drone and, well, I don't know how much drones cost. In auto level, which is easy to set. You can do it. But it must be you, because if I do it, you'll call it a lie.
Well, I don't do one-way liar fucking science. I get a side view liar, and I get a
Yeah, okay.
horizontal line, you liar. And I stop talking
Fine.
when the other person's talking because I get muted and you don't, liar. So shut up. You get your time to talk and I get muted. Shut up. Quit fucking lying.
I didn't mute you, D-Muck, but you guys got to let each other go. You got the floor, man. It's only you two guys. You got the whole floor all night. Keep it civil.
Yes. Yeah, I'm keeping it civil. I'm trying, but he doesn't let me. So I said something, and you immediately called me a lie. You didn't bother to check. Nothing. I can do it. I can show it to you because you'll call me a liar. It must be you that do it, and you know you didn't lie. You want us to start fund me for you for auto level and drone, and you will do this experiment yourself? Cost you nothing, just the time to do it.
Check this out. Check what I found out. Just going through my things, just randomly. That's so good, man. Our buddy Left Lane. That's like 20/20 vision, what you'll see standing on the shore. Lake Pontchartrain, and he shows a curve. Left Lane, you remember this one? If you're listening, oh, this is good, man.
Well, it does show its curve.
Naturally, huh? Huh, Checky? You go along with this one?
Draw a straight line and compare it to what you see on the
So it's an actual curve, right?
How can
The
it
actual
not be? If
curve.
you draw it, the camera has no bias. It just reflects what hits the sensor. You draw a straight line and compare it to what you see in the picture.
I don't
You'll
need to
see
draw it.
that
I can see with my eyes. It's curving. Are you
it's
are you
curving.
agreeing with that or not?
Yes, of course it's curving.
Okay. Okay. So you're with Left Lane. Got you. And Soundly. That's 3 people now that are agreeing with this. Okay, great.
I don't need to be with anyone. I say I see it's curving. You say you see it's curving. We agree it's curving.
No, well, you think it's actual curve there. Let's see
I
what we
told you
agree.
how
I
to
agree it
test it.
looks like it's curved.
I told you how to test it. You draw a straight line on the picture and compare it to what you see. What do you mean it's actual curve? What is it then?
I'm asking you, Check. You don't have to
Well,
be like, why are you like angry?
no, propose alternative that it's straight but we see it curve.
Yeah, but first I want to establish we both said that it looks like it's curving. We agreed on that.
Yes.
Now I want to know, do you think it's actual curve? Because I said it
Yes.
looks like it's curving. You say
Yes.
it's actual curve. Okay. I say no. I say no.
Okay,
it's
give
not
me the
actual
reasoning.
curve.
Give me your reasons. Give you your argument, your premises, your axioms. Give it to
Okay.
me. Why is
I
it
will.
straight and look curved?
Okay, calm down, Jackie. Because I've seen the bridge from different points of view, from the center and between the 2 bridges, from on top, from the side. I don't see no drop. I've also our buddy Rakia. We've been with him many times. He's going over with the car. He says, "Look, I'm driving over it right now. Ain't no curves, ain't no humps, except over where the where the boats pass." So I have ample reason to believe, and I know how water flows, so I know that there's no way that there's a curve there. So
Well, I saw
that's my
IKEA
reason.
pic.
Yeah.
I saw IKEA pictures. I don't think it was his. I think he gave someone else, and it definitely curved. If you draw a straight line over the power lines, you see they curve at the end, the far end.
So selective curving, the far end. Let me ask you, Checky, how about you see this picture that I dropped here? Well, actually, left lane dropped it. The beginning of the bridge is that curve as well, or does it appear to be straight there? That part. Checky, did I come through there?
Yes, I said it curves everywhere. It curves near you. It curves far away at the same rate. However, when we look at it, it's exponential. It's 8 inch per mile square. It drops much steeper at the distance, so we can see it. It's more pronounced.
So you're saying the beginning part of the bridge is curved as well?
Eh,
The other end there?
the whole thing is curved.
How come it looks
Level,
straight to
level,
me? How come it looks pretty
because the
straight to me?
curve is slight. It's very slight. Earth is huge.
So it's selective curving?
No selective curving. Selective eye. Your eye is not going to say 8 inch per mile square over 200 feet.
So as you go on, you can see the curve more and more. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
But it appears straight.
No, it doesn't appear straight. It looks curved.
Are we looking
Far
at
as
the
it
same
is.
picture?
No, I'm talking about pictures that Rakia posted with the power lines. Once I drew a line, and you see the line at the first 11 or something, the line is straight, and then it starts falling away.
Yeah, but we can't discuss a picture that's not up hand for display. How about the one I posted at 5 after the hour?
Well, there too, you see the curve far away much better than the what's closer.
Well, the closer it looks straight to me.
Right.
That's what I'm asking you. Isn't it supposed to
I,
be curving everywhere?
it is. I need to
That
repeat it. It curves everywhere.
that
It
looks
gets
curved to you?
no, visually, we can't see it because it's very slight. However, this phenomena is getting steeper. It's getting more pronounced with distance. So we can't see it on the on the short scale, but we can definitely see it on a long scale.
Okay, so you're saying because it's close, we can't see the curve, but as we go further away, we can see the curve. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, don't you know this video with the big, huge stone ball? You zoom in on it, it looks flat. You zoom out, you see it's a ball. It was here a few days ago, this video. Or basketball, that's the same.
How about this one, Checky?
Isn't that a bit like the pole cue? It looks straight, but when you look along it, it's curved.
Does that look curved to you?
No, I
Oh,
wouldn't make any judgment of picture at that angle, at that resolution. Can't say anything.
Sorry, what?
How would I see the curve from above? How am I supposed to?
Well, I'm asking you. Does it appear to be curving there from that
put a
angle?
ball on the floor and take a picture. It looks flat. How are you supposed to see the curve from above?
Well, we were able to
you
see
need
it from the
parallax.
ground.
You need good parallax to see it. You can do it with one lens.
Didn't you agree with Left Lane that from the ground 2020 you can see the curve? Now
I
from
don't
here
know
we
about
can't
it.
see it.
I don't know about the 2020. We can see the curve in the picture.
You can see a curve in that picture.
You can see curve in that picture. You admitted it.
No, okay. How about this one that I posted? How about the new one that I posted? Show me where the curve starts on that one.
Get the one that is below those two things. Will show you. I know there is one. Why you don't post full resolution pictures?
What?
Full resolution. It's small picture. You can't see anything. No detail.
That's a small picture?
Yes, very small.
Well, maybe I can get you a better one. I don't know. You think you'll see the curve?
I'm sure of it.
How about this one? Is that better?
actually, do you have that with better resolution? Or just this
Not
shit
really,
resolution?
no. I have another one.
Oh,
How about this one? Hold on. How about this one?
again, a shit resolution. I would like a better resolution. I can't see the end really well.
Surely we should be able to see something from this view, no? Damn, I can't see no curves, no humps, no drops. What's going on?
That's bad when you look from the side because it's 1 degree per 69 miles. So yeah, it's you have to see it from there. It's like if you buy lumber, you want to look across it or along it, not like from the side. You don't see it well.
What software I need to draw a line here on the picture on the phone? Android.
Now that one's nice, no?
Yeah, it's also not looking along it. Yeah, it's not good.
You need details. SE. You want to see things. You need details.
This is like taken with a potato.
Man, I don't know what it's gonna take for you guys to realize what's going on here.
It's different point of views, and when you look along it, it looks like it's curving.
And that's called perspective.
I know what you guys want to see here coming up.
Oh, it's perspective.
No, when you just
this
said
is more like it, no?
when you just said that when you're higher above
Pretty much
seeing it.
zoomed in, yeah. Very zoomed in, yeah. So I zoomed in? Like, what is it? Perspective?
It's 0.1 megapixel, this picture. You kidding me?
That's Jesse's picture, guys. I don't know if you shouldn't be laughing that much.
I don't know.
That's
That's
not the
what he published.
original, but
I know they're laughing at their own proofs. That's
I
funny.
know. So
what's
No, you
crazy.
take the proofs,
No,
you
it's
distort them, and then
resolution.
we laugh it.
You know that just goes to show that it's only because it's coming from you. So they laugh it like with the bias because you're providing it, even though that was what was provided by their side. So they're literally
But
laughing at
that's
their
not
own
true,
evidence.
though.
We
True.
agree with you. We agree with you. That isn't true. That picture
No,
isn't
what you
representing
said
a ball.
wasn't true. This picture wasn't provided by Jesse. This is a screen grab of a screenshot of a screenshot. And the resolution is one
But
by
this is
one.
what. Yeah, but if the Glober posts a photo and says this is how we know the Earth is curved, then that's your side's proof. Then if you didn't know that it was posted by
Proof, it's
him,
evidence.
okay, all right.
It's just a picture. But what do you said about perspective? The perspective causes this thing.
No, I heard you say that when you because I think he posted SE posted a picture from like way above looking down, as opposed to being on the ground looking across. I said that's just perspective, the way you're looking at it.
Ah, yeah.
That's all.
Yeah,
That's all I was saying.
Okay, guys, you want resolution? Shout out Rakia. How about this that Rakia took? Have a look, gentlemen. Have a look.
Dude, is that Rakia's actual video? I have that on my phone.
Yes.
I saw that online and I grabbed it, and that's pretty cool that that's his video.
Yep.
Yeah, straight as can be.
Now you tell me about resolution, pixels. Go on, give me an excuse now.
What? Crickets. That's as rightfully so should be.
Yeah, I'm still watching it. Yeah,
Easy on the fake laughter.
Looking.
Yeah, it's like
I
a
was just
studio
copying
laugh.
your fake laughter, but yeah. So yeah, it's looking from the side, so you can't. I mean, if you've ever bought lumber, you know that that's not the way to see it.
Oh, now okay. Oh my god. So it's because you're seeing it. It's not right. Is that what you just implied? You said because you're seeing it from the side, that now it doesn't. You can't. That doesn't work because you're seeing from the side.
Yeah, do you know how curvature works when you're looking at it from different angles? No, right?
Wait.
You don't know.
Wait.
Fake laughter.
Wait. You are looking at something that should be curving, but is now not curving because it's being shown from a different angle. And you're saying that you can't use the side shot, you can only use the forward shot because that's the only way you can see curve? Did you just say that right now?
It depends on the curve. It's like when you look at a pool cue from the side, it looks, it's straight. But then when you look head on, it's like, fuck, it's curved. That's how perspective works.
A curve going away from you. When you look at it from the side, you're going to see now an arc. You're going to see both curves because you're going to see behind you. Because if you're standing on the curve, looking at something curve away,
you see behind me.
No, if you're looking from the side, you fucking moron. My apologies. I shouldn't get so mad at you. You're being who you are. And the thing is that if you're looking down
toxicity in the chat, no one's doing anything.
If you're looking down, seeing something curving away from you, when you see the side view of where you would be standing, looking down, seeing something curving away from you, but if you're saying the side view, if it was a curve, you would then see the arc. You'd see the left to right arc because you wouldn't be looking directly down the barrel of the lens. That's all I'm saying. If you're looking from the side, you would see a left to right arc. If you was looking, okay.
Yeah, and like if you see like a pool cue, when you look it from the side, the curve isn't as noticeable as when you look along the curve, right?
Should be very noticeable.
Why? Why? I mean, you can test it with a pool cue.
Okay, you're saying that a pool cue looks curved when you look down. Then don't play pool with that, dude. If you're playing pool with a pool cue that is curved, then you shouldn't be using that instrument, bro. You shouldn't be using that stick. You should break it.
That's
It's
why
no good, bro.
That's why you check it. That's why you check it before.
Okay, but if it's curved, then it's curved, right? So then guess what? When you look at it from the side, on the table, you're going to see an arc on the bottom of it, right? It's going to be lower on one side, lower on the other side, and then in the middle of the pool stick, it will be high, right? It will be higher, right? You'll see an arc, right? You're going to see an arc.
Yeah, Gio posted it. Yeah, there's another picture that's not in those pictures where it's the pure cue is viewed from above and it doesn't appear to curve. I'm gonna take the check if I can find that picture for you.
Wait. I'm sorry. You're trying to use something curving, but you're not even seeing the
show that
curve.
it appears to be straight. Yeah.
So it appears to be straight. Where? What exactly are you talking about?
A pool cue that is curved. When you look, like, do you see what Gio posted in the chat?
Okay, so the picture in the middle, you can't see the front end of that pool stick, so it looks straight, right?
Sure.
Because you can't see the front end. But then when you look at it from the side, you can definitely see the curve, right?
Yeah, and the further you go to the side, the less you can see the curve. Obviously,
No,
because you're
you're
not
gonna
looking along
see.
it.
No, you're gonna.
Obviously, yes.
You're gonna see all the arc. If you're looking from the side, you're gonna
No.
see that. What?
No, because your field of view isn't as wide as it is long. Jesus Christ,
dude! You're saying you can't see a curved pool acoustic from the side. Is that what you're saying? Okay,
you can
well
see
that's
the
what.
curve easier when you're looking at it from the end, not from the side.
What do you mean when you're looking at it from the end? When you're looking at it from the end, you can't even see the front of the pool stick. Look at it. That makes no sense.
Not
What you just
direct.
said.
Oh God, I'm gonna get the picture for you. It's gonna be more helpful. I mean,
You're making no
Bev
sense,
had
man.
it. Bev had it, which was good.
Yeah, your explanation of taking Rakia's video as he's showing you from the side view, there's no curve, and then you're wanting to go back to the picture where it's showing curve when you're looking down the bridge, not from the side of it. You're not grasping what's even being represented in both photos, dude. But I think it's because you can't, because then it destroys your narrative. But go ahead.
Okay, there's the pool cue, and above that you see the power lines, right?
Uh-huh.
Do the power lines appear to be curved?
On which photo? There's 3 of them. The one in the middle?
No, the one on the left and the one on the right.
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
Because that's the way things look in the distance. It's perspective.
Okay, why doesn't that happen in Rakia's video? What happened to perspective in that case?
Okay. Once again, he's looking at this from the side. Dude, what do you not grasp, dude? When you're looking at something,
there's a difference.
Look at. When you're looking at something from the side, okay? Let's take a straight line. Okay, let's take a straight line of power lines as they are here. And you're looking at them the picture to the left, the top left.
That begs the question that they're straight. We're talking about Earth curvature here.
Okay, I know, but just listen. The picture on the top left, if you're looking at it down the line of sight from one end of this straight line of power lines, you're going to look at it and it's going to, the way our optics work, it's going to look like they're
getting smaller and smaller, and even an optical a phenomenon happening where it looks like it's curving around something. But then when you go stand on the side, like looking to where you can see the left to right, you will not see that curve that you thought you were seeing, because there was an optical phenomenon, is an optical illusion happening. No, I don't want to say illusion because that means something else. It's an optical. It's just fucking with your brain, bro. It's not. You're seeing. You're thinking you're seeing a curve, but it's not a curve. Because if you were to zoom in, with the camera, you would see that curve will disappear, because then all that water will be flat. It will continue to go past what you're able to see.
Okay, is the pool cue curved?
In the photo on the bottom left, yes.
Yeah. How do you know that?
Because it's curved.
How do you know that? You can't look at it because
because
the optical thing.
it chose not to believe its senses, and when you look at the parable line, it chooses not to believe its senses.
In the picture. Whoa, hold on. No. But I also agree that the top one is curved. What the fuck are you guys talking about? You're fucking retarded, bro. Are you listening?
Hold on.
The picture at the top left, I would say it's curved. It looks like it's curved. It looks like it's happening. But it's
that's the same thing with the pool cue. Is the pool cue straight or curved? You said that it appears to be curved, but you can't know.
Exactly. No. I said it looks. You asked me, does it look curved? I said yes. Hands down.
I said, is it curved? I didn't ask, does it look to be curved? I asked, is it curved?
Oh, in the photo, it looks to be curved.
But is the pool cue curved, or is that an optical phenomenon?
I don't know. It's a photo, dude. People can take photos.
Then we're done. Then we're done.
All right. You're right. We're done, because you can't grasp that optically things that are straight can look curved. But then that's why Rikia's video of showing it from left to right destroys your curved power lines. See, now here's the thing, though.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. Are you that thick in the head, dude?
No, I mean, I love the toxicity, but no, I mean,
how does it? Okay, how does it not destroy your curving power? Do you realize if that power line at that distance curving that much, do you realize how small the Earth would be in comparison to what it's supposed to be?
Well, do you have the maths for it?
Actually, somebody did do the math for it. I don't personally have it, but somebody did do the math.
Is it that? That Soundly did with the GPS. Soundly did the math with GPS on the bridge, and it showed that it was according to the Earth curve. What we should see.
It was oh really? It's according to the Earth curve, right?
Yeah.
The curve that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's according to something that doesn't exist.
Oh, how do you know that it doesn't exist? That's what we're talking about.
Look at Rakia's video. He completely debunks that. The picture is an optical phenomenon that's happening from in a photo, in a camera lens. It's looking like something
happens in the lens.
Dude, it happens in your eyes as well. When you go past it, if you were to drive out there, if you were to drive out there, it's an optical phenomenon. If you were to drive out there, you would see it with your own eyes, that it looks like it's curving away. It looks like it. It's an optical phenomenon. And then when
how do you know that?
Oh my God. When Rakia, if this is Rakia's recording, I'm just trusting SC. He said it is, so I'm just trusting on it. I don't know for sure it is. I'm just saying.
I can trust that it's Rakia's. I mean, there's no reason to doubt that.
So once Rakia went to show you the side view, not the staring down the barrel view, then that curve is non-existent. Where did it go then? Where do you think it went? Where did the curve go?
That happened with the lumber when you look at along a lumber and from the side.
No. That's total bullshit. If lumber is warped, you're going to see it on the side, regardless, dude. That is total fucking bullshit. That is a lame excuse.
You can see it from along it. That's why you look it along.
Look,
I work with lumber a lot. So
Okay. So if you're looking at lumber and you put your eye down to it and you see that it's bent or warped, you're saying you can't fucking you're saying if you didn't have it on the floor, that you can't tell that it's fucking not horizontally flat on the floor? When you stack them, when you put 5 stacks of 2x4s, if one of them is fucking warped, you're gonna see the fucking arches in the stack. Are you not?
Yeah, when they're stacked. But take the curved one away and look it without the reference. It's not so
Yeah.
easy to pick up.
No, even with, but here's the thing though. Your arch that you're showing on the top left corner in this photo, that's a severe curve, dude. Like that is a very noticeable if it was curved. But see, you're still not grasping it. But I'm just gonna walk down this road with you. If that's curved that much at that distance, but then Rakia goes to the side and that curve disappears. There's no longer a curve right there. It's just there's no curve. It's completely straight, horizontally flat because it's on water and it's built on the water.
How much at each time you can see off the bridge on one like a freeze frame of the video? How long is the bridge in that frame?
I'm not sure how many miles, but I actually have
10 miles, 20 miles.
I actually have a video that's probably where this was taken from because you see there's a pause like 2 minutes or 4 minutes in, whatever the length is. In that video, he actually zooms in, and guess what happens to that curve? Just take a wild guess. When he zooms into that curve, what happens? What do you think?
So I don't know. Sorry, what was it? There's a
take a wild guess because in that video, I've seen that video. I actually have it on my phone. In that video, he zooms into the curve. Take a wild guess. What happens to that curve and the power lines when he zooms in? Take a wild guess.
I don't know.
Just use your brain logically. What do you think? Because
if he's zooming in and he's seeing less of the curve, then it should appear to curve less because he's seeing less on the distance. So yeah, it should curve less.
Okay. So if there is something curving behind a hump, a hill, let's say, if you zoom into the curve, all you're doing is just going to get closer to that curve, right? Like optically, you're just going to see the curve more up close. Should you not?
No.
Really?
It depends on the distance. It depends on how long the distance is that you're viewing.
Oh, okay. So okay, let me say it one more time. Okay. If there is a ball, okay, and let's say that is like 7 miles away or 8 miles away or 10 miles, whatever mileage you want to put, okay? If there's a geometric horizon, because mathematically on a ball, there has to be to where it's bending behind an obstruction to where you can no longer see behind there because it's behind a physical obstruction, a ball. Okay. Now, if you photograph that ball as it is right here, when they press pause, they screenshotted it, and you see the power lines going behind the curve. Okay. Now, if you were to zoom into that particular photo, all you're gonna see is just you're zooming in on the curved power lines that are now wrapped around the ball. Okay, that would be logic. That would make sense, right? Because you're just zooming in. All you're doing is just zooming in on what is reality. But to let you know,
when you zoom in on a surface, then you're seeing less of the distance forward because your angular size of things is bigger, so you can fit less and less into the field of view. So yeah, you would see less of the curve because you won't see as not as far, the distance wise,
So you're saying,
let's say you take a pool cue and you're looking like in the picture with the pool cue. You look at the pool cue and it appears to be curved. And if you zoom in to the middle section of the pool cue, it appears to curve less because you're seeing less of the pool cue, right? I mean that makes sense, right?
okay, if you zoom in to where it's curved, you're saying you will see less of the curve because you're no longer now seeing the front part of the bridge where it's curving into. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're trying to explain?
No. When you zoom in on something that is curved, you're gonna increase the size of the image because you're zooming in. So the curvature would appear to be less because you're seeing a shorter distance. I mean,
Okay.
it's like zooming in on the pool cue. If you take the picture and zoom in on the pool cue, you see less of the curve because you're seeing more of the. It's bigger, so it's. I mean, I don't know how to explain it. It's just.
Okay. So logically, if something is, for instance, if I took like let's say like I don't know, even just like paper, and I like glued it to a basketball all around like spikes, okay, and then I took a photo, then the spikes that are like, you know, on the other side of the basketball from my perspective that are leaning away and, you know, going up in the, you know, sky, right? Or in the, you know, you get what I'm saying, off the ball. Then if I took a picture of it and then if I zoomed in to the edge of the ball, all that's going to do is just blow up. It's going to just blow up that part where it's curving around, right? That's all it's going to do. Because
you're gonna see less of the curves,
because it's physically curving, right? Because the basketball is physically curving. But
so it's just like the pool cue.
Okay. But unfortunately, in this video, I mean, for your argument, that is, in this video, when he zooms in, all that does is that little curve you see from this position, because he's not zoomed in, that curve disappears because now you see the power lines, they're just completely they're still straight. They're still horizontal. And then the back end of it where it looks like it's curving down, because you zoomed in, now you can see how they're not curving away from you, which is my point.
It's like it's like in the the meme basketballs are flat, where he zooms in on the basketball and it appears flat. You know that meme, right?
Oh yeah, where when you go like really like to one tiny portion of the basketball, right?
Yeah, very close. Yeah. So then you don't see any curvature because you zoomed in, but when you zoom out, you see curvature, right?
That was a meme. Yeah, I've seen that before.
But do you agree that if you zoom in on a basketball, it appears flat because you have a small portion of field of view, right?
So that would be the side view of the ball, right? Not that
It
would be
happens on
that
both
would be
sides.
hold on. That's looking at something horizontally, not vertically. I mean, not vertically. Horizontally,
I know what
not
you mean.
straight down the line, not straight down the
X
line.
and Y, or
Right.
But
You're looking at
still
the
you see less. Yeah, even if you zoom in, you don't see the forward and backwards curvature as well either when you zoom in, because you're seeing less of the surface.
No, but this is the problem though. If you're looking down the line of sight of a basketball and seeing something curve on the other side of that ball, then you shouldn't be able to zoom in and bring it up to view because it's on the other side of a physical obstruction, which is probably like the biggest thing that Glober's brains can't tackle. They can't grasp that it's on the other side of the basketball. Like you can't see it no more. It's gone.
So you're saying that there's like in the video that you're talking about, there is like in the picture on the top left on the Mick West pool cue Metabunk picture, and then he zooms in and you suddenly see the bottoms of the power lines.
Yes.
Oh,
You
okay,
see it.
Okay. Now I get it. Now I get what you're saying. Yeah, I haven't seen that kind of video. No.
Okay, so in that video, it proves that optically you can be seeing something, right? From as far as your eyes can see, it definitely looks like, oh shit, look at it's like curving. Oh wow, welcome to Globe Earth, right? Look at this curving up behind the water. Slam dunk. Yeah, but then you get a camera and you zoom in, and that curve then becomes horizontal again because it's like you walked up to that position and that curve, that downward refraction, I think Zanuck and them would call it, that no longer is having a play on your eyes because the camera's zoomed in, and now I don't know, I guess for whatever reason it's now looking beyond that. I don't know why or how it works or whatever. But now that refraction, that optical phenomenon from whatever type of refraction you could describe it as, it's no longer having the effect on it. So then you see a straight power line again. It's no longer curving. And you also see a straight water. Now, there is a point where he can no longer zoom in any further. And guess what? Behind that point, it looks like it's curving again. But it's only because that's just the way everything gets. I mean, when you're looking down something, whether it be a camera, telescope, or your eyes, you're going to get to a point to where even their lenses can't even like resolve them anymore, and it just kind of smushes everything at the end. But that could cause
only
that.
happens. Oh, sorry, go.
I'm just gonna say that, and that can cause this optical, phenomenon going on to where it tricks your eyes and makes you think you're seeing a curve. But reality, it's not. It's just that's just as far as you can see, and that's what you're resolving. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that it doesn't happen. Like, does this happen? You said it happens with long distances, like with those the telephone, no, electric poles or whatever those are.
The power lines.
But does this happen? Yeah, power lines. Yeah, sorry. Would this happen on like short distances with like pool cues, lumber, something like that, or is the effect only with these long distances? Because you said it happens in the lens or in the eyes.
Well, it actually, I think, would have to do more with the size of the viewer and the size of the camera lens, honestly. Because if you were to shrink down, like remember Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? If you were to shrink yourself down to be on a 2x4, then yeah, you might be affected because your eyes are so small, and then I mean you can't compare our human eyes. That's kind of like this guy who posted the Rob Skibba video, whoever that was. Imagine the camera showing the Earth and how big the camera would have to be. It's comparing apples to oranges. The Rob Skibba, they're like, oh, he disproved himself because he looked down a hallway. He was trying to prove the moon and the Earth from the moon. Yeah, but do you realize how fucking the camera would be? Jesus Christ, how big a camera in the sky would be? To like just in comparison, right? You get the logic that I'm going for, right? Like
sort
you can't put
But
a camera on a basketball and say this is representing a picture from the moon. Dude, who has a camera that big on the moon surface? You get what I'm saying? Like that's
would you
not
say it's the
representing.
aperture size? Would it be the aperture size then?
Well, because the lens, exactly. Because the lens is going to allow so much light into it, as opposed to like I said, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. If you shrunk yourself down onto a 2x4, then yeah, you might be, because the size of your eyes and the distance of a 2x4 now at being like a centimeter tall. Maybe that would have go ahead.
There's a good way that we can test this, because I think everyone on either side agrees that elevator shafts are straight. So we can put different kinds of cameras on top of an elevator shaft and see if it curves the shaft. Because with that logic, if you have a very tiny camera, you should see the elevator shaft start to turn to some direction. I don't know, because obviously this happens vertically on the down direction. So if you turn the camera upside down, would this be appears to be concave, or why does it only go down? Why doesn't it curve up?
That's actually something interesting, because I do have photos actually in my phone in an elevator shaft when we were putting the steel for the elevator guys to attach the elevators to inside the tunnel, inside the shaft. They're called elevator tubes. We were putting them in, and I can honestly say I don't ever recall seeing the steel looking like it's bending or curving. To be honest, looking down vertically.
I also this
Let me see if I can pull them up.
Sure. I'm wondering why it always, with these pictures, it appears to curve down. Like if you turn the camera 90 degrees, would those power lines appear to turn left?
I don't know. It'd be only way to do it.
Because illusions only happen vertically.
Yeah, that's the weird thing.
Due to density disequilibrium.
Well, here's the thing though. Like looking down
Jake,
the
have you been
elevator,
drinking?
looking down
No,
the
I'm
elevator,
smoking.
looking down the elevator shaft, you're not going to get the same like refraction, you know, like phenomenons going on. You wouldn't
But
optical phenomenons going on. You wouldn't get that on
but
an
then
elevator shaft.
but hold on. If you don't get that on an elevator shaft, then it's not the lens or the aperture size. Then it's something else.
It has to do with you're right. It has to do with the sky, the environment, the atmosphere, if you will. Because on days when it's not, when it's clear, it's a right beautiful day, maybe even like a day after the storm where the wind blew out like all the, if there's any dust in the air, pollution, whatever, like that, like then you can see way further, right, than normal because you're not having to deal with or let's say the temperature's right. Let's say it's not too hot to where all the water's just like evaporating, really creating a really dense, environment above the ocean, making light do all kinds of weird things and boats disappear that normally you can see and stuff like that. It's all optics, dude. That's why
But
the
then
video is important.
But then it's not the lens then or the aperture size or the eyes. It's caused it by
No,
the nature.
I would say it's a combination of all of it, to be honest. Because you can change any one of those variables and get different results.
Oh, sure, okay. Yeah, I gotta get in. It's 7:10 in the morning. Just got out from work. But yeah, sorry if I was toxic. But
No, that's all right. Matter of fact, here's that video. Oh no, that's the wrong one. I'm gonna post a video
We have the same time, moment.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, I got out from work. You didn't. So, Apocryphon, is the Oakley thing gonna go through?
Yeah, I was just talking to Jaren earlier, right before I started jumping in, talking with you guys. We're a go.
Was it this next Friday?
No, Thursday. So far, we're a go. A lot could happen
Nice.
between now and
Yeah,
Thursday.
yeah. I
But
know.
so far, I got, I'm talking to Nathan on Skype and I'm talking to Jaren on Telegram, and so far they're both saying yes as of now. As of 30 minutes ago, Jaren's still a yes. I still have to message, Oakley
But
and
it wouldn't be the first time that Oakley calls it off just right before it happens. So.
oh man, yeah, that would be a bummer. Well, Jaren's a for sure, regardless. Whether Nathan shows up or not,
I know.
Jaren's gonna
Yeah,
be
he won't show.
But
No, can you have Mark Sargent there?
yeah, we had
Is that a
Mark Sargent
possibility?
like 3 weeks ago or a month
You
ago.
had it. Yeah. We can have it now because he made a promise and he didn't fulfill it. So.
Yeah, I watched McToon's show. Like he had all of his followers like all like call in and post comments at the same time. I saw that show. I was like, Jesus Christ. And then
Hey, I gotta go, but have a good one, and I hope you're getting well, being better.
I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. And hopefully
I catch
everything
you
goes well.
at last on Thursday. I will catch up with you.
Yeah, for sure. See you at the show.
Yep, have a good one. Yep, later.
Right, bye-bye. Is Rakia still here? No, he's not. Man, that was a good video. That's a very nice video.
Just so you know, the videos are not so high resolution. I don't know if it's 1080p or 2K, but still pictures can be much better resolution.
Yeah, that's a that's a funny meme that Chad put. Are we there yet? I'm tired. We're almost reaching the edge. Then it's all downhill. That's funny. Reaching the curve, then it's all downhill. That's funny. Man. Anyways, Track, I don't know what you don't get sometimes or why you don't get it sometimes. I'm really lost at a lot of you guys' weird beliefs. Beliefs that you guys claim to know are true, by the way, which makes sense because that's kind of the point of a belief because it's true to you. Makes sense to me.
Totally believe it makes sense to you. It doesn't make sense to me, though.
Right. Well,
I go by laws of perspective. I have formulas.
You
I
go
use
by the
them.
laws of perspective. Okay, so using the law
For
of
sure.
perspective, using the law of perspective. Okay, let's kind of shrink it down. Okay, let's say you got let's say you got a stick, but it wasn't straight. Okay, it wasn't horizontal. It was a curved stick. Okay. Now, using the law of perspective or the logic of it, when you look at it from the side and not from one end to the other, like looking down a barrel of the gun, when you look at it from the side, are you going to see the arch if it's an arced stick or not?
Depends how much I'm looking at.
Okay, let me try again. The entire stick is not straight; it is curved. Now, when you look at the entire stick from the side, are you going to see it curved? Yes, right?
Yes, I
Simple
guess.
answer. Okay. Now, somebody tells you they sell you a curved stick, okay? Or they say it's curved, right? And then you buy it because you bought it online because they showed you a photo from one end to the other. It looks curved, but it looks like there's, looking down the barrel of a gun. So you buy it because you're in the bit, you're looking to buy a curved stick. They put it online. Here's a photo. You buy it. Now it gets home and you're at work, and your wife says, "Hey, I thought you bought a curved stick." And then you go, "I did." And then she takes a picture, she lays it on the table, she takes a picture, and on the table, it's completely flat, it's horizontal. And she sends that to you. Is it safe to say that you bought a stick that wasn't curved?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Logic. I like that at least you're agreeing to that because logically, yes, it's safe to say. Now, Rakia's video. Rakia's video is the wife that sent you saying, "Hey, I thought you said that the bridge was curved." And then here's Rakia showing you that it's not curved from the
No.
side. That's the
Now
point.
let's say, now does my wife send me the picture of the whole stick or just a little segment? Let's say the
No,
stick
the
is
whole stick.
bent. No, oh, Rakia
That's
don't show the whole
I
bridge,
mean,
does he?
that looks like the whole bridge. Is there more?
No, he walk.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. And now, how much further? Okay, okay, that's fair. We could run with that. Now, let's say your wife only sends you a picture. She says that it's straight, but she can only get half of the stick in the photo. Okay, because for whatever reason, she only takes a picture of half the photo or half the stick.
Let's say quarter. She can only take a picture of quarter of the stick.
Wait, what? Why would
And it
why
look
would we get?
and it looks flat. It looks straight. Say I'm fucked, but I come home. I look at the whole stick and I see no, it is curved. Like
So
the specs I saw online.
okay, so hold on though. If she sent you a picture of just half the stick for whatever reason, she could only get half of the stick in the picture. But that first part of the stick looks completely flat. Okay. Now I actually agree with you here. I think it'd been advantageous for Rakia to get a shot showing the other side of the bridge, because then it would be like telling your wife, well, take 2 pictures. I want him. Is it curving at all anywhere? And she's like, no, I only showed you one half, but the other half, if Rakia could show you that that's also flat, right, from one side to as far as you can see, then how many flat horizontal lines do you need to make a curve? Would be my question to you, Chaiki. How many toothpicks laid out on the table does it take to make a curved line?
Doesn't take much at a distance. You can see the curve clearly at the distance. Don't need the whole bridge. Let's say the bridge is broken, but we have a mile, 20 miles away, and we look at that mile from a good angle, not straight on from the side, not segments of it, but the whole line, and we'll see a curve. I know where a Kia usually sits. I know the bench he sit on. He described where it is. I found it on Google Earth. I know where he take the picture from. From this vantage point, he can see the curve. If he gets a bit closer to the bridge, because this is like 100 feet maybe from the bridge where he sits. If you get closer to the bridge, let's say 20 feet, and take the picture there, the curve will be very visible, just like Soundly did.
But the curve isn't visible in his video. Matter of fact, he takes away the curve when looking at it from the side.
First, it's a bit fuzzy. It's hard to see. Secondly, he goes along the bridge. He shows you segments of the bridge each time. Now, if he aimed to the end and left it there in a clear image, we will see the curve.
We will see
at
the curve
far end. At the far end,
where will we see the curve though?
You'll see it better at the far end.
At the far end, you're saying when you're looking at it from left to right, like on the horizon.
You look from left to right, but not in 90 degrees. You get closer to the bridge. You get a little angle, like you do with the lumber.
No.
How do you do with the lumber? You raise it to your head.
Okay. Yes. But once again, if you are looking down the barrel of the lens along the line, yes, I agree. There is an optical phenomenon that happens, and the thing in the distance, the thing will look like it's curving. Okay, you can do that with a straight line. It's just the way optics can mess with you sometimes. But when you look at it from the side view, for instance, that reminds me of a meme somebody did, and they said it's like 56 miles across from like one island to another, like one mountain and one to an island or something like that. And they're showing the video, like they take a video or a picture, I'm sorry, of showing 56 miles across, and the water is completely flat from left to right of the photo. And they know that it's like, I think maybe 57 miles, to be honest. I think it was 57. But they're saying 57 miles, no curve. But then they show a photo of a boat that's 4 miles away from them, and it's curved. So how is the boat going behind water in 4 miles, but then from mountain to island, it's 57 miles, and there's zero curve represented? Chucky, sometimes you just got to get out of the indoctrination and the brainwashing and then start using the brain to start like really critical thinking here.
Well, to use the brain, I need to see the picture. To take 56 miles, to take 56 miles from side to side with the average camera, you need to be 56 miles away.
It's
now we can calculate the curve. We can calculate.
Let me look for it.
Hold on. We can calculate how much. What is the curve? How much drop? How much curve we should see? How much sagitta? And see how much pixels it's supposed to take in the camera. and it may be, if you're lucky, it will be 1 pixel. You can't see it. You can't do this camera. You don't have enough resolution to make any conclusion with normal camera. You'll need something with very, very small pixels.
Yeah, let me try to find it for you. It's pretty cool.
Normal camera is about between 4.3 and 5.7
It was
micron for every pixel.
it's a picture that was taken from a high elevation, and it's like it's really far away. Like they were taking a picture of like an island to the left and like a mountain, or maybe just another island to the right, and they know that what would be the known distance, quote unquote, between those 2 points. And it was
Hold on,
I'm trying to find it. I can't find it, but I'm gonna
hold
try to
on.
find
We
it.
need something level. How we compare? We need something that we know is level.
Water is level. We know water is level
The water. They look at the water.
because it's behind. It's behind. It's what from the
So they see
camera
horizon.
view.
They see
Right.
horizon.
Yeah. Yes. They're seeing the horizon, which is flat. Yes. The horizon is
The
flat.
horizon is flat because the way you look at it, you look at the horizon from the side. It's a circle around you. You can do
Correct. I absolutely agree with you. Yep. I agree.
take hula hoop. Look from the side.
Right.
It will look straight. If you start lower it
100%.
down, you start see the curve. So it's very
Absolutely.
important where they are, what they're looking at.
Right. I absolutely agree with you. It is like a hula hoop. It's 360 degrees the way you look around you, and
Right.
it's all going to be horizontal. All right. Even though
it will look horizontal.
And here's the thing though. When you look north, like you're gonna see like horizontal, but maybe in the peripheral, maybe you'll see like it's curving down, maybe, but it's not because it's curving down. But like you're saying, it's a circle, so it's like here I could take a picture of my round flat table in the backyard, like I've done this before, and even though it looks like it's a ball, because when I'm really zoomed up close, you would think like, oh shoot, it looks like a sphere, but no, it's really just a circle table. It's flat, but that's the optical, that's the way you see it optically. It's an effect that it tricks your eyes maybe because it looks like it's a ball, but it's not a ball. It's just a round flat table, and it's kind of the same thing. So, but nonetheless, it's the horizon is level. Nonetheless, 360 degrees around the round table in the backyard, it is a horizon. That's level and flat. Nothing about it's curving. Water isn't curving either. It's just your view. And if you go to the middle of the ocean and do a 360, you're just going to be able to see as far as you can, Chucky. And it's going to look
Well,
around
you
you.
have to excuse me. You have to excuse me. We had a good talk, but I have blood test, and it will take me at least 20 or 30 minutes to get to the
Okay.
clinic.
All right.
So I
No
need to
worries.
scoot.
Till next
Have a
time.
good
Have a good one.
time.
Yeah.
Have
Till
good
next time.
chat.
Right. See you around.
Yeah, see you later.
Good luck.
Listen. You still the room is still in my ear. I just
Oh,
going.
gotcha. Yeah, I do that too. I like leave, but don't leave. No worries. I'll mute myself. Someone else could talk. I've been talking too long. I'm getting actually kind of nauseous. I gotta go throw up.
Good job, APOC. That was the perfect way to put it out, though. You wanted to buy a curved thing, then someone's like, "No, it's straight. Look." Zoom in on that ball. It looks horizontal. Not really, but zoom in on that globe. That's when you'll see it not horizontal. You'll see it curved. It doesn't make this like the opposite. Yeah, you just need the same view. Just draw an arc across your screen, every glober, and then follow it with the drone. Set your Seattle arc down. Get your Seattle arc. Get the arc crosshair. Put an arc on there. We don't want a straight one. We want an arc crosshair for your Seattle arc, and we want to watch the Seattle elevation arc. Left to right only, Jake. We don't take any forward views. We can't afford any more of those. We got enough of those. DJ B pressed info. How do you demonstrate 1 foot above sea level drops and stays the same? Where can you demonstrate that at?
Do I smell a Democ?
Yes.
How you doing, Democ? Haven't heard from you in a while.
Doing pretty good. Still wondering the same thing.
Oh, I stopped wondering years ago. At least about some things.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's true. 100%.
Yeah, it's what happens when you get old. You stop wondering and you start deciding.
Agreeing or deciding?
No, deciding. Making decisions on, what it is that what you're seeing and what you're observing in all your entire life, all your experiences. Coming to the rational conclusion that maybe being on this earth wasn't a waste of time after all.
Well, I mean, we are here,
Yeah. By hook or by crook, we're here. It's been fascinating. It's been a fun ride.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty cool. And to think about all the things in different ways we can put stuff and word stuff and then argue about something that actually is the same thing, but it's different because it is cool. Everything on this planet is pretty cool, or in existence or reality or whatever. I mean, I don't think there is any other planets, but that's beside the point. Just saying, like, yeah, it is weird, like exceptions to the rule. Those are crazy.
Well, there's always exceptions. I mean, you can find a lot of exceptions in anything that you're observing. You can't make conclusions all the time when things are changing.
In everything, what I've noticed. So, like, when they're like, man, this is this or this, and they explain something in science or physics or somebody's thing, that they've done for 50,000 years. Lo and behold, after that 50 years of them just thinking that and everybody going, yeah, it sounds good to me. And then a little kid comes along and goes, well, how come this happens? And you're like, what the heck? Hold on a minute.
Well, flexibility is one of the features of science, you might want to say, because when new evidence comes along or new observation comes along, and it changes everybody's perspective of what they've considered to be the so-called truth, or at least the understanding, they change their understanding, and that's the honest way to do science.
Right. So that's why I think we should have stuff to be actually labeled for what it's supposed to be. Like, okay, this isn't the word science. This isn't the word proof. This isn't the word this. It's the word reality. Does this or that reaction when you do this or that, depending on how you manipulate this or that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But I think the word you're looking for is just understanding. When you come to an understanding, up to a point, then you accept that understanding until something else changes your mind and changes your understanding.
Thus far, right. So you'll say, so thus far we know this until in reality, someone can demonstrate it different to work different. And this should be like a demonstrated thing, not like a believe me thing. It should never, ever be a believe me thing.
It never is. In honesty, it never is. Science is not a believe me kind of issue. It's an understanding, an agreed upon understanding amongst the peers of science. And then when something comes along that challenges that, which has happened so many times, and it even happens today, to criticize science on that one point would be a mistake. To criticize science for being dishonest, if you could find the dishonesty, then yes, that you'd have every right to do that. But right now, all you have is science basically adjusting itself to whenever a new situation comes along, changing the understanding.
No, it sure doesn't. It goes by money, lobbying, and agreements, and a peer review. Because if you don't know the guys and you don't know there's no time ever that a little kid or a bum has walked up and told the truth about something that happens in physics and got the whole world turned over on its head and outdone everybody because he's telling the truth. Don't ever try to believe that's ever happened anywhere. And if it has, show me the guy it's been done to.
Because your words don't count. You need evidence, Damok. You just can't say shit. You actually have to show it.
Well, one other thing, Damok,
what physics
your
are.
statement that money is involved. As a professional scientist, for about 25 years of my career, I worked on only the money I had in my pocket. And the research that I'd published was peer-reviewed, accepted. Some of it was rejected, so forth. I had to deal with embarrassment sometimes. Most of the time, my reputation, was good enough that everybody trusted that the data I was providing was correct. When somebody came along and challenged me, I literally went back and redid the experiments, looked at their data from when they did my same experiments, and made corrections whenever it was necessary. And it wasn't about money. It was about being right and trying to get to the understanding of what was going on. So your statement that money is driving science, everything has to be funded, of course. In some fields, there might be some corruption of money, but in most of the fields, especially in the fields of physics and theoretical physics, most of the life sciences that are not involving, say, medicine and so forth, you have pretty much honesty throughout most of the scientific community. And whenever there is dishonesty, there's an outrage. Scandals are something that we really hate in science. We hate it more than anything else because it does just what you're trying to do, which is point out and make us look bad. And we don't want to look bad. We want to look, like we know what we're talking about, and the understandings that we've come to come as a result of honest work, not dishonest work.
Well, why is there no physics or demonstrations of anything?
What do you mean by physics or demonstrations?
I mean, you guys disagree with how real physics work. When I get a globe and pour water on it and spin it, you say, no, that's not what's going down. But
Okay,
clearly,
sure.
Hold on, let me finish my sentence. But clearly, that is what's happening.
Okay, I understand that. I understand that you take that globe, you spin it, and you see water flying off it. And you're absolutely correct that the rotation of that globe going that fast, and it's probably going like maybe 1 mile or 2 miles an hour as it spins, it literally will throw water off. The problem is, rotate that same globe at the same rotation rate that the Earth rotates, which is 1 rotation per day, that water is going to stay on that globe. It's not going to fly off.
Where at on what ball?
On your ball that you're holding in your hand, that you've covered with water, let it turn 1 rotation in 24 hours and tell me that the water falls off of it. And it doesn't.
What?
It doesn't fly off of the ball.
Does fall
Well,
off
it drips off, yeah, because of gravity. But forget that. I'm just talking about the water on the side of the globe that's still attached to the globe based on, because of, God damn it, help me with the word.
Centrifugal.
Thank you. No. Sticking to the globe. It's causing it to stick to the globe.
Hydrostatic.
Whatever. Yeah. Thank you, Adhesion. So anyway, because that globe is moving so slowly, it can't even force the water off of it, from the adhesive properties of the water itself.
How much water?
It doesn't matter. It could be a thin film.
No,
it could be a lot.
It's
The more
got to
water
be
you add,
72%.
No. If you but then you have to have some force that keeps it on the ball.
No, that's where you're running from physics. I have a ball I have outside. I'm in physical reality. I'm spinning the ball. It's
And you
not
have
holding the water.
right, but you have one other property that's affecting that ball that's not affecting a ball, the globe itself. Okay, the globe itself is the Earth itself is not next to another massive object that has a huge gravitational pull that would pull the water off the Earth. A good example is the moon. The moon's actually pulling on the water of the Earth. That's what causes our tides. If it were more massive, if it were say twice the mass of the Earth, our tides would be horrendously big. So that kind of action would affect the water on the Earth. Now, the ball that you're holding has a massive object right below it. It's called the Earth itself, and that's pulling all the water off of it. If you were to rotate that ball out in space by itself with water on it, and you could put 72% of water around it, probably the mass of the water itself would be more than the ball. So you might want to use a steel ball that has a lot of mass to hold the water on that ball. It will, if you rotate it only once every 24 hours, will maintain and hold that water on that ball. Which is why the ball here, why the Earth has water on it and stays on it, even though it's rotating at 1,100 miles an hour, which in your mind is really fast, but it's actually one rotation per day.
Oh, we can do it slow. What's holding my ball up though, besides my hand?
Well, that's the point. You're dealing with, again, you're forgetting that when you do a mathematical or when you do an observation in science, it's very important you observe all things around you, not just what you're focusing on for your experiment, because there may be something that will affect your experiment. This kind of blindness, and happens, I can prove it to everybody in this room that everyone has this kind of blindness. I have it myself, where you overlook something during the process of doing an experiment because you weren't being observant of all the factors around your experiment that might affect what you're trying to do and trying to demonstrate. And in your case, you're overlooking the simple fact that you have a massive object below you, and you can call it gravity, or I can call it gravity. You can call it whatever you want, but there's something that's causing everything to fall to the Earth. And that cause is ruining your experiment of rotating the ball and keeping the water on the ball. Eliminate that. Go in free fall in an airplane, and you probably, if you used a massive object of some kind to put the water on, might be able to get the water to stay on that ball long enough during that 30-second free fall to see that it does stay on the ball at that slow amount of rotation, just because the mass of the ball holds the water to it. So that's where you're or not you, everybody who does this experiment and spins the ball and watches the water fly off forgets that there are two forces out there that you're applying to that ball that you just overlooked. One is the gravity of the Earth, and the other one is the centrifugal force of rotating the ball at greater than one rotation per day.
Where'd you see any of this happen at?
This is very easy to do in an experiment. You can do it. You can actually do the math for the experiment and demonstrate how the ball can hold the water.
You're going too fast for yourself. Where do you have a ball falling, holding water, and spinning one time per day in a lab?
Well, that's just the point. You cannot do it in a lab because your observation point, the place where you're doing the observation is the wrong place. And by the way, laboratories are not the
reality.
Hold on, laboratories. Hold on, laboratories are everywhere. They're not just indoors. You can have a laboratory on the moon by using the moon itself as your lab. But you'd have to take into consideration the moon's own gravitational pull, the moon's own effect. Even if there was like the reflection of the sun rays off the moon.
Isn't that what you're supposed to be proving in the lab? Isn't that what you're supposed to be proving on a small scale, guy?
You can't.
You're not making no sense. You keep pointing to great, fantastical ifs and buts.
Scale, Damok. Sometimes things do
no
not scale.
Ifs and buts.
Sometimes things do not scale.
Sarcasm is not a part of physics, guys.
Listen,
everything scales. If it physically happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
You cannot bake a cake for
you
half an hour.
make believe.
Listen to me one more time. You have to bake a cake at 1 hour at 350 degrees. You cannot bake it for half an hour at 700 degrees. You can't have 9 women pregnant
That's
for
nothing
one.
to do with the ball, dude. Can we get water on a ball?
Let's get back on track.
Let's get back to the ball holding water. How you demonstrating that, guys?
1 second. You can't have 9 women pregnant for 1 month.
Listen, we're talking about a ball, dude.
This is called scale.
You can't.
That's right. Anyway, Demok, the point of the lab itself, a laboratory is nothing more than a place to conduct experiments that have to fit within the parameters of what you're trying to achieve experimentally. So inside a lab, that's like reducing an experiment down to inside a lab, you better make sure that the conditions that you're trying to create in the lab are equal to the ones you're trying to demonstrate on the larger scale. In the case of the Earth, which is a massively huge area, you cannot reduce that down to the size of a lab, because you have that same huge massive Earth right below your lab affecting your experiment and totally messing it up. You need to take that object, that ball, that small ball that you want to demonstrate is like the big ball, because you want to prove that the small ball rotating at one rotation every 24 hours will throw the water off the ball, just like it would do on Earth if the Earth was rotating one rotation every 24 hours. But it doesn't on the Earth, so now we have to prove in space with that ball or somewhere, either free falling for a long time, and more than 30 seconds like you can do in a plane, free falling long enough so that you can have the water attaching itself to the ball, a ball that has enough mass to keep the water on there, start the rotation and see if the water flies off. And you will notice that it will not fly off. That's your lab moved somewhere else to perform the experiment.
Okay, so how come your Cavendish doesn't, it needs to be done in there too, and your Foucault's pendulum, right? So your Catchway pendulum needs to be done in the same variance, right? If you want to act like it's a globe, you need to spin it one rotation per day, pal, and then you need to drop it in your, now can I finish?
Go ahead.
Now in the plane, or whatever your way you're saying we need to mimic your Earth, that's for you to do, not me. That's your bullshit story that can happen. But I know it can't. All I know is real physics. I walk outside, I grab a ball, I pour water on it, spin it to what you tell me to. It's not happening. It never happens.
All right, Demok. The Cavendish experiment, okay, it was designed to basically to do what? What was the main purpose of that experiment?
Nothing, because you're not doing it in the plane and free fall, and you're not spinning it. So how are you doing anything with a spinning ball and free? Can I finish my sentence? How are you detecting free fall spinning balls if you're not doing one?
Okay, that's not an answer to my question. My question was, what was the purpose of the Cavendish experiment? Your answer was nothing. So I'm going to give you, I think, and I haven't read about the Cavendish experiment in years, but I think it had to do with the mass of the Earth, trying to calculate what the mass of the Earth was. What they discovered is that two objects that had mass will attract. That's what the extra caveat of that experiment brought forward and was able to demonstrate. You don't do that experiment anywhere but on Earth, and you only do it on on a flat surface with a suspended set of heavy massive objects, so that you could do the experiment correctly. It's not something you throw out in space like what I was telling you with the ball. A free falling object like a massive ball, okay, if it's let's say we have an invisible elevator that goes from as far up as you want to go, and when you drop something in that elevator, it just keeps falling forever. All right. If you have water there and apply it to the ball as you're dropping it, so that the water and the ball together drop, that water eventually will attach itself to the ball, because the ball is so massive it will attract the water during that free fall process, assuming you're in a vacuum and you don't have no air resistance. While it's there, if you start by just taking your fingers and rotating that ball in such a way that it rotates one rotation every 24 hours, you'll notice the water won't move at all except follow the rotation of the ball. It won't fly off the ball like you demonstrate. Now, the Earth is doing the same thing. It is rotating one rotation every 24 hours. The gravity is just enough to keep the water on and doesn't cause the water to fly off.
Where at and what physics on what ball that we can go do right now outside?
Well, that's my point. You have no way to demonstrate that in the lab, in a closed lab. You have to create an outdoor lab somewhere. We do have the ability to take this experiment out to space. I don't know whether anybody in NASA, or for that matter, anybody in physics, would care to go out there just to satisfy your curiosity on why it works. We've given you the demonstration and the physics that's involved on one. Just think of the term one rotation every 24 hours. If you put a kid on a merry-go-round, okay, and you spin that merry-go-round at one rotation every minute, the kid might actually fall off It might go fast enough that he might fall off the edge of it if he's right on the edge. Boost it up to 1 rotation every 10 seconds. Yeah, he's going to fly right off of the merry-go-round. Okay. But if you take it and rotate that same merry-go-round with the kid right on the edge, going around 1 rotation every 24 hours, that kid could have breakfast, lunch, and dinner and sleep all night on that merry-go-round and never fall off of it.
The merry-go-round's not a ball, and
No,
you
but it
guys
has-
can't find the edges of your globe and get 1 foot past it. So let's not talk about reality. Let's flat and horizontal. Now let's talk about real physics, real quick. Real physics. How do you demonstrate your all that cockamamie story you just made up about nothing that you believe somehow? It's all a belief, and you're telling me to go test a ball that spins all this crazy amount while falling through space and does all this crazy stuff, but go do it while you're on somewhere that's sitting still and not doing nothing for 1 experiment. And then for another experiment, you're going to put it in a cage and do this. For another experiment, you're going to have a horizontal floor with a ring drawn on it. It's not a spinning ball. All these things are supposed to be testing a spinning ball, but none of them are on a spinning ball or have anything to do with the spinning ball. Fuck all.
Okay, so let me demonstrate this. Would you agree, just between you and me, that centrifugal force is very similar to the force of gravity?
I don't know what you're talking about unless you get a ball and demonstrate the claim you're trying to make with an object on that said ball doing what you claim, or else you don't have real physics. You're just asking me to imagine a lot of religions that you have.
No, Demek, what I'm asking you to do, and I'd like you to try to stay within the parameters of my question, which is, would you agree that centrifugal force, the amount of force that's applied when something is being spun around in a circle, is similar to the same kind of force that's causing objects to fall to the earth? Similar.
Nothing's fallen to the earth. So what are you talking about? Go get a ball and show me the force you explained. Hold on a second, please. Get a ball and tell me what kind of force you're talking about. Let's stop making stuff up because helium doesn't fall.
Let's try this. You've jumped up and down and you end up back on the ground, right?
Yeah, I jumped up.
Good.
Yeah,
And you
I
got
fell.
okay. Hold on. Now, you go to a fairgrounds, and they have this ride where you can get on this ride, and you basically put your back up against the wall. It starts to spin slowly. Eventually, it spins faster and faster, so that it allows it to spin not horizontally to the earth, but actually vertically. And you actually go up and around and down, and it still feels like you're pressed up against the wall. And you no longer feel the force of your feet pressing down against the floor. You know that ride that I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's called a gravitron, and it's moving way faster than 1 time a day.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely right. Okay, and that's not what I'm trying to prove here. All I'm trying to do is say centrifugal force, that feeling is very similar to the force of whatever's keeping you on the earth and preventing you from jumping up and just flying off forever. You actually come back down again. That same force can be demonstrated to show exactly what's going on Earth here. Okay, you have a rotation of only 1 rotation per day for the globe on the Earth. Nobody falls off of it. You have a rotation on that same merry-go-round of 1 rotation a day. No one's going to fall off on it. But it's the same centrifugal force that if you speed that merry-go-round up to 1 rotation every second, everybody gets flown off the merry-go-round. They can't hang on at that speed. If the Earth were to speed up to 1 rotation every second, all the mountains, all of the topsoil, all of the buildings, everybody would fly off the Earth, including the atmosphere.
Where could you demonstrate any of this at?
You don't demonstrate it. It's a thought experiment that you would just basically do by using the merry-go-round as your example. That would demonstrate it right there, because you're using the same kind of force. Let me finish. You're using the same kind of force, centrifugal force, which has the same properties as gravity does, or the force that you claim keeps you on the ground and keeps you from flying off the ground. That's the same force that's being used when you use centrifugal force. Except you've now exceeded the amount of centrifugal force it would take to move a massive object off the end of the merry-go-round, the massive object being your own body. You've got to go fast enough on the merry-go-round to fly off, just like the Earth has to go much faster than what it does to cause everybody to fly off the Earth. That's why when science says the Earth is rotating at 1,100 miles an hour, that's an irrelevant number. The relevant number is 1 rotation per day.
I thought it was 1.5 million miles an hour. But no, my claim isn't any kind of force that you just said. My claim is no force at all, stationary planet, flat Earth. Horizontal, horizontal, never ends, doesn't move at all. Do you understand that? No edge to it.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Okay, now hold on.
Where's your
proof? Nothing about the globe is anywhere. We don't need none of that on the flat Earth. No gravity, none of that. My idea of what holds me down is the dirt. The dirt's underneath my feet. It's holding me. It's doing great, right? Now, there's stuff that rises from the ground and goes up, and it resides upon itself. There's no downity down force pulling, okay? For me, there hasn't never been that. Now, all that stuff you just said, none of it matches the globe at all, unless you get a little ball and spin it and do the things you claim that you can do.
All right, let me back up to what you're saying. Since you want to go ahead and have me prove a globe, that's fine. But when you make a claim that you live on a flat Earth and none of that applies, I need to ask you one question. Why is it that I'm coming here with proof about a globe, and then because I made a statement, the Earth's a globe, and you make a statement, the Earth is flat, and you come with no evidence, you don't give me any proof. Where's your proof?
All you've given me is asking me thought experiments. Actually, I've asked you for any physics in reality right now outside that demonstrates your claim could ever be true with a real ball in water. You can't do so. I can go get a sandbar. Hold on, let me finish. I can go outside every day, all day, and pour water on the ground and show you it's horizontal, baby boy, and not bending in a curve.
Okay, that's not the point. The point that I'm getting at.
Hold on, stop.
Don't
Hold
talk
on a
over
second.
me. I
Hold
waited
on,
for
that
you,
is just
Demok.
100% the point, bro.
Oh God. Demok, listen
You just said you had proof, which you don't. You have thought experiments, which aren't proving anything. Asking me goofy questions without physically demonstrating anything, and it's saying, Demok, I have an experiment of thought to ask you a question. You haven't brought anything to the table but asking me questions about what you thought. Now, I kept asking you every time, could you stop thinking and bring the physicality with it?
I did actually, and you didn't listen to it. I gave you a demonstration of how you could do it. You don't need a ball to do the experiment. You need something. You need something that creates the same forces that are demonstrated on Earth, and centrifugal force works the same way. And by using centrifugal force, I can show you the same properties, the identically same properties, because you agreed with me that centrifugal force is very similar to whatever's holding you on the ground. And you can say the dirt, whatever, I don't care what you believe the gravity is. The point is whatever's holding you on the ground, that same force can be demonstrated on a merry-go-round. And by doing the rotation on the merry-go-round, you demonstrate that you need a much faster spinning globe for the water to fly off, for people to fly off, and all the gases to leave.
So you don't need one rotation a day. You just need a faster one with a ball. Demonstrate which rotation you need with a ball, and we'll be done. To hold water. You got a ball, don't you?
I did tell you. You know what? Let's try a substance that's similar to water that'll probably stick to the ball. Okay. Let's find a substance that's very similar to water that'll definitely stick to the ball. I'm thinking along the lines of mercury and using some kind of a ball that I think mercury's magnetic, if I'm not mistaken, right?
The best you can get is ferrofluid.
There we go. So we use that kind of fluid and put it on a ball. It sticks to the ball, and you rotate that ball.
Have you seen the video? Have you seen the videos of that?
I haven't. No.
Yeah, they take ferrofluid and stick it to a metal magnet, a spherical magnet.
There we go. But the point is that something is, by using that force, that's the attractive force of the magnet, by the way, has to be at least something close to what the attractive force to scale would be like on the Earth. So that's the only problem I'd have with that observation. Again, I haven't seen the video, so I have no idea what they did. But the point I'm getting at is, if we use a different substance, and something that we know won't be affected by gravity. In other words, we try to take gravity out of the equation. Like I said, you want to move that ball as far away from the Earth as possible, and get it into free fall at least in orbit or moving away from the Earth. Because even when you're let's say hovering above the Earth, you're going to have the force of gravity on you from the Earth itself. So you got to get away from that to have a proper laboratory for that experiment. So why not just avoid that completely and go with the experiment that's using the merry-go-round, because the merry-go-round demonstrates the same properties and the same effects, and you can demonstrate the same rotations.
You think a merry-go-round demonstrates falling in space and spinning all the different
You're
directions
not listening.
and variations and
Democ,
vectors
I
that the Earth
understand.
is going?
Democ,
Right.
I understand that you're trying really hard to keep this argument going, but you wanted an answer and I gave you very honest answers. I asked you, after I gave you all my honest answers, I said, all right, I brought all this evidence forward on why the Earth is spinning the way it does and so forth, and demonstrated not only through thought experiments, but an actual experiment that you can do of what is actually happening. And now I'm asking you, you've made this statement about the flat Earth, it doesn't move, your gravity is the ground holds you down. Give me the evidence to show and the physics behind it of how that works.
That's all the physics you got that you could ever do. You said go out to space is your demonstration.
Don't
So show me where you
switch to
went or any other. Stop
don't
for a
switch to
second.
my
Can I
globe
finish my
and give
sentence?
me your
Don't
evidence.
finish my sentence. So go out to space, please. You and your favorite scientist or whoever's done this to ever get any of their claims that you make or to see any of this shit happen, they've never done it. It's never happened. Nowhere. So stop making claims about what we can supposedly maybe do that no one's ever done before or can't do and ain't doing, because you ain't got no film of it. You got no balls falling in space. You got nobody doing experiments in space of balls holding water or anything like that. So stop making claims that you do. I'm pretty sure by now you would have in 2023. You probably have 1,000 of them by now.
Did you hear what I said earlier? I said, since we cannot take the ball into space to do it, because number one, there's a lot of money involved in that, just to satisfy you, I said, why not use the same properties that both you and I agree on work here on Earth, which is use the merry-go-round. Now, I'm done with that conversation, and I'm asking you to honestly answer my question to you. Is you've claimed the Earth to be flat, you've claimed that the ground holds you to the ground. Where's the physics behind all of that? And demonstrate to me your physics, Mr. Nacho Physics.
You already did. The merry-go-round is flat. Next.
You're back to the merry-go-round is flat?
Yeah, it's not a ball. You got a ball one? Well, I'll take a look and see about all your claims you just made. Unless you have an unflat merry-go-round.
You're being dishonest now. I'm sorry. You're being dishonest. Yes, you are.
So
Because
merry-go-round's not horizontally
don't talk
flat?
over me now. You
Okay.
stopped. You're being dishonest because I already said we're done talking about the rotation part of it and my opinion on it. You can disagree with me if you want, but I need evidence of the flat Earth and what's going on. And I have never heard that come out of you yet, demonstrating in a lab how the Earth is flat, how things stay to the ground, and why it is that we see the stars doing what they're doing, all those things. You give me some physics now that back up your agenda, please.
The merry-go-round proves it all. It's flat and horizontal. You don't have a ball to show yet. I've been waiting the whole time.
Where's the physics of the merry-go-round that proves your Earth is
running
flat?
from a ball proof. You're showing a flat Earth proof. That's all you've done so far.
So you're
You
telling
shown
me-
that you can't demonstrate anything to do with the globe ever,
So you're
physically in
hold
your
on.
hands ever.
So
Go.
you're telling me your flat Earth is a flat disk of a merry-go-round, right? And it's rotating.
No, I said it's a horizontal plane. That's what you're using.
I'm
Got a
using
ball?
I'm using a rotating object. It just happens to be a horizontal plane. You want to?
Well, stop it.
Would you like a plane that's not horizontal? Let's put
Stop
you guys.
spinning it.
Let's put you inside the sphere, a ball, inside the ball, okay, and start rolling it down the hill. Eventually, what will happen is you'll stick to the outside of that ball as it rolls faster and faster. That's the
You're
same
sticking to
thing.
the outside of air.
You're sticking
That's
to
cool.
the
You're
outside.
sticking to the outside of the air of like an
You're
airplane.
inside the ball. Listen to me. You're inside the ball. The ball is rotating. You're going to stick to the inside of that ball, right at the edge, and literally be moving around the edge of that ball. You won't be in the center of the ball, tumbling with the ball. That's the same principle because, again, centrifugal force, as that ball rotates, will stick you to the side of the ball as you go spinning around.
Water is going to go off the outside of the ball. Why
We're
are you
not
climbing
outside the
inside
ball.
it?
We're inside it right now to
No,
demonstrate the
you're
same
not.
force. Okay, you know what? Again, you're being dishonest. I'm done talking to you. You didn't give me the answer I want. I understand that. That's the dishonesty for you, Demok, not me, because I was very honest in telling you all of my answers. And I'm sorry that you can't go that route, but I guess I should have expected less.
I told you my answer is outside, pour water everywhere. That's how flat earth works. You don't have to worry about magic. You're standing on the ground, you're doing good. That's what holds you there. Stars don't exist. Go to 130,000 feet from the ground live and show us stars or an ISS. None of it exists. Now, the earth is
Wait
horizontally
a minute.
flat.
Stars, how do you say stars don't exist? If you're at 130,000
Because go get
feet,
high.
you can see, there are people who've been up at 130,000 feet in balloons. 120,000,
Cool
would that be high
story.
enough for you?
Cool story. Show me. You do it.
Would that be high enough for you at 120,000 feet?
130 would be great.
What do you
If you
see
can
at
send it
night?
from the ground
What do you
up.
see at night then? What do you see at night?
Whatever you show us. Send a balloon
No.
from the
What
ground
do
up
you
and we'll
see?
take
I'm
a view.
asking you. I'm not showing you
I don't see
anything.
anything. You're not showing me anything, buddy.
You don't. When you look up at night in the sky, what do you see?
Your claim. Nothing. Blackness.
No stars. You don't see any twinkly stars.
Nothing. Hell no.
What are you, blind?
Guess so. Show me the stars at 130,000 feet. Maybe
So
you'll convince me.
you don't see any constellations or anything like that, right?
Not at 130,000 feet. I must be
On
blind.
the ground. On the ground.
I don't live on the ground. I live at 130,000 feet, buddy.
Whatever you're smoking, I want the same stuff.
Yeah, I'm smoking all your NASA footage at 250 feet. I'm smoking all the airplane footage. I'm smoking all footage that goes up in the air and shows you
Demok.
blackness. Now, what kind of footage you got other than mine?
All right, Demok, first, let me go back. Let's take a step backwards here so we don't end up going around cycles. My profession as a biologist, okay, throughout my years has taught me how to be very careful in observations. And one of the things that I don't want to do is miss something or like a detail. And so you're telling me that at nighttime when you look up, don't be sarcastic, be honest, what do you see when you look up at night on a clear sky with no clouds?
I'm not looking for what everybody sees until you fall asleep, boring guy. I want 130,000 feet, and then we want to see where
Gio,
your
thanks
eye
for the
is.
evening.
Stop for a second.
I gotta
Let me
go.
see.
No, I'm out of
I
here.
want to see
You're
where your
being
eye is.
dishonest.
I hear you, man.
Jump in barrels and spin down hills. Yeah, it goes off the rails pretty quick when we're talking about insane, crazy people doing weird shit that has nothing to do with the ball holding water. You're right.
Hey, Demok, if you ever did an experiment for me, if you ever did one, I
With
would
the ball
never.
holding
Hold
water,
on.
let's do it both. I'll match you.
Can I finish? If you ever did one, the last thing I would say to you is, I'd call you names, I'd call you stupid or whatever, even if your experiment was messed up. You know what would be the first thing I would tell you? Let's say you had a bad experiment. I would look at you and I'd say, let's go back and do the experiment again, and let's fix some of these points and see if we can't prove your point right. That's the first thing I would do, is try to help you achieve your hypothesis. And if over time we kept repeating it, both you and I together, and came to the conclusion that it doesn't work, I would hope that you were man enough to say, yeah, it doesn't work, we have to try something else.
My hypothesis is whatever you demonstrate. It'd be hard to get that different than any other action or reaction we're going to see every day till we die. I don't think you're making any sense.
No, okay, what you're making is an opinion now. You're not making a hypothesis. If you're saying whatever you demonstrate, in other words, you're criticizing whatever I demonstrate, then you're making an opinion on what I demonstrate. If you were to actually do the experiment yourself, or do any of the work yourself, and came to the same conclusion. You couldn't say that because you would be doing the science right along with me. That's the problem. You're not making any hypothesis. You're only making criticisms. And that's okay. You're entitled to your opinion. But if you're going to do science, if you're going to claim you want other people to do science, then you have to be willing to challenge their science with science, not with opinions. And that's all you're doing is using opinions.
I said physics. I don't know what words you keep going to, but touch stuff. You grab the stuff, you touch it, you weigh it, you measure it, you get it in the lab or you get it outside in your yard. Whatever you and I can demonstrate, that's all that's ever going to happen. Those are my physics. Those are my opinions. Those are my hypotheses. Whatever you see happen is what will happen forever. Do you understand? You can't fix that. There is no fix in reality. It's not broke, buddy.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to give you something. I'm going to give you a test here. It's an easy one. I failed the test. I'm going to expect you to do the same.
The only way I can take a test is if you show me some stars at 130,000 feet along with the ISS.
It's not that kind of test. It's a real simple one.
Well, can I finish? Surely the ISS is only like 250 miles away. Surely you can see it from 130,000 feet, right? No, you must not want me to do your test.
Give me 1 second.
Well, I feel it should be test for test. So if I can see the ISS at 130,000 feet, I'll take 10 tests.
I'm gonna ask you this. This is a test that I gave to a couple of my students a while back. It's just how good are your powers of observation? Okay, we observe things every day that we scarcely notice. How many of the following questions can you answer? And I'm going to give you literally 5 seconds to answer each one of these. In which direction do revolving doors turn?
To the left, all the way around in the 360. They spin.
Clockwise. You're saying to the left, so counterclockwise. You're saying okay.
Yeah.
When you walk,
counterclockwise.
When you walk, do your arms swing with or against the rhythm of your legs?
Against.
Okay. What are the 5 colors of a Campbell's soup label?
Red, gold, white, black,
And MSG.
Okay. In which direction? That's fine. That's fine. In which direction do pieces travel around a Monopoly board? Clockwise or counterclockwise?
to the left, around clockwise.
Okay. On the American flag, is the uppermost stripe red or white?
Shit, we'll say white. I don't fucking know.
Okay. In Grant Wood's painting, American Gothic, is the man to the viewer's left or right?
Hey, hold on, in what?
In Grant Wood's painting, American Gothic, is the man to the viewer's left or right?
I'll say right, because I have no clue what it is.
Okay. In which hand does the Statue of Liberty hold her torch?
The left.
Okay. Which side of a woman's
No, it's the,
blouse?
hold on. God damn it, it's the right. The book's in the left.
5 seconds
I'm
are up.
sorry.
Don't worry about it.
It's the right. I'm sorry, it's
Okay.
the right. Her book's in the
Okay.
left. I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say. Her book's in the left.
Which side of a woman's blouse has the buttonholes in it from her view?
The left side.
Okay. How many sides are on a standard pencil?
Probably about 8, 6, 8, 6.
8 or 6, okay. All right. Lincoln's face. Does Lincoln face to the left or to the right on a penny?
To the left.
Okay. Lincoln faces to the right on a penny. There are
Yeah, I
6
know.
sides. There are 6 sides to a pencil.
I know that.
Okay. The Statue of Liberty holds her torch on the right side. Okay.
I know that.
The Grant Wood's painting, the man is on the right. And red is the color at the top of the flag.
Red?
Yep. The pieces travel around the board clockwise on the Monopoly board. The colors of the Campbell Soup label are black, white, red, gold, and yellow.
Well, I knew there was another one, but like that, I knew there was a trick one because it blends in. You know what I mean with the.
And when you walk, do your arms swing against the rhythm of your legs, or with the rhythm of your legs? They swing against your legs. And then, which directions do revolving doors turn? The answer to that is counterclockwise. The reason why I gave that to you is because a lot of times, and this is for both flat earthers and globalists, when you're trying to do experimentation or trying to even think up a reason why things are the way they are, you have to observe everything. You cannot just say water, Demok. Water demonstrates everything and proves everything. No, it doesn't. Because the minute you pull away from the water and try to observe something on a larger scale, things change. Observation changes. Your entire perception.
Which scale does it change?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. The higher up you go, you start to see more things. Like, for instance, they say you see too far. Okay, go up higher. You even see farther. And eventually, if you go high enough, something is going to happen. Either you're going to see the edge of the earth where the ice wall is, or you're going to see a whole globe. Now, I'm not saying either one. I'm just going to give you.
There's another option.
I'm not going to give you. I'm just saying that the more you get, the more things that you have to observe to make your conclusions, the more chances are you're going to make a mistake. Because you have missed, because you've left something out, or you've missed your observation. So be careful in doing something like making a statement that is concrete based on a small amount of evidence. For instance, for globalists, they like to say, "Well, boats go over the horizon and disappear from the bottom up." Okay, if they don't mention the fact that we also have to deal with refraction. We have to deal with the waves themselves interfering with what we see. All of that stuff has to be taken into account. The amount of moisture in the air, everything. If you're not taking all those observations into account, you're really missing the entire picture and can't make that conclusion that boats are going from bottom up, so therefore the Earth has to be curved. No, you've got to show with more experimentation and larger objects going farther away eventually to show that curvature if you want to be a true, honest globalist. If you want to be a true and honest flat earther, you cannot sit there and say a P900 is enough to prove that the Earth is flat. You're going to have to take other measures with lasers and so forth to demonstrate the flatness of the Earth.
Any of that.
I know that.
You're only doing half-ass
careful.
science, though. You're not doing a side view. When you said you're leaving variables out and I shouldn't do that, why do all globers say don't look at a side view when that's the only thing that's going to give you the reference frame to see whether something's curving or not?
Okay, but you agree now with me that when you're making observations, the observations have to be complete and you have to take in as much information as possible.
Sides, yes.
You also have to look for anomalies that will cause your data to be corrupted in one way or another. There's a lot of ways to demonstrate that. I'm going to give you an example. Hang on.
Show me how a ball, there's an anomaly that it's not a ball. Show us that one. Cat got your tongue? Just show us one anomaly
again,
that it's
I'm
not
going to
a ball.
ask you to be honest. We're trying to have an honest conversation right now.
Well,
we're
yeah,
just
but
talking
you
about.
won't. You won't.
We're not even talking
you won't
about
have an honest conversation.
Demok.
You won't show me an anomaly.
Anomaly.
Say
It's all right. Don't worry. I had trouble with it myself.
Not a ball.
The anomaly of anomalies. That's what it is. All right.
Yeah, that it's not a ball. You won't show one, so you're going to be dishonest.
But Demok, we step back from that for a minute. The reason why I step back from that,
oh my God, keep stepping back. Okay.
Well, there's a reason, because again, if you're not as an observer, as an honest observer, you always step back to make sure you're not missing something. So I'm going to give you an example here.
Are you missing something on the globe, like the side view, as an observer for the example here?
Just give me a second. I'm looking something up.
Yeah, I know, but I bet it's not a side view, is it? Don't look up how a ball works outside, how real physics work, because that might scare you. You might end up with horizontal flat Earth. Do you know elevation's based on a horizontal line?
Yeah,
not
see
a
when
curve.
he asked you about like physics over a flat Earth, as it were, I was surprised you didn't just start actually giving real physics. Like, I'm not sure where you went after that. I don't
No,
went to
that's what I
Newton
told
or
him.
went to something
I
else.
said anything we demonstrate, Geo, outside is what flat Earth is, and you're going to see gradients that are all horizontal. The water, the air, the oil, everything you stack, everything you do physically outside is my lab for flat Earth. Sandboxes and all, air, tidal, anything you got. Yeah, I told him that, but
And
he
what was
said
what
no.
was the first thing I said in response to that? Didn't I say, so you're focusing on an observation that's inside your sandbox, your backyard, and you're not looking at the entire picture of what could be corrupting or an anomaly that could be affecting your conclusion?
No, that's what you don't do because everything's globe and you've never falsified it yet and you couldn't even figure out a way to because it's all imaginary globe. And wait, let's step back from physics and let's go to horizontal merry-go-rounds and dropping stuff in space. Let's stay away from physics in any lab or outside, and let's stay away from physics to mock because a globe doesn't exist in physics, right?
Because I mean, when you have like the XYZ axes, you have horizontal, vertical, you have all the height, width, depth within that matrix. That sets up a horizontal base, a horizontal foundation. With then you have all of the entire physical matrix of reality, and then the Earth just is within that system. So like water being level, the Earth tends to come up out of the water, so you have level water with the Earth coming up out of it. So like real demonstrable actual physics, not like physics that's claimed to be in this medium that can't be validated, but
Okay.
actual physics.
All right, I'm going to give you a demonstration based on something you and I both observe every month. Okay, on the day of a full moon, when we observe it high in the sky, it looks small. But as it's rising or setting, it seems to be larger. Yet, if you take your thumb and measure it, put it out at arm's length and measure the width of the moon when it's high in the sky and measure it at the horizon, there's very little difference between those two moons. Why does it appear to be larger towards the horizon? And the answer is because there are so many objects near the horizon that distort your scale or your mind's own perception of scale when you look at the moon and it seems larger, even though it is not. It's those other objects that are interfering. Those are the anomalies that are interfering with your observation of the moon towards the horizon than when it is fully overhead. That's the kind of stuff I need you to look at, Demok, when you try to demonstrate flat Earth, and try to do it outside your backyard. Because if you're going to do it in your backyard, I agree with you 100%. Based on the same observations in my backyard, everything looks flat. But I also know that I'm leaving out all the anomalies that are beyond my backyard that I could look at that would demonstrate that the Earth is not flat and that the Earth is a globe. Did we lose Demok? Did I get kicked out of the server?
No, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I don't know. He's locally muted, so yeah, maybe he's stepped away.
No worries. Anyway, I'm going to call it a night. I'm getting tired.
Alrighty.
You guys have a good night tonight.
You too. Yeah. Cheers. Have a good evening.
You bet. Take care.
Yep. You too.
You guys don't have none to talk about, or what?
You say you do biology?
I usually follow, so bring something up.
I want to talk about the 1933 Emergency Banking Act.
Never heard it, but
Yeah. And the president proclamations that followed the signing of that agreement. I just want to let everyone know that's the law. Yeah, I'm the guy by the waterfall saying don't go over the waterfall. Just read and understand that law, because it's admiralty law. It's still in place. Hasn't changed. They just been bankrupt over and over and over again. I guess nobody's in the mood, I guess.
perhaps they sleeping.
Imagining biology, never touching the patient, only imagining the patient. So the moral of the story is, the only way to demonstrate a ball is ask a whole bunch of questions, imagine, and don't show a ball. I got it. And how come every time I say flat Earth physics are right outside in all the physics we can ever produce, how come that doesn't like set in to any of the people who believe in a globe? It's weird. It's like they're like, huh? No, never mind that. Never mind, we only have flat horizontal physics, elevation, gradients, PSIs, right? Water levels, everything's flat. The base of the stars are flat. There's not any stars going making mountains underneath this other line of stars, going like like stars that like you can draw like a wave of stars. It's a horizontal line of stars. It's a horizontal line of everything. Same with the clouds. They basically follow a horizontal line. Everything does. When you look at it and line it up under, like on certain days, you can see that underneath the clouds look like they're sitting on a flat nothing. You know, Jack's telling you to zoom in to see the curve, but then when they say zoom in on a basketball, they're telling you how horizontal it is. How does this? How do they make sense? I thought you were going to discuss how we breathe electricity, Nichols.
What's up, gamers?